Chapter 51:13. After third young Master Bai was killed, people quickly rushed over. It was the Bai clan. They couldn't sit still after such a big thing happened and rushed over immediately. They saw third young Master Bai get killed. The higher-ups of the Bai clan had ugly expressions on their faces, not knowing who did it. Of course, they brought a lot of treasures and started searching for the culprit. They had to find him no matter what. Just as they were searching, something else happened. A few disciples of the Bai clan who were training outside were also killed. In just 2 days, it caused quite a commotion. One should know that the Bai clan was quite famous in the universe of bloodshed. Though they were despicable people, they did occupy a big city and produced many strong cultivators. This time, they had lost quite a number of Bai clan disciples, and among them was the third young Master Bai. Just like that, many people realized that someone was targeting the Bai clan. Though they didn't know who it was, the words they left behind were enough for everyone to understand. This was definitely a blood feud. To have a blood feud with the Bai clan, there was no need to guess. It had to be someone from the main bloodline of the Bai clan. Back then, the main bloodline of the Bai clan either escaped or died. There were only a few who could survive. But this time, it was obvious that the culprit was targeting the Bai clan. It was very likely that it was someone from the main bloodline. Many people began to drink tea and eat, becoming lovers of gossip. As a result, the Bai family became even more vigilant in their search. They searched the entire city and even activated a formation. The meaning was very clear. They had to find the culprit no matter what. As long as they didn't find him, the city wouldn't be open to the public. At this moment, everyone was panicking. Under these circumstances, someone from the Bai clan was killed. Nobody knew where the culprit was hiding, but they knew that a disciple of the Bai clan was killed right in front of their eyes. This was like a huge slap to the Bai clan's face. Everyone in the Bai clan felt very uncomfortable. A loud crash resounded. Many of the furniture in the living room were turned to pieces. This generation's Bai family head had a gloomy expression. Everyone felt a wave of helplessness. Of course, most of it was a kind of humiliation. Their Bai family had been killed one after another. Putting aside third young Master Bai, ninth young Master Bai was dead. They had lost 2 young masters, and this was definitely coming for them. Can't you pieces of trash find out who the culprit is? Bai Nu stared at everyone. The higher-ups present all lowered their heads, because until now, they hadn't found much information. It was as if this person had appeared out of thin air. The more it was like this, the more they thought about it, the more uneasy they felt. If this guy wasn't dealt with, who knew what would happen when the time came? Perhaps their Bai family's disciples would still die. The longer it dragged on, the greater the impact on their Bai family's influence. This kind of blow was not something that anyone could take. Patriarch, if I'm not wrong, this person should be Bai Ruyu who disappeared not long ago, which is 15 years ago. I heard that Bai Ruyu was originally captured, but she was inexplicably kidnapped. Even the higher-ups of the Black Tiger gang were wiped out. It's very likely that she's a survivor. Suddenly, one of the elders said. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. If it was something else, they might not care, but Bai Ruyu's words were completely different. How is this possible? How could Bai Ruyu still be alive? Didn't they say that he had been tracked down countless times? If it's really Bai Ruyu, then it's really troublesome. Although she was young at that time, she had quite a lot of potential. Plus, she disappeared for 15 years. It's very likely that she went to Cultivate. The higher-ups of the Bai clan had changed a lot. After all, the main branch of the Bai clan was full of talents. If they hadn't cooperated with outsiders and taken them by surprise, more than half of the higher-ups would have been eliminated. Otherwise, the current Bai family would have dominated the region, so they didn't want the people from the main bloodline to threaten them. Whether this person is Bai Ruyu or not, what we need to do now is to find Bai Ruyu. He must be around us. Bai Nu was very clear about what was going on. That was, Bai Ruyu had come to take revenge, and his strength should be extremely high. Both the third young master and the ninth young master had arranged for experts, but they couldn't resist. This meant that the other party was very likely to have the strength of a divine master, and at the level of 5 or 6 stars. That was the only way to kill the third young master and the ninth young master in such a short time, and even his people couldn't help. He couldn't be left alive. He had to find him. Chapter 51:14. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the development of the situation the whole time. In fact, Lin Fei didn't even need to do anything to know what the situation was like. He could already see clearly that his registered disciple, Bai Ruyu, was quite stubborn, and she was quite fierce when she attacked. She was fighting the Bai family head-on. However, the current situation was very disadvantageous to him. Although Bai Ruyu also had many treasures that could make her whereabouts unpredictable, the Bai family was still quite capable. This was because the head of the Bai family in this generation was actually an 8-star peak existence. This kind of strength was neither strong nor weak. At the very least, it could be considered a domineering existence in this area. Moreover, this world of massacre was not quite the same as other worlds. It was also a high-level world, so it was quite difficult to deal with the Bai family. If nothing went wrong, Bai Ruyu would soon face them. When that time came, the Bai family would inevitably face a great massacre. Lin Fei had to see how long Bai Ruyu could last, and how long her strength could improve. As long as there was no danger, he would definitely not make a move. Half a month later, Bai Ruyu finally faced the Bai family completely, because the Bai family had used some tricks this time. It seemed like they had waited for someone, but when Bai Ruyu made a move, they suddenly showed their true colors, and immediately put Bai Ruyu in a passive position. Then, the hidden experts also showed up one after another. So, it really is you, Bai Ruyu? You are very bold. You didn't find a place to hide, but you actually dared to come back to take revenge. You are dead today. This was Bai Mu, a high-ranking member of the Bai family. His strength was around 7-star, and he had just broken through not long ago. When he saw that Bai Ruyu was only a 5-star divine master, he naturally didn't take her seriously. Moreover, there were also 4-star and 5-star people around, so it was only natural that he would take down Bai Ruyu. However, when they exchanged blows, Bai Mu discovered that Bai Ruyu was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Streaks of bloody light flowed continuously, causing these 4- and 5-star divine masters to be unable to resist at all, and they all collapsed in a pool of blood. Even he himself was in a sorry state at the beginning. Since you've awakened your bloodline, I can't tolerate your existence anymore. If it was any other situation, the higher-ups of the Bai family wouldn't care. But now that Bai Ruyu had awakened her bloodline, her future was limitless. Now that he had returned to the Bai family, it was obvious that he was here to train the entire Bai family. Outsiders might not know, but they did. He absolutely could not allow Bai Ruyu to continue growing. Fortunately, Bai Mu was a 7-star martial artist. Bai Ruyu was a 5-star. If they really fought, he would have a certain advantage. It's not that easy to deal with me. There was a loud bang. Bai Ruyu unleashed all of his strength. His treasures, in addition to this secret attack, instantly reached the 6-star level. He was actually fighting Bai Mu, a 7-star divine master from the Bai family. Although he seemed to be at a disadvantage, he wasn't really at a disadvantage. On the contrary, his opponent was gradually at a disadvantage. The injuries on Bai Ruyu's body were increasing, and the injuries on Bai Mu's body were also increasing. The more Bai Mu fought, the more apprehensive he became. As the number of injuries on his body increased, he finally realized how terrifying Bai Ruyu was. If this continued, the entire Bai family wouldn't be able to withstand Bai Ruyu's attacks. Boom! An array diagram quietly opened, and a huge ball of blood appeared in the void. The higher-ups of the Bai family were only 7-star martial artists. When they saw this eye, they instantly fell into a momentary stagnation, and the entire void froze. Then they were killed by Bai Ruyu. This was the strongest treasure that Bai Ruyu could currently use. Blood God's Eye. This was an 8-star treasure. Once it was used, it would be able to explode with an 8-star technique. And the simplest technique of this 8-star was to lock down the void. This was not something that anyone could withstand. At the very least, this 7-star higher-up of the Bai family couldn't withstand it at all. This is the first higher-up of the Bai family. Soon, there will be a second and a third. With one less higher-up of the Bai family, there was naturally a lot of movement. When they came over to check, Bai Ruyu came out again. This time, she directly faced two higher-ups of the Bai family alone. They were both 7-star martial artists. This time, Bai Ruyu was seriously injured, but she still managed to kill the two of them as she wished. This time, 3 of them had died in one go, and the Bai family's family head was furious on the spot. Bai Ruyu, you are courting death. Do you really think that I can't find you? Chapter 51:15. Such a massacre was naturally not a small matter. The Bai family had already lost quite a number of experts, causing many people to turn their attention to the Bai family. Back then, when the Bai family was glorious, it was indeed not a glorious thing for a side branch to jump out. Now that the main branch of the Bai family had found their way here, their first move was a thunderous blow, killing many of the Bai family's higher-ups. It was really a huge slap in the face. Many people had heard of this Bai Ruyu. She was the descendant of the massacre Protoss. After so many years, such a powerful character had appeared. The only thing that made them feel inconceivable was that this Bai Ruyu was truly courageous. He had actually come out again. They heard that she had been captured previously, but in the end, she ran away again. It seemed that she was involved with another force. Therefore, many people paid attention, wanting to see who exactly was standing behind this Bai Ruyu. The slaughtering universe today was not the slaughtering universe of the past. Bai Ruyu's appearance naturally caused a commotion. Bai Nu also saw the person arranged by the higher-ups. It was a middle-aged man who was very cold. You guys are too useless. Just one Bai Ruyu caused such a huge commotion, and so many of your Bai family's disciples died. The higher-ups are very dissatisfied with your way of doing things, so they arranged for me to come here. Wu Hua said coldly. No one cared more about this Bai Ruyu than he did. This was because the higher-ups had named her to capture this Bai Ruyu. Only by capturing her could they find out who exactly was standing behind her. Many people guessed that some forces in the slaughtering universe had colluded with Bai Ruyu to prepare a subversive operation. If it was someone else, it wouldn't matter. However, this Bai Ruyu's words were different. Of course, Bai Nu didn't dare to say much. The person in front of him was someone arranged by the higher-ups, and he himself was a 9-star existence. I'll listen to everything you say, sir. What will we do? Immediately gather the Bai family's experts. I'll personally find this person. With Wu Hua's order, the entire Bai family was mobilized. Bai Nu naturally obeyed the order. He mobilized a lot of experts from the Bai clan. There were as many as 40 to 50 of them. Together with Wu Hua, they chased after Bai Ruyu. This commotion was seen by many people, including Lin Fei. He was not surprised by this at all. He knew it from the moment this Wu Hua expert came over. This time, the higher-ups must have made a move, but they didn't expect that a Bai Ruyu would make them move. He even arranged for a 9-star powerhouse to come over. The 9-star Divine Master was only an early-stage Divine Master, but his strength could not be ignored. Let's see how far Bai Ruyu can go this time. Lin Fei was more or less looking forward to it. He believed that Bai Ruyu would not let him down this time. He controlled the Tenjin Temple to follow them. With the help of a treasure, Wu Hua chased all the way out. Finally, they arrived at a mountain range. This place wasn't very far from the Bai clan's city. It was only a few 100,000 miles away. But it was precisely this place that Bai Nu hated very much. It was no wonder that his people couldn't find any traces of Bai Ruyu hiding in such a place. This Bai Ruyu really had some tricks up her sleeve. Wu Hua waved his hand, and a large array was instantly set up. The void rippled and locked onto a small area. Then, a voice drifted over. That Bai Ruyu is right here. You can make your move now. Wu Hua didn't plan to make a move directly. Instead, he let Bai Nu do it. Bai Nu naturally knew that he had to be the vanguard. Thus, he led his people, activated his treasure, and launched one attack after another. He didn't care about the consequences at all. He had to chase Bai Ruyu out first. The rumbling caused the void to ripple. However, the commotion didn't spread outside. And Bai Ruyu, who had been cultivating in seclusion, also rushed out. The treasure had a strong penetrative ability. Even if she didn't want to come out, the layers of penetrative ability of the treasure made her realize that she had been found. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that you finally found me. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Nu, you traitor. As soon as Bai Ryu came out, she saw Bai Nu, who was the leader. He used to be the leader of the collateral branch of the Bai clan. It turns out that it's really you, Bai Ryu. You didn't find a place to hide. How dare you kill my Bai clan's people? You don't have to leave today. I've already set up a large array here. Let's see how long you can last. Bai Nu's whole face was full of anger and resentment. It was this guy who made the Bai clan lose face again. Everyone was laughing at the Bai clan. So many people couldn't catch Bai Ryu. The experts of the Bai clan, who had been behind her, all attacked in an instant. They were also full of anger. If they didn't catch Bai Ryu, the Bai clan would be a joke. The higher-ups would be greatly disappointed in the Bai clan. In the future, anyone could come and trample on them. Chapter 51:16. The people from the Bai family attacked. The weakest of them was a 7-star expert. Of course, there were also some 8-star experts. Although they wouldn't kill Bai Ryu this time, they would definitely injure her severely. As long as one of them was left alive. After they attacked, Bai Ryu also attacked. Compared to some time ago, Bai Ryu's strength had a great breakthrough. She actually broke through from the 5-star level to the 6-star level. Her moves became even more terrifying. Streaks of blood-colored flowing light shuttled back and forth. She actually withstood the attacks of these people alone. Although she was injured, these 7-star and 8-star experts also felt a certain sense of danger. They had underestimated the power of Bai Ryu. How can Bai Ryu be so strong? Bai Nu had been observing. He also wanted to see how powerful Bai Ryu was. Her moves were actually at the 6-star level. After using the secret technique, her strength increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she reached the peak of 6-star and could use the combat power of 7-star. Most importantly, many of these secret techniques were not learned by Bai Nu. They were the so-called top-notch techniques that only Bai Nu knew when he killed the Lord God in the past. Now, there would be experts from the Bai family dying every time she used her supernatural power. 1 7-star, 2 7-star, 3 7-star, 4 7-star, one by one, the experts fell one after another. There were wounds on Bai Ryu's body. She seemed to have walked out of a pool of blood. Even so, Bai Ryu was still using her supernatural power, killing the experts from the Bai family in fear. Didn't the Bai family want to kill me? Do you want to capture me alive? How dare you come here with such little strength? Bai Nu, do it yourself. They can't do it. When I kill them all, you will be a commander without an army. Bai Ryu's eyes were very cold and her face was very pale. She kept using her secret technique. Her moves became extremely ruthless, but her eyes never left Bai Nu. She even revealed a cruel smile. Swoosh. An 8-star expert was directly beaten to the ground. Bai Ryu was also seriously injured, but she was still holding on. Bai Nu's eyes turned red. The divine masters that he had lost were the elites of the Bai clan, the pillars of the Bai clan. He would be heartbroken if even one of them died. Now that they were dying one after another, the Bai family's strength was greatly damaged. Even if they managed to take down Bai Ryu, the Bai family would be completely affected. He would lose at least 2/3 of his strength. The strength of the entire family. Not far away, Wu Huo stared at Bai Ryu. He was very impressed by her mystic arts. Bai Ryu's main bloodline's pride indeed had limitless potential. Fortunately, he had come. If he had relied on the Bai family's methods alone, it would have been impossible to take down Bai Ryu. Perhaps the entire Bai family would be wiped out by him. It's better if you do it. They can't withstand my attacks at all. Only you can fill me with motivation. Another 8-star expert was sent flying. It was full of scars. His entire person immediately collapsed. Bai family head, since he wants to fight with you so much, you should fight with him. Those people alone won't be able to take him down. At this moment, Wu Huo could naturally tell that although Bai Ryu was full of scars, her injuries were a little serious, and she seemed to be an arrow at the end of its flight. This guy seemed to have mastered many top-notch techniques, and the others weren't a match for him at all. Therefore, Bai Nu was the most suitable person to take action at this moment. It's indeed regretful that I didn't kill you back then. Today, I'll fulfill your wish. At the very least, I'll cripple you completely. All the mystic arts that you mastered belong to the Bai family. It's just the right time to hand them over at once. Bai Nu exploded, and the other Bai family experts retreated. They were already terrified. Even though Bai Ruyu was injured, the combat power that she erupted with was too strong. She crushed them with all kinds of techniques, and they couldn't compare at all. Looking at the 7-star and 8-star experts being killed one by one, they naturally didn't have the courage to continue fighting. It was only when the family head took action that they finally regained a little bit of confidence. No way. Of course, Bai Nu wanted to take down Bai Ruyu as soon as possible and take away all her belongings. If they were to hand over Bai Ruyu, it would be unknown whether they could obtain these methods at that time. Swoosh. In the void, a huge eye emerged. With a swoosh, it penetrated Bai Nu's body. Bai Nu didn't expect that there would be such a powerful technique in such a short period of time. This technique was very terrifying, reaching the level of 9 stars. The power of this technique caused Bai Nu to be seriously injured. Even Wu Hua, who was far away, couldn't help in time. He could only watch Bai Lu being seriously injured. Bai Ruyu, how dare you play tricks? The error-free chapter of Invincible Leveling King will continue to be updated in the new C-Book Pavilion. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please collect and recommend the new C-Book Pavilion. Those who like the Invincible Leveling King, please collect. The Invincible Leveling King New Book Pavilion is the fastest to update. Chapter 5117. Bai Nu was indeed caught off guard. The power of this treasure was extremely strong, and he was severely injured in an instant. Even Wu Hua, who was far away, had to admit that. Bai Ruyu's means were indeed endless. She could still exert such powerful strength when she was seriously injured. No wonder she dared to go against the Bai family alone. Fortunately, he was here this time. Bai family head, your performance disappointed me. You can't even take down such a person. Let me do it myself. Wu Hua shook his head in disappointment. Initially, he wanted to let Bai Nu test the limits of Bai Ruyu. Now, it seemed that he could only do it himself. I still have the strength to fight. Let me try one more time. One more time. I will definitely be able to take her down. Bai Nu was anxious instantly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Beams of cold light penetrated from below. There was blood at the corner of Bai Nu's mouth, and his face turned paler. At this moment, she actually used her means again. This was Bai Ruyu's means again. It seems that you don't have any chance to make a move now. Let me do it. You really disappoint me. Wu Hua waved his hand. Bai Nu rolled out directly. He rolled more than 10 rounds before he stopped. He seemed to be on the verge of death. Although Bai Ruyu's method was simple, its power was boundless. It wasn't something that anyone could withstand. You're really amazing. You have such strength at such a young age, and you can use all kinds of means to unleash 7-star means. You can even seriously injure an 8-star. I really underestimated you. Wu Hua stretched out a hand. As soon as he stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers were like pillars, shaking the void. You'd better obediently come with me now. The gap between us is too big. You're far from being my opponent. As soon as he made his move, Bai Ruyu realized that the gap between him and his opponent was indeed very, very large. Bai Ruyu could seriously injure Bai Nu because of her negligence. If she was prepared, it wouldn't be so easy for Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu wasn't someone who would give up so easily. It's not that easy for you to catch me. Bai Ruyu used her technique again. This time, her technique was even more powerful than before. She blocked the 5 fingers one after another. The huge eye also appeared. Might was also struck down by this hand. A gap is a gap. You will never be able to imagine how far the gap between us is. You will never be able to defeat me. Wu Hua had seen it clearly just now. This Bai Ruyu's means were indeed quite powerful, but it wasn't to the extent that he was afraid of. Now Bai Ruyu was seriously injured. As his palm moved lower and lower, the space became smaller and smaller. In the end, Bai Ruyu would fall into Wu Hua's palm. This was Wu Hua's mystique. Heaven and earth palm. This move wasn't something that just anyone could block. To use such a move against Bai Ruyu, it could be said that he had taken a liking to Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu's moves became more and more ferocious. Her body was covered in blood, her breathing became more and more labored, and her face became paler and paler. He continued to unleash his full strength. Even Wu Hua had to admit that this Bai Ruyu was really going all out. If such a person was allowed to mature, no one would be a match for her. There was a loud bang. A sea of blood instantly appeared around Bai Ruyu. This sea of blood was vast and mighty. Following that, a gigantic shadow appeared. It was a huge palace. A phantom sat in the middle of the palace. When it raised its head slightly, it gave Wu Hua a huge shock. You actually comprehended the Blood Sea Palace that only the Massacre God Lord has. Others might not know the capabilities of the Blood Sea Palace, but Wu Hua knew it very well. He flicked out a flying sword and slashed over. He slashed out with his sword, not letting Bai Ruyu completely grasp it. Back then, this was one of the Massacre God Lord's most powerful techniques. The moment the Blood Sea Palace opened, an endless stream of energy would pour in, allowing the opponent to maintain an invincible position. Within a certain range, everyone's blood and essence would be uncontrollably plundered by the opponent. This was the strength of the Massacre God Lord. Ever since the Massacre God Lord fell, none of his descendants had been able to comprehend the Blood Sea Palace. It was too difficult. One needed to reach the limit in order to comprehend it. At the limit, one would most likely lose their life. But now, this Bai Ruyu actually managed to comprehend it. Just as the sword was about to reach the other party, it was blocked by an invisible layer of defense. Its power grew weaker and weaker, and it instantly shattered into pieces. That Bai Ruyu's entire body was filled with demonic energy. The blood river surged unceasingly. It filled her back. Under my limit, I finally comprehended the Blood Sea Palace. Chapter 51:18. Even Lin Fei felt rather surprised at this moment. Bai Ruyu did not let him down. She actually managed to comprehend a technique that only the Slaughter God Master had under such extreme circumstances. Lin Fei had heard of this technique before. It was extremely difficult. Among the treasures that Lin Fei brought, there were some that could help one comprehend the Blood Sea Palace. As for how high the possibility was, no one knew. Bai Ruyu's transformation had truly shocked Lin Fei. The moment this Blood Sea Palace opened, the surrounding area seemed to have fallen into Bai Ruyu's control. Wu Hua knew this just by looking at him. Hua hua hua. The huge void instantly turned into a whirlpool. The injured Bai family experts could not hold on any longer. In an instant, they turned into streams of blood that flowed into the whirlpool. Following them were the other Bai family experts. In the blink of an eye, these Bai family experts were all wiped out. Even Bai Nu was unable to resist in time after holding on for a moment. He instantly turned into a pool of blood. When Bai Nu sought help, he could not do so at all. Once the whirlpool spread, he could not block it at all. Just looking at Wu Hua, who was not far away, he was also having a hard time resisting. He was still a step too late. If he had known that Bai Ruyu had such thoughts, he definitely would not have been so slow. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. In the end, he had helped Bai Ruyu instead. He had really been deceived. They are all dead. Now it's your turn. The illusory figure in the Blood Sea Palace suddenly opened its eyes and cast a glance over. Wu Hua discovered that 2 streams of blood had instantly pierced through him. He was heavily injured. He was already finding it hard to hold on. With his heavy injuries, he instantly turned into a pool of blood. Without the slightest hesitation, he died immediately. After using this move, Bai Ruyu also fainted. The Blood Sea Palace behind her also disappeared. At this moment, Bai Ruyu had expended all her energy. It was already not easy for her to hold on until now. Lin Fei walked out. He reached out and grabbed Bai Ruyu. Put it in the Tenjin Temple. Leaving just like that after killing Wu Hua, aren't you looking down on us a little too much? A hand stretched out from the void and grabbed at Lin Fei. The death of a 9-star expert in the Bloodshed universe, coupled with the eruption of the Blood Sea Palace, naturally caused some 9-star experts to sense it. Lin Fei raised his hand and welcomed the attack. You won't be able to make a move like this. If you have the ability, come over with your true body and see if I can destroy you or not. After the palm strike, The void crumbled bit by bit, and the hand was directly repelled. Following that, Lin Fei's figure also disappeared. The fluctuations from the Blood Sea Palace spread out. Those 5 stars and 6 stars didn't notice anything at all, but those 7 stars, 8 stars, and 9 stars sensed this aura and were all moved. I seem to have sensed the aura of the Blood Sea Palace, the most powerful existence of the Massacre Protoss back then. This is impossible. Could it be that someone has mastered the Blood Sea Palace? Could it be that Bai Nu? No, I just sense that Bai Nu's aura has disappeared. I also sense that Wu Hua's aura has also disappeared. Could it be that the expert from the Bai family has comprehended the Blood Sea Palace and is back? All the 8 and 9 stars experts had a change of expression. They rushed over to this place. No one was more concerned about this matter than them. At the same time, in one of the sacred grounds of a sect, a figure slowly opened his eyes. He raised his palm slightly and cracks appeared on it. Then he stood up. The Blood Sea Palace has reappeared. It seems that the remaining evil of the Bai family has finally comprehended this most powerful technique. It's a pity that they weren't able to take her down. There is a powerful expert behind her. The bloodshed universe is in trouble. The figure flashed and disappeared. When Bai Ruyu woke up, she found herself in the Tenjin Temple. Her injuries had all recovered. "Since you're awake, come over." Her master's voice rang in her ears. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard. He was waiting for Bai Ruyu to come over. Bai Ruyu's injuries weren't very serious. She had treasures on her that could resist a lot of energy from seeping into her body. One could only say that the Bai family had suffered a huge blow after this battle. It wouldn't be long before they completely disappeared in the river of history. "Thank you, Master. Help me treat my injuries. You've done well. I didn't expect you to comprehend the most powerful technique of the Massacre Protoss. Now, you just need to fight non-stop to consolidate this technique." Lin Fei didn't have much understanding about this. However, he knew that the Massacre Protoss had relied on fighting to achieve it. He also had this world of the Massacre Protoss. Chapter 51-19. The entire world of bloodshed had indeed become very different. The news regarding Bai Ruyu also spread out immediately. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he had comprehended the Divine Master of Massacre's strongest Blood Sea Palace back then and could even summon that phantom image. That was the Blood Sea Palace's strongest existence. It was said that this phantom image would become extremely realistic until the day it completely walked out from the palace. That was invincible in the world. Even though it was just a rumor, no one dared to belittle it. It was because back then, the Divine Master of Massacre had relied on this phantom image to become extremely powerful. It was said that when one cultivated to the extreme, they could fuse with this phantom image, and their strength would increase by leaps and bounds, turning into a truly terrifying existence. The entire world of bloodshed also started to take action. Many people were searching for this Bai Ruyu. Even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground, they had to find her. If this person was not found, the entire place would fall into the Bai clan's hands sooner or later. Right now, there was only one Bai Ruyu, but her strength and potential were all seen clearly. However, no matter how they searched, they still could not find any traces of Bai Ruyu. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. This was a very bad thing. Of course, the news of Bai Ruyu having a powerful expert behind her naturally spread. Many people felt very astonished, but they did not know who it was. Many people guessed that it should be a great faction that had taken a fancy to their world of bloodshed. If that was the case, then it would indeed be quite troublesome. "Master, could it be that I shouldn't go out now? I feel that I've more or less comprehended it and can unleash quite a few powerful attacks." When Bai Ruyu was prepared to go out, Lin Fei stopped her. Lin Fei had been observing this world of bloodshed. The current situation in this world of bloodshed was a little tense. All the experts were searching for Bai Ruyu's traces. As long as Bai Ruyu appeared, countless experts would come over just like that. Lin Fei's intention was to let Bai Ruyu take a breather. That was for the best. Anyway, there was no hurry, not to mention that Lin Fei had a lot of time. Bai Ruyu didn't agree with it after hearing it. Master, I feel that I'm very suitable for fighting now. My combat experience will also become richer and richer. Isn't Master here? If I really encounter any danger, Master will take action and I will be uprooted. Those who commit crimes must be cleaned up. Even though most of the Bai family's experts were killed this time, and even the family lord was killed by Bai Ruyu, this was still not enough. The Bai family still existed, and the entire Bai family had to pay a heavy price. This was Bai Ruyu's most important goal. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. After all, Bai Ruyu's strength had changed a lot. He had already reached the level of a 7-star divine master, but the power that he could unleash was very strong. Ordinary 8 stars wouldn't be a match for him, and only 9 stars would be able to suppress Bai Ruyu. Once Bai Ruyu mobilized the so-called Blood Sea Palace's power, things would become even more different. The current Bai Ruyu was no different from being possessed. This was something that Lin Fei figured out later on. At that time, Bai Ruyu was indeed very different from how she was before. If she wasn't possessed, what else could she be? He didn't expect that the Divine Master Massacre's means were really impressive, to be able to grasp such means. It was just that getting started was too difficult, and not everyone could grasp it. One could only comprehend it under extreme circumstances. In addition, there must be a certain treasure guiding him from the side. Only then would he be able to grasp this means. There were so many Bai family disciples, but only a few managed to grasp the Blood Sea Palace. One could imagine how impressive this means was. Not everyone could grasp it. Then you should go out and have a good fight. I will watch you. Those people also want to see what your master is like. Otherwise, they won't be able to rest easy. Lin Fei more or less knew what Bai Ruyu was thinking. His biggest thought was to overturn the Bai family. It was that simple. Of course, it was the same for other forces. Therefore, Bai Ruyu could be said to have to deal with all the big and small forces in the world of bloodshed alone. Those top forces definitely wouldn't let Bai Ruyu continue to grow. It was inevitable that they would take action. Lin Fei also wanted to have a good fight with these 9 stars. He wanted to see how strong they were. But Bai Ruyu appeared in the outside world. When she came out, she found that she was very close to the Bai family. She was even more shocked by the power of the Tenjin Temple. So many people couldn't find it. It was no wonder that so many people wanted this Tenjin Temple back then. In the end, it fell into the hands of her master. The entire city of the Bai family was basically in a state of shrinking. Their family head and the upper echelons had suffered heavy casualties. At least 2/3 of their strength had been lost. The remaining people were really jittery. No one dared to come out rashly. Boom! The blood-colored stream of light directly blasted the city, and the huge city shook in an instant. Chapter 51:20. The Bai family was indeed in a state of panic. No one expected the remnant of the past to be so powerful. Just one move and the Bai family suffered heavy losses. More than half of the upper echelons were gone. Not to mention the family head. The remaining upper echelons were terrified. Until now, they hadn't found any traces of Bai Ruyu. This was what worried them the most. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be afraid. However, it was different for Bai Ruyu. With Bai Ruyu's temper, she would definitely uproot the Bai family. If they had known that Bai Ruyu was so powerful, they wouldn't have used any underhanded methods. They would have just behaved themselves. Anyone could imagine that as long as nothing happened to Bai Ruyu, she would be a big shot in the future. She would even comprehend the Blood Sea Palace. With the Blood Sea Palace, unless the 9 stars made a move, there was no way to deal with Bai Ruyu. Not to mention the fact that Bai Ruyu had a master behind her. Who knew how strong this teacher was? At the very least, he would be at the 9 stars level. As long as he was at the pinnacle of the 9 stars, it would be even more terrifying. If he was at the full circle of the 9 stars, it would be hopeless. Probably no one in the entire world of bloodshed would be able to defeat him. The loud rumbling instantly alarmed the upper echelons. One by one they flew out. At this time, there was actually someone attacking their city. Could it be someone who wasn't afraid of death? When they came out, they were instantly dumbfounded. It looks like Bai Ruyu is here. That demoness is finally out again. Oh my God, how did she come out? We didn't receive any news at all. Send a message. Inform them to come over. If they don't, then our Bai clan will be completely finished this time. No one can stop Bai Ruyu. When these people saw Bai Ruyu, their first thought wasn't to attack, but to contact them. Only those experts would be able to capture Bai Ruyu. Otherwise, it would be impossible to rely on the few of them. After all, there were not many experts in the Bai family now. There were only 8-star experts. Did an 8-star have the guts? Those who didn't have the guts were all frightened by Bai Ruyu. How could he still have the guts to fight her? Whoosh! A blood-colored stream of light flew in. It really was Bai Ruyu. Wherever Bai Ruyu went, the upper echelons of the Bai clan fell one after another. They couldn't stop her at all. This was a great improvement in strength. Each of the blood-red lights was like a flying sword. They were extremely powerful and could absorb the blood and qi in the opponent's body. His strength had also increased significantly. You didn't expect this, did you? Back then, you betrayed the Bai clan, and now I'm here to avenge you. Don't be afraid. If you dare to do it, you dare to admit it. Another few higher-ups were killed. Our main branch has lost so many people, but you guys didn't even bat an eyelid. If the Bai family didn't exist, how could your branch exist? But you guys didn't know what's good for you and betrayed the main branch. Damn it. Bai Ruyu kept shuttling back and forth. Wherever she went, no one could stop her. One by one, corpses fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, all of the higher-ups of the Bai family were killed, except for them. Bai Ruyu also killed all the potential members of the Bai clan. She didn't show any mercy at all. At this moment, Bai Ruyu didn't show any mercy at all. She attacked and didn't say anything. She killed everyone in the Bai clan, and Lin Fei just watched quietly. Naturally, he could feel Bai Ruyu's feelings. This was what she needed to do at this moment. It could be said that this was a mental demon of Bai Ruyu. If she didn't resolve this mental demon, she would be traumatized for the rest of her life. It was the direct descendant of the Bai clan who betrayed them. If it was something else, it wouldn't be a big deal. But it was different when the branch betrayed them. This was a real stab in the back. One stab directly destroyed the entire main branch of the Bai clan. If it wasn't for them working together, the Bai clan wouldn't have been breached so quickly. At least the casualties wouldn't be that serious. They moved quite fast. There are experts here so soon. But if they come at this time, you guys can only be unlucky. Lin Fei felt a few figures flying over. There were at least dozens of them. These were all 8- and 7-star experts. So far, none of the 9 stars had made a move. After all, these 9 stars also wanted to save face. But it shouldn't be long before they made a move. Lin Fei was even less anxious. Let these people who rushed over first suffer a little first. Who asked them to be so impatient? As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Don't they understand this principle? It could only be said that they were unlucky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the figures quickly approached. They also quickly locked onto Bai Ruyu. They were all 7-star and 8-star experts. At this moment, they were especially excited. Finally, they found Bai Ruyu's whereabouts. The only thing that made them a little unhappy was when did Bai Ruyu appear here. They didn't have any news at all. Chapter 51-21. The 7-star and 8-star experts thought that they could take advantage of the situation. However, when they came over, they realized that they could not take advantage of the situation at all. This was a huge trap. Bai Ruyu's attack caught them off guard. All of them were in a sorry state and could not withstand it at all. The beams of sanguine light were extremely powerful and could even suppress their attacks easily. Most importantly, the sanguine light had a strong penetrative ability. It could penetrate their bodies and plunder their vital energy and blood. Their combat abilities would also become weaker and weaker. Her technique was too terrifying. Most importantly, when the huge whirlpool opened, they felt as though they had fallen into a huge net. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. One by one, the 7-star and 8-star experts were killed. The 7-star and 8-star experts who had yet to make a move in the distance broke out in a cold sweat. They stared intently at the huge blood-colored whirlpool not far away. In the whirlpool, they could vaguely see a palace. That was the famous Blood Sea Palace. If it was any other Blood Sea palace, they naturally would not take it seriously. However, it was different for this one. It was absolutely domineering. If anyone underestimated it or fell into it, there was basically no way to save them. Looking at the current situation, they only knew that. They had never had such a huge reaction. However, this time, they met the descendant of the massacred Divine Master as promised. She was so powerful. After comprehending the Blood Sea Palace, they immediately felt what terror was. What fear and palpitations were. None of them dared to move forward. Even if they were to move a little closer, they could feel the inexplicable lethality. This is too terrifying. How can there be such a powerful person? Killing 7-star and 8-star experts is like killing ants. That's right. Even I can feel the great danger. Fortunately, I came late. It's a pity for those people. Haste makes waste. These people are courting death. They could have gone anywhere else but here. Many people lamented. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to make a move. At the very least, no 7-star or 8-star would dare to go forward. The only ones who could make a move were the 9 stars. Perhaps the 9 stars could defeat Bai Ruyu. The rest could not. Don't tell me those who are spying on us in the dark are still not planning to make a move? If you don't make your move, I'm leaving. So. Beams of cold light came from afar. It was like a meteor shower. In an instant, it enveloped the area where Bai Ruyu was. Bai Ruyu waved her hand, and streams of light flew out of the blood-colored vortex. They collided one after another. Waves of formless energy swept out and the void began to tremble. The people nearby immediately disappeared without a trace, and they all realized one thing. That was when the famous 9-star powerhouse started to make his move. Only they could cause such a huge commotion. Everything else could be put aside. What an arrogant child. I want to see just how much ability you have inherited from the Master Massacre God. An old man walked out. The scepter in his hand was extremely eye-catching. As soon as the scepter moved, it burst out with attacks. Some people recognized who this person was. The Mountain Sea Patriarch is here, a powerful late-stage 9 stars existence. If he makes a move, this Bai Ruyu definitely won't be able to hold on. That's basically the case. The possibility is still very high. Many people knew this Mountain Sea Patriarch. This Mountain Sea Patriarch was very powerful. His Tao of sorcery was very strong and ferocious. In particular, there were a few powerful techniques that ordinary people couldn't possibly defend against. The Mountain Sea Patriarch kept coming over, and his scepter kept moving. A huge black storm directly enveloped the outside of the blood-colored vortex. Then, it kept strangling and attacking. Its power was endless. Even from afar, they could feel its power. Bai Ruyu also activated the blood-colored vortex and easily blocked it. No one expected that this blood-colored vortex would be so powerful that it could even withstand the attack of the Mountain Sea Patriarch. On the contrary, streams of light flew out, and each of them turned into a powerful attack. Although it was only a one-time attack, it made the Mountain Sea Patriarch realize that this guy was a little unusual. You alone aren't enough. There are still 9 stars that haven't come. It won't be that easy to take me down like this. Bai Ruyu sneered. What an arrogant tone. The Mountain Sea Patriarch alone is enough to make you suffer. Since you still want to take me down, I'll fulfill your wish. Another 9 stars appeared. This 9 stars was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he entered the vortex. Wherever he passed, all the surrounding attacks automatically collapsed. This time, Bai Ruyu has no chance at all. That goes without saying. Even the disciple of the Master Destruction is here. I heard that this is one of the top 10 disciples of the Master Destruction. He's exceptionally strong. She can be arrogant against 1 9 stars, but against 2 9 stars, she doesn't have the capital to be arrogant. Chapter 51-22. One Mountain Sea ancestor was already very terrifying. In the end, another disciple of the God of Destruction came. One had to know that the God of Destruction was also one of the top God Masters. His strength was also exceptionally strong. Furthermore, he mainly cultivated the power of destruction. Furthermore, all of his disciples were extremely powerful. Today, one came. As soon as he attacked, he was surrounded by the power of destruction. Every beam of destructive power formed a black dragon, and wherever the black dragon passed, a hole would be torn open. Charge in. Bai Ruyu also felt the pressure at this moment. She also mobilized the power of the Blood Sea Palace. If it was just the Mountain Sea ancestor, it wouldn't be too much pressure, but this disciple of the god of destruction was different. The power of destruction was permeable. Even the power of blood of Bai Ruyu was limited. It was hard to resist. It kept collapsing. The means that Bai Ruyu mastered were not as powerful as when she was at her peak. If she was really that powerful, these few god masters would be able to easily suppress her. The two of them made Bai Ruyu feel the pressure. Even so, Bai Ruyu still persisted for a long time. Although she was injured, it also made the disciples of the Mountain Sea God and the God of Destruction feel a little helpless. Of course, it was mostly killing intent. Such a person must not be allowed to live. She had such combat strength at such a young age and could even fight a few rounds with the Blood Sea Palace. If she became stronger and stronger, they wouldn't be able to defeat her at all and might even end up in a draw. In the future, she would definitely overtake them. Such a person must not be allowed to live, so their killing intent was cold. What? A figure appeared behind Bai Ruyu without any warning. She didn't know when this guy would appear. He just appeared in an instant. Even Bai Ruyu didn't notice it herself. Then, the other party slapped Bai Ruyu's body. The jade-white Blood Sea Palace instantly showed signs of instability. Following that, the illusory figure opened its eyes. The black figure disappeared and the attack missed. Just like that, Bai Ruyu was completely different from before. His injuries had also worsened. Bai Ruyu, I want to see how long you can last after being hit by my trick. A voice came from all directions. No one knew exactly where he was, but everyone knew that this figure was the famous Dark Shadow King. This guy was also a top-notch assassin. Not everyone could withstand his attack. This time, no one severely injured Bai Ruyu. She was only injured. This caused everyone to experience another round of surprise. 3 9-stars had made a move. Even the Dark Shadow King had used such a technique, but they had not managed to injure Bai Ruyu. It also made everyone realize what it meant by 7-star and 8-star were like ants. In front of Bai Ruyu, it was indeed powerless. In the dark, Lin Fei observed silently. There were still quite a number of 9-stars powerhouses lurking in the dark. They seemed to be observing, but they were more concerned about the mysterious expert behind Bai Ruyu. If not, they would have made a move long ago. Looking at the time, it's about time for me to make a move. If I don't, my disciple won't be able to hold on. Lin Fei moved his body. He knew that this was the time for him to make a move. If he didn't, these 9 stars would not be able to hold it in. Just like the Dark Shadow King. Lin Fei did not stop her. He just wanted to let Bai Ruyu experience the gap between them. He was indeed very strong now. It was indeed easy to kill 7-star and 8-star. However, it was difficult to meet 9 stars. He still had a long way to go from 7-star to 8-star to 9 stars. Unless he refined the Blood Sea Palace further. Otherwise, it would be difficult to improve his strength. The Dark Shadow King made a move again. This time, his attack was sharper than before. There was no trace of him. It also made Bai Ruyu feel a sense of danger. She could not sense his presence because his speed was too fast. In an instant he changed his position countless times. She could not grasp his real body. It was the same even if he controlled the surrounding Blood Sea. It was as if the other party could easily avoid it. Don't resist. You definitely won't be as lucky as the previous time. The Dark Shadow King admitted that he had underestimated Bai Ruyu. Swoosh! A figure was sent flying. He landed outside with a heavy thud. A large part of the void also collapsed, causing many 7-stars and 8-stars to be secretly shocked. Of course, most of them were 9 stars in the depths of the void. All of them were instantly energized. The expert behind Bai Ruyu had finally appeared. Even the Dark Shadow King did not notice him and was sent flying. This person seemed to be quite powerful. Then they saw a young figure walking out. He was dressed in a black robe. His age was really a little ridiculous. How could there be such a young guy? For a moment, they doubted their eyes. Was this the expert behind Bai Ruyu? Chapter 51:23. As soon as this black-robed man came out, Mountain Sea Patriarch and the other powerhouse stopped. Their gazes fell on this black-robed young man, because they all knew that this was the person behind Bai Ruyu. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't care much. However, this person's words were different. This person was filled with mystery from head to toe. In the void, figures instantly fell on this black-robed young man. This person is very strange. I don't know where he came from. I know some of the powerful powerhouses in our universe, and I also know the younger generation, but I really don't know this person. It doesn't matter if we know him or not. Anyway, since this guy has come out, we can catch him. Many people had been thinking about the person behind Bai Ruyu for a long time. Unfortunately, this person had never shown up. Now that he had shown up, it was different. Some methods could also be used. So you're the person behind Bai Ruyu. You really dare to show up? Mountain Sea Patriarch stared at him coldly. It's better for someone like you to report your name, lest you implicate the entire force behind you. After all, our world of bloodshed will not allow someone like you to exist. The two of them also wanted to measure how strong this black-robed young man was. My disciple said that the two of you can't do it alone. It's the same in front of me. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a powerful force directly swept over. Nothing was useful. Pure power. Violent and domineering. The expressions of Mountain Sea Patriarch and the other 9 stars powerhouse changed, and a mighty force swept over. In an instant, the two of them were in the middle of this attack. All the defensive treasures and armors were activated in an instant. In an instant, a crashing sound could be heard. The two of them directly fell into the distance, hundreds of thousands of miles away. With such strength, you can't even take down my disciple. How dare you stand in front of me? I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. One by one, the 9 stars powerhouses in the void came out. They were shocked. This black-robed young man seemed to be much stronger than they had imagined. Little White can rest for a while. Leave the rest to me. Anyway, they have been thinking about it for a long time. It's just as they wish. Lin Fei's voice was not very loud, but these people heard it clearly. In the blink of an eye, more than 29 stars powerhouses appeared. There were quite a few lineups like that. After all, they wouldn't allow people like Bai Ruyu to exist. Back then, the God Lord of Massacre had once unified this world. So they all came over. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people behind Bai Ruyu, they would have made their move long ago. Now they finally got their wish. You're indeed quite strong. If I'm not mistaken, you're at least a late-stage 9 stars existence, or even a peak existence. You're making a move in the world of bloodshed. Aren't you stretching your hands too far? A tall figure walked over. This figure was like the leader of the crowd, filled with an imposing aura. Bai Ruyu's eyes had also turned blood red. Xinyuan Gate. God Lord Long River. These words were uttered through gritted teeth. He stared coldly at her. His entire body was trembling quite a bit. Back then, it was the Xinyuan Gate that led everyone to attack the Bai family, causing the Bai family to be removed from this world in a short period of time. The disciples of the Bai family were either killed, injured, or captured. As for Bai Ruyu, she was lucky enough to escape. All the grudges, old and new, were added together. This naturally caused Bai Ruyu to hate them. Hating the Bai family was one thing, but the Xinyuan Gate was another. This was also the target that Bai Ruyu had to make a move on no matter what. So you know my name. That's perfect. Since the two of you have come together, come to our Xinyuan Gate as guests. Our Xinyuan Gate hasn't welcomed outsiders in a long time. God Lord Long River laughed, but his gaze was fixed on the black-robed young man. Only the black-robed young man made him feel pressured. This was because he couldn't see through this guy. He could guarantee that this guy definitely came from another world, and this world was very likely a high-level world. Or perhaps a top-tier world. Only this kind of authority could make it difficult for others to see through him. Other than your Xinyuan Gate, I wonder who else participated back then? I hope that all of you can come out obediently so that I don't have to look for you one by one. That's a waste of time. Lin Fei raised his head and swept his gaze across everyone. His gaze became provocative. This caused the 9 Stars Godlords to feel a little strange. This young guy's temper was quite bad. Didn't he know that he could easily offend all of them by acting like this? The Black Mist Gate has made a move. The Big Dipper Gate. One figure after another stepped out, as if they didn't think that this black robe guy had any tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 51-24. There were still many people who stood out. After all, they were all 9 Stars powerhouses and represented various factions behind them. Back then, they joined forces to deal with the Bai family because the Divine Lord of Massacre was not around. Since he was not around, they would definitely divide up the Bai family. Unfortunately, they did not eliminate the root of the problem. This Bai Ryu was the best proof. If they had known that this Bai Ryu had such talent, they would have done everything they could to kill Bai Ryu. Unfortunately, they could only watch first. This black-robed young man was a little mysterious. They did not know which faction he came from. Therefore, they had to test him again. But at the very least, it was impossible for this Bai Ryu to leave the bloodshed world again. They would definitely not let Bai Ryu leave. If they really let Bai Ryu leave, then their bloodshed world would welcome Bai Ryu's revenge sooner or later. This guy controlled the Blood Sea Palace. It was obvious that he would be given time and resources. The power of controlling the Blood Sea Palace would become stronger and stronger. When the time came, the power that erupted would become stronger and stronger. This was one of the reasons why they were afraid. If they could learn some experience from this or walk this path, comprehending the Blood Sea Palace was also a way. They still valued this Bai Ryu quite a bit. But now that there was this young black-robed man, it was naturally a little different. No matter what, they had to deal with this black-robed man first. We have all stood out. I wonder how you plan to deal with us? Although you were able to severely injure the 2 of them just now, we are different from them. Do you want us to do it ourselves, or do you want to come with us? This is the best result. All of them burst out laughing. No one was calmer than them. No matter how powerful this young man was, could he be more powerful than them? Lin Fei raised his head and looked around. He found that almost everyone had stood up. These people were all involved in the matter back then. These people should be right? Everyone has a share. This was naturally Lin Fei asking Bai Ryu. Bai Ryu nodded, her eyes filled with hatred. None of these figures would be forgotten. Back then, some of them had participated. Now, their strength had reached the level of 9 stars. However, back then, they were not at this level of strength. They were only at the middle level of strength. It's them. Even if they turn into ashes, I will remember them clearly for the rest of my life. Lin Fei turned his gaze back. Then I'm very happy to say, welcome to my world. Clatter, clatter. One by one, the primordial spirits walked out. Even though there were only 10 primordial spirits, a massive array instantly enveloped the area as soon as they entered the void. Once the Great Array was activated, these 9 Stars powerhouses instantly felt that something was wrong, because their strength was unknowingly being beaten down. His original realm of 9 stars instantly turned into the realm of 7 stars. The stronger ones were around 8 stars, and they had been beaten down by an entire realm. Everyone's face was filled with panic. What's going on? Can someone tell me what's going on here? Why did my cultivation drop by a level? Just what kind of great array is this? I've never seen my strength before, but it just knocked away a level. Even Xianyuan Gate's god Lord Long River was the same. He had also lost quite a bit of his strength, barely reaching the level of peak 8 stars. This was a huge difference from before. His pupils constricted. A primordial spirit array. This is the legendary technique of the Samsara Emperor. You are a descendant of the Samsara Emperor. God Lord Long River was more or less knowledgeable. At this moment, he realized the origin of this great array. If it were anything else, God Lord Long River would not have been able to immediately recognize it. But now, it was different. He could recognize it at a glance. This was the technique of the Samsara Emperor. It was said that when he was at his peak, Not just anyone could block the Samsara array once it was activated. He would lose quite a bit of his strength. He would be like an ant that could be obliterated. These scoundrels tried to deal with you in the past, but now, I've knocked away 10% of their strength. You can attack now and properly deal with them. In any case, they won't be able to put up any resistance. Lin Fei smiled at Bai Ru. God Lord Long River and the other 9-star experts felt a chill envelop their bodies. A level of strength had been knocked away, and some had even lost more than a level. Their strength was not much higher than that of Bai Ru's. Most importantly, they could not erupt with the fighting power of 9-star experts. This was the most critical factor. And they had all witnessed Bai Ru's power. If they were to fight, they had no chance of winning. Thank you, Master. I will definitely kill them all. Not a single one of them will survive my hands. Bai Ru's hatred reached the heavens. With a whoosh, she charged in. There's no need for you to struggle. You simply can't get out. Once my Samsara ray activates, you can properly enjoy this gift. Chapter 51-25. They, the 9 stars, had never imagined that this would happen. In the end, it would turn out like this. This black-robed young man had actually used a technique of the Samsara Emperor. This was the famous Primordial Soul Array. The moment this Primordial Soul Array was activated, it had truly stunned them. All of their strength had been suppressed. Even the strongest of the Xinyuan Gate's God Lord Long River felt helpless. More than that, he felt apprehension. Their strength had been suppressed. If they wanted to regain it, they had to break through the Primordial Soul Array. That was the only way they could recover to their previous strength. Otherwise, if Bai Ru attacked, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop her. Just as these thoughts were running through their minds, someone barged in for the kill. It was Bai Ru. If it was just the black-robed young man, they might not be able to resist, but if it was Bai Ru, they might be able to turn the tables. At the same time, their faces were filled with helplessness. Everyone, let's go all out. I don't believe that this Bai Ru is that strong. Take her in our hands. Let's see what else he has to say. That's right, just like that. All of them went crazy. Now that their strength had been suppressed, their only target was Bai Ru. Just now, they had tried to attack the Samsara Primordial Soul, but the Samsara Primordial Soul was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared into the void, no longer existing. They could clearly sense it, but they couldn't attack it. It was clear that this was a powerful spatial technique. They had heard that the Samsara Emperor was extremely strong in the past, but they didn't think much of it. Now they had finally seen it for themselves. Once the array was activated, it would be very difficult to deal with. Unless they were extremely strong, but they were only 9 stars. 9 stars were considered strong, but their 9 stars were somewhat weak. It was truly a tragic matter. Streaks of blood-red light instantly shot towards them. Everyone had a share of it. Of course, the focus was on God Lord Long River of the Xinyuan Gate. His gaze was fixed on the black-robed young man. In the blink of an eye, his gaze landed on Bai Ru. Just as everyone had said, they had to take down this Bai Ru first. Perhaps this could even make the other party hesitate in taking action. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Lin Fei just watched quietly. This was the first time he had used it after mastering the Great Circle of Samsara. It looked like it was pretty good. At the very least, he had suppressed the strength of these 9 stars powerhouses. Now it all depended on Bai Ru. Whether or not they could kill Bai Ru, they could only kill her with their own hands to vent the anger in their hearts. This was also the reason why Lin Fei used the reincarnation primordial spirit. Lin Fei had the ability to kill all these 9 stars. After all, no matter how strong they were not as strong as him. However, it was quite boring to kill them like this. It was better to let Bai Ru do it herself. In a confined space, a certain amount of strength was restricted. That was quite an interesting thing. Bai Ru, even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. You only killed a primordial spirit of mine. My main body will definitely come to take revenge. And that black-robed young man, you won't be able to escape either. None of them could stop Bai Ru. After all, Bai Ru's strength could be said to be invincible among those of the same realm, And this was also true for those of a higher realm. The Blood Sea Palace was very powerful. Such a powerful technique was not something that just anyone could withstand. In the blink of an eye, these 9 stars powerhouses were killed one by one. All the treasures fell into Bai Ruyu's hands. Her mind was completely focused on God Lord Long River. God Lord Long River, you never thought that there would be a day when I would be able to kill you here. The others were all killed. God Lord Long River knew that Bai Ruyu was very strong. If they fought to the end, the one to die would be him. What a pity for this main body. That's right, this time it was only his main body. He had never taken this Bai Ruyu seriously. But he had never imagined that there would be a black-robed young man behind her. And it was his master. He had used the Samsara Emperor's technique right from the get-go, instantly suppressing his main body. Now that he thought about it, he really did suffer a loss. Unlike some of the 9 stars, his primordial spirits weren't that damaged. Your Excellency is truly very strong, but you alone have offended all of us. There will be no place for you in the entire world of slaughter. God Lord Long River was extremely indifferent at this moment. With just a few words, the main body exploded. A torrent of energy rolled out, but as soon as it rolled out, it was compressed back by a force. It turned into a ball and landed in Lin Fei's hand. You actually decided to self-destruct, but this is only the beginning. The ball of energy in Lin Fei's hand disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. How is it? Happy now? Chapter 51-26. There were so many 9 stars experts, but only Bai Ruyu was there. Many forces had indeed sensed this. These forces had all sent out 9 stars experts. However, as the auras of these 9-star powerhouses disappeared one by one, these forces were instantly shocked. Especially after the reincarnation formation appeared, all the forces were shocked. He immediately recognized that this was the famous reincarnation formation of the Reincarnation Emperor. In this formation, one's strength could be suppressed. It was said that when one reached the peak, one reincarnation would be able to take away all the strength of one's entire life. Although this statement was ridiculous, the Samsara Emperor's means were indeed very powerful. This time, everyone wanted to take down Bai Ruyu. However, it seemed that taking down Bai Ruyu was much more difficult than they had imagined. Most importantly, the 9 stars experts had all been killed. After the forces returned, they were instantly moved. All of a sudden, everyone's thoughts became a little different. No one knew where this young man in a black robe came from. Moreover, no one knew how strong this fellow was. For a moment, no one dared to make a move. After all, such a strong existence would definitely be troublesome. If they joined forces to make a move, once the Samsara formation was activated, they would be shaken down again. By then, it would be their primordial spirits that would die. These days, it was not easy to cultivate an primordial spirit. Moreover, some people only had one primordial spirit. If they did not have this primordial spirit, they did not dare to imagine what it would be like. Therefore, the situation became very normal. However, the bloodshed world was in a state of apprehension. These guys are not very brave. Lin Fei really hoped that all of them would make a move. Unfortunately, these guys were all afraid. After all, the 9 stars experts had been directly suppressed and their strength had been killed by Bai Ruyu. If word of this got out, it would be very embarrassing. Their originally united formations suddenly had many cracks. Master, what should we do now? Should I fight them one by one? If that's the case, we can annihilate all of them. Bai Ruyu did vent a lot of anger in her heart. Even God Lord Long River's main body had died here, let alone the other 9 stars. Overall, she was very satisfied with this trip. The rest was to slowly cook the frog. Get rid of them slowly. The way Bai Ruyu looked at her master, Lin Fei, became even more worshipful. It was a kind of fanatical worship. That's up to you. Are you really going to destroy them all? Or should we take in a portion, destroy a portion, and integrate the world of slaughter? Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't get too involved in this kind of thing. If Bai Ruyu wanted to participate, she should be the one to do it. Whether they were all wiped out or not, it was Bai Ruyu's own business. For a time, Bai Ruyu was lost in thought. Indeed, he only had thoughts of revenge, but now that he heard what his master said, Bai Ruyu was more or less confused and at a loss. She didn't know what choice she should make. Master, I really don't know how to choose. I want to destroy them, but the world of slaughter was created by our Bai family's experts, and it has even been upgraded. Bai Ruyu's current state was indeed quite chaotic. She really didn't know what choice to make. Both the palm and the back of the hand were flesh, and it wasn't easy to make a move. Lin Fei said, "Since you can't figure out what you should do now, there's no harm in waiting for a few days. The situation will become clear by then. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be people among them who will come to rely on you first." Rely on me? Bai Ruyu was stunned. But I killed some of their experts, and I even killed the primordial spirits of the 9 stars, as well as their main bodies. Lin Fei shook his head. This is a world of benefits. As long as there's benefits, they will naturally make the right choice, unless there's something wrong with their brains. In the end, Bai Ruyu still listened to his master's words and decided to observe the situation first. After more than 10 days, a figure really found their temporary cave abode. Lin Fei didn't conceal the temporary cave abode at all. All the 9 stars experts could find it. After all, Lin Fei had more or less left some clues and traces. It wasn't difficult to find this place, unless Lin Fei really didn't want others to find it. Then they really wouldn't be able to find it, but now it was easy. Someone's coming. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Bai Ruyu's heart shook. I know him, he's from the 9 stars sect. She recognized him at a glance. The top 5 forces in the world of slaughter. Isn't that right? As long as there are benefits, they will naturally come. In the current world of slaughter, whether they can survive or not depends on your words. Of course, it also depends on Master's attitude. Chapter 51:27. What was going on with this 9 stars gate? It couldn't be clearer. They were here to curry favor. Of course, they were here to curry favor. However, they weren't so direct. They were here to seek forgiveness from Bai Ruyu. This was a very good move. Apart from this, they also returned some of the things that the Bai family had brought out to Bai Ruyu. The meaning behind their words was very simple. That was to rely on Bai Ruyu and become a part of the external forces. If it was just a 9 stars gate, it wouldn't be much. After that, more forces appeared one after another. These forces were very simple. That was standing behind Bai Ruyu. They were all smart people, so they were able to see through it. Bai Ruyu's master was definitely a terrifying existence. She could even suppress a 9 stars expert. If they were to fight, even a few 9 stars might not be her opponent. It was highly likely that Bai Ruyu's master was in existence at the peak of the 9th star realm. As for whether or not she was a 10 stars expert, that was another matter. No matter what, a full circle expert was definitely very terrifying. Even the strongest Xinyuan gate in this world might not be able to handle it. Bai Ruyu finally understood what her master meant by those words. There was indeed a relationship of interests in this slaughtering world. Now, the other 9 stars experts were moved. Their thinking was very simple. That was, they needed to find a new backer. In the past, they had always followed the lead of the Xinyuan school. After experiencing this commotion, he naturally had a new choice. That was to choose Bai Ruyu. As long as Bai Ruyu had such a powerful master behind her, Xinyuan Gate wouldn't be able to do anything. In the end, it was obvious who would win or lose. They could also make a choice. In the end, Bai Ruyu made a very rational choice. That was to listen to his master's words and incorporate all of these forces into his organization, forming a slaughter palace. As for why it was given such a name, Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. It seemed that his registered disciple, Bai Ruyu, was indeed quite different. She had quite a personality. From these 3 words, it could be seen that this small world had undergone a huge change. At the very least, a purge was inevitable. Lin Fei didn't say anything about it. In fact, after Bai Ruyu took control of these forces, the first thing she did was to clean them up. He swept through everything in his way. All the forces, big and small, prostrated themselves. He chose to submit to them. The number of 9 stars and 8 stars experts behind him had also started to increase. They were all convinced. After all, Bai Ruyu's methods were quite fierce. Not to mention Lin Fei behind him. Although they hadn't seen Lin Fei make a move, as long as they weren't stupid, they knew what was going on. In less than half a month, the entire slaughter world was in a mess. How could those top forces withstand his attacks? During this period, Lin Fei made a total of 3 moves. Each time he made a move, he suppressed the 9 stars experts. It was the same even if there were 3 to 5 9 stars experts. It was the same even if it was a sex array. None of them could withstand the power of Lin Fei's hands. This also made everyone more certain that the ability of this young man in a black robe had definitely reached the level of 9 stars great perfection. He pushed all the way from the south all the way to the left. Wherever they went, there was almost no one who could stop the attacks of the Massacre Palace. And Bai Ruyu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei saw everything. He also knew that Bai Ruyu seemed to have changed a lot. He felt that Bai Ruyu's path was actually quite right. Under such circumstances, Bai Ruyu's ability actually had a breakthrough and directly reached the level of 8 stars. Even Lin Fei was surprised. It seemed that this Bai Ruyu could only grow in these slaughters. Every time he attacked, he would take the lead, and his ability was also the most ferocious. This kind of progress really shocked the others. Lin Fei estimated that after he left, Bai Ruyu would be able to reach the level of 9 stars. After reaching the level of 9 stars, the power of the Blood Sea Palace would be stronger and stronger. At that time, the explosive power would be enough to reach the level of 9 stars great perfection. Lin Fei still had this little bit of judgment. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At least after he left, he could rest assured. With the ability of 9 stars great perfection, he could basically rest easy. As long as he fought steadily, basically no one would be able to take down Bai Ruyu. Not to mention that he was still standing behind her. Master, you will reach the territory of Xianyuan Gate tomorrow. I don't think the Xianyuan Gate would be so willing to admit defeat. I'm afraid they have invited some experts. I'll have to trouble Master to make another move. Bai Ruyu had indeed changed a lot. However, standing in front of Lin Fei, she returned to her previous appearance. She was no longer cold in front of outsiders. She looked like a female palace master. It was more appropriate to call her a female devil. This is a small matter. After settling things here, is Master going to leave? Chapter 51:28. Did Bai Ruyu really have such a feeling? How did you know that I'm leaving? You're pretty smart to have guessed it so quickly. To be honest, Lin Fei was preparing to leave, but he wasn't ready to tell Bai Ruyu yet. As long as Bai Ruyu integrated this world, Lin Fei would naturally prepare to leave. With Bai Ruyu's current strength, it shouldn't be too much trouble to improve, not to mention the strength of a 9 stars full circle. Together with the Blood Sea Palace, her combat power would be very strong. Anyone who wanted to make a move would have to think about it first. Would it be worth it to make a move? Doesn't Master know about a girl's 6th sense? It's very accurate. I just feel that Master is going to leave. Bai Ruyu's feelings were very complicated. If it wasn't for Master, she wouldn't have improved her strength so quickly and even comprehended the Blood Sea Palace. She would have improved her strength as well. Now, most of the Slaughterside's world was in her hands, and she even established the Slaughter Palace. Everything was all thanks to his Master. Without Master, she was nothing. Therefore, from the bottom of her heart, she naturally didn't want Master to leave so soon. She hoped that she could stay here, at least for a few more days. I almost forgot, your 6th sense is indeed very strong. But don't worry, I'll only leave after you integrate this world. When Master has a place to stay, I'll definitely tell you. Lin Fei's words were true. Until now, he hadn't found a place to stay. After all, he wasn't sure where he wanted to go. Even if he brought Bai Ruyu along, it might not be a good thing. It was better to let Bai Ruyu stay here. What you need to do is to continuously improve your strength. After all, your cultivation method is different from others. The stronger you cultivate, the further you can go. Do you understand? Bai Ruyu listened to these words seriously. She knew that Master was saying it for her own good. In another place, it was the Xianyuan Gate. The Xianyuan Gate was in a state of panic. The number of people inside had also increased. These were the experts of some sections. They were either 8 stars or 9 stars. They were all gathered at the Xinyuan Gate. No one knew better than them that this battle was inevitable. The most important thing now was how to stop Bai Ruyu. Now, Bai Ruyu had already taken control of the south. It was only a day away from the Xinyuan Gate, and they had already received the news. So, whether they could hold on or not depended on the Xinyuan Gate. The head of the Xinyuan Gate was also very helpless. Back then he had only done a small thing. He didn't expect that after so many years, Bai Ruyu would finally come back. If it was just Bai Ruyu, it wouldn't matter. However, her master was too powerful. The first move was the Reincarnation Emperor's technique, which could suppress a person's strength. It was also the technique that allowed Bai Ruyu to kill so many 9 stars, not to mention Divine Lord Long River. The news brought back by Divine Lord Long River, coupled with Bai Ruyu's subsequent actions, made them realize that this battle was indeed inevitable. The most important thing was how to win this battle. Naturally, Bai Ruyu wasn't a threat at all. Only the black-robed young man was the most terrifying. Those of the older generation had more or less heard of the Reincarnation Emperor's methods. Only the younger generation hadn't heard of it. The Reincarnation Emperor's greatest strength was his ability to suppress a person. At his peak, the moment the reincarnation array appeared, everyone's strength would be reduced to the same level. It would directly attack. Even the primordial spirit couldn't avoid it. It would directly attack the primordial spirit through the trace of connection with the original body. Back then, the Reincarnation Emperor was extremely powerful. It could be said that he was one of the top. Although he wasn't the strongest among the top, he was still in existence that others couldn't do anything about. Sectmaster, that Bai Ruyu is only a day away from us. They will definitely arrive tomorrow. What should we do? Do we really have to fight? If we really fight, we don't know how we're going to get past that black-robe young man. Are we going to invite the old ancestor? Or should we invite the forces from other worlds to help us mediate? That guy is most likely a 9 stars perfected. He didn't do much from the start, but his strength is like a mountain. All of them looked at the sect master not far away. At this moment, only the sect master could make the best choice. Their Xinyuan school was indeed very strong, but this time, they had encountered an even stronger existence like Bai Ruyu, which naturally made them feel incomparable pressure. Back then, they had plundered a large number of resources and techniques from the Bai family. Now Bai Ruyu was here. It was as if the Xinyuan Gate's doomsday was coming. They didn't have a shred of confidence because they had all seen the black-robed young man's techniques with treasures. Don't worry. I've already invited someone else to hold the fort. We won't let that Bai Ruyu succeed. The error-free chapter of Invincible King of Upgrade will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like the Invincible King of Upgrade, please collect. The Invincible King of Upgrade mobile game bar updates the fastest. Chapter 5129. A new ray of sunlight shone over. It was not a good day. In fact, it was not a very good day. Because Bai Ruyu finally brought her men to a place not far from Xinyuan Gate. The entire mountain gate was presented in front of Bai Ruyu's eyes. Bai Ruyu looked at the huge palace and the densely packed figures. She was quite excited. He had finally brought his men back to kill his way back. Back then, it was Xinyuan Gate who led the charge. If it wasn't for Xinyuan Gate, there wouldn't be so many things happening. At that time, although Bai family didn't have old ancestor Bai, the so-called massacre god, the overall strength of Bai family was still very strong. It was because Xinyuan Gate found the collateral relatives of Bai family and used all sorts of methods to break through the Bai family. The Bai family was caught unprepared. Bai Ruyu lost her parents and everything else in that incident. If she hadn't met her master, she didn't dare to imagine what would have happened to her. Perhaps she would have died a long time ago. Now, she could finally bring her men back for revenge. Scum of Xinyuan Gate, come out and die. If you come out now, I can spare your life. If I step into Xinyuan Gate, all of you will die. No one can save you. At this moment, Bai Ruyu's voice also became incomparably loud. Just like that, it filled the sky above Xinyuan Gate. No matter who heard this voice, they would be able to feel the strong chill in it. Even the disciples of the Xinyuan sect were all cowering in fear at this moment. They didn't dare to say anything. Even the elders were the same. At this moment, they really didn't dare to make any movements. They knew that Bai Ruyu wasn't very strong, but she was known to be invincible in the same realm. She could even fight across realms. This wasn't a joke. Moreover, Bai Ruyu's strength had risen to 8-star. This way, her strength would be even stronger. It also made them realize how terrifying the Bai family's bloodline was, especially after they comprehended the Blood Sea Palace. Bai Ruyu's strength climbed layer by layer. She had really undergone a great transformation. There really was no harm if there was no comparison. After Bai Ruyu's voice spread, several figures flew out. After reaching a certain distance, he stopped. Among them was God Lord Long River, whom Bai Ruyu was most familiar with. Other than that, there was another person with the strongest aura. Bai Ruyu's pupils contracted slightly and she knew who this person was. That was the owner of the Xinyuan Gate, Lord Tran Yuan. Lord Tran Yuan was different. He was a 9 stars perfected being and was considered very strong. If it weren't for his strength, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the others. However, this time, he had encountered a powerful character. Lord Tran Yuan's gaze instantly fell on a figure. This figure was none other than Lin Fei. He could indeed sense that the other party's aura was very dangerous. However, he couldn't tell what the other party's realm was. This made him understand the severity of the situation. Bai Ruyu, you're quite bold. Do you really think that you can go against my Xinyuan Gate just because you've taken in so many people and forces? Lord Tran Yuan's gaze then fell on Bai Ruyu. Although Bai Ruyu was young, Lord Tran Yuan could tell that Bai Ruyu's physique was very strong. Especially after gaining control of the Blood Sea Palace, her strength continued to climb. Perhaps in less than a decade or two, she would truly become a perfected 9 stars perfected being. At that time, she would be invincible among those in the same realm. Perhaps only 10 stars would be able to suppress her. The number of such experts in the entire universe could be counted on one's fingers. Every one of them was cultivating in seclusion. Therefore, a perfected 9 stars perfected being was already very powerful. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll make you pay with your blood today, especially you, old thing. Bai Ruyu activated the Blood Sea Palace behind her and slashed with her blood saber. As the blood saber swept across, the entire void instantly split open. However, just as it was about to reach the Xinyuan Gate, a huge formation appeared. A huge array formation appeared, with many towering pillars supporting the heavens and the earth. There were actually 81 of these pillars that could support the heavens and the earth, reaching straight into the clouds. It withstood Bai Ruyu's saber. If our Xinyuan Gate was so easy to deal with, then it wouldn't be the Xinyuan Gate. Even though it was a simple saber, Lord Tran Yuan could tell that it was very powerful. It could even absorb a certain amount of vitality. It was a very strange saber technique. This was the massacre saber technique of the Lord God of Massacre. It was said that each saber could absorb vitality. Once blood was drawn, the injuries would worsen, not to mention the Blood Sea Palace behind her. Sir, you brought Bai Ruyu to attack our Xinyuan Gate. Have you forgotten the background behind our Xinyuan Gate? Chapter 5130. The formation of the Xinyuan Gate was very powerful. At least after Bai Ruyu's attack, it was completely broken up. The head of the Xinyuan Gate also looked over. The important target was the young man in the black robe. It was said that the young man in the black robe was called Lin Fei. He was the #1 enemy. Bai Ruyu could only stand aside for now. You should have heard my disciples' words. Disband the Xinyuan Gate. If you all come out obediently, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, there is no need for the Xinyuan Gate to exist. On the other side, everyone in the Xinyuan Gate, including the senior elders, was furious. The Xinyuan Gate had dominated this world for a long time. No one had ever dared to talk to them like that. Even though Bai Ruyu made such a big noise, they only felt that Bai Ruyu was not as big of a threat as they imagined. On the contrary, the young man was the biggest threat. Now, when they heard those words, they only felt that the young man was arrogant and overbearing. They felt quite uncomfortable in their hearts. In that case, you must be the enemy of the Xianyuan Gate. You should know that there are many people behind the Xianyuan Gate. If they start a fight, I'm afraid that you will not be able to bear it. The same goes for the forces behind you. The people on Bai Ruyu's side naturally hoped to have a big fight. They had gained a lot of things along the way. Now they could finally face the Xianyuan Gate. The attitude of the Xianyuan Gate also shocked them. It seemed that the Xianyuan Gate was also very afraid. Afraid of who? Of course, they were afraid of Bai Ruyu's master, who was the young man in the black robe. Many of them had never seen such an attitude in their lives. Today they all saw it. The leader of the Xianyuan Gate also became very polite. If it was in the past, he would have already rushed out to attack. Nobody could withstand his attack. I know that Xianyuan Gate is very powerful, and you have a backer and many friends. But since I'm here, I'll definitely make Xianyuan Gate regret what you've done in the past. Lin Fei faintly smiled. If you've decided to resist to the end, then I'm going to make my move. It's a good time to see how powerful Xianyuan Gate is. Bullying my disciple is the same as bullying me. If I lose face, then don't think about having a good life. Lin Fei laughed and stretched out his hand. The hand grew bigger and bigger until it reached the sky above the entire Xianyuan Gate. The entire Xianyuan Gate suddenly felt like it was covered by dark clouds. Everyone felt a sense of danger. With a whoosh, the hand directly fell. The formation of the Xianyuan Gate was activated to its limit in an instant. Layer after layer of brilliant light was released. In this short period of time, there were more than 100 layers of defense. This was the strongest defense of the Xianyuan Gate. Even if a 9-star expert attacked, they wouldn't be able to break through these 100 layers of defense. The degree of defense was different. The deeper they went, the bigger and stronger the defense became. Lord Tranyuan wanted to see how powerful Lin Fei was. Could he break through the formation of the Xianyuan Gate with just this method? He was thinking too much. Layer after layer of the array formations were continuously broken. The hearts of every shattered layer were startled. The collapse of each layer made the people of the Xianyuan school suck in a cold breath. His complexion became uglier and uglier, especially Divine Lord Qinyuan's complexion. The entire formation of the Xianyuan Gate was broken, and the hand came down. Lord Tranyuan met it with his palm. This palm contained a powerful sword gleam. Each of the sword lights gathered together and transformed into 3 powerful sword lights that instantly landed on Lin Fei's palm. The power that was released at this moment was the power of a 9-star perfection expert. This place can't be opened. You'd better come out and have a good fight. Lin Fei smiled and walked out. Lord Tranyuan naturally knew that the battle between the two of them would definitely be affected. Therefore, he walked into the void as well. As soon as he entered the void, several figures walked out from the other side of the void. It was Lin Fei's reincarnation formation. The reincarnation formation instantly enveloped the entire Xianyuan Gate. Everyone's strength was instantly reduced. By the time Lord Tranyuan reacted, it was already too late. Lin Fei was already standing in front of him. Leave the rest to the people below. We still have things to settle. Don't be anxious. You're too much. Chapter 5131. Lin Fei's Samsara battle was unbelievably powerful. It enveloped the entire Xianyuan Gate. The experts of Xianyuan Gate felt their bodies tremble and their strength weakened. This feeling was very obvious. One by one, their faces turned pale. On the other side, Bai Ruyu made her move without saying a word. A huge palace appeared behind her. The figure of the palace was also strengthened. In Bai Ruyu's hands, streaks of blood-colored light flew over. One by one, the figures fell to the ground. With their strength suppressed, they could not be compared to before. With Bai Ruyu's attack, they recovered from their panic. Many of the experts around him were killed in an instant. Bai Ruyu came to the front. There was no need to mention the 9-star powerhouses at the back. The 9 stars experts were all convinced. Of course, most of them knew that as long as Bai Ruyu's master was behind her, Xianyuan Gate would not be able to escape even if it had wings. Kill them all. As long as the people of Xianyuan Gate don't surrender, kill them all. If they don't listen to the palace master, kill them all. They were working very hard at this moment. If they did not work hard now, when would they work hard? Moreover, the experts of Xinyuan Gate had many treasures. They could more or less get some benefits. Most importantly, they were proud to be able to kill a 9 stars expert. What's more, their strength was being suppressed at this time. The experts of Xinyuan Gate were forced to retreat. They could not resist at all. Although there were more experts of Xinyuan Gate than on Bai Ruyu's side, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage when they fought. The Samsara formation was not activated for nothing. Once it was activated, their strength was suppressed. The lower their strength, the greater the suppression. Although the stronger ones were suppressed, they were unable to display their combat strength for a while. It was obvious that it was strenuous. In the void, Lord Tranyuan grew even more anxious. He couldn't break through Lin Fei's blockade at all, let alone help. The Samsara formation was like a knife that instantly tore open all the power and bottom line of the Xinyuan Gate. This is a matter between Bai Ruyu and your Xinyuan Gate. I think you'd better not go there so soon. We can fight while watching, don't you think so? Lin Fei did not make any moves from the beginning to the end. Instead, a black hole appeared behind him. Basically, all of Lord Tranyuan's attacks were absorbed by the black hole. It also made him understand one thing more clearly. It was impossible for him to suppress Lin Fei. How could there be such a terrifying fellow? Even after using several of the treasures in his possession, he was still unable to do anything to the other party. His opponent's black hole was like a peerless expert. You're going too far. Lord Tranyuan was even more furious. Seeing the experts of the Xinyuan Gate being killed one by one, some of them quickly surrendered. The entire Xinyuan Gate seemed to have collapsed at this moment. All of this was caused by this person. A golden talisman appeared in his hand. As soon as the golden talisman appeared, it unfolded and a shadow walked out. The shadow was filled with a vast and boundless aura as soon as it walked out. You forced me to use this treasure. Let's see how you're going to struggle now. At this moment, Lord Tranyuan's eyes were filled with extreme resentment. He wanted to kill the black-robed young man in front of him more than 100 times in an instant. He knew that he couldn't do it, so he gritted his teeth and used his strongest treasure to summon a shadow. As soon as the shadow appeared, Lin Fei knew how strong it was. This is the last time. It wasn't a very loud voice, but it was filled with boundless power. Then, it slapped out with its palm. As soon as the palm was slapped out, the area where Lin Fei was instantly turned into nothingness. All that was left was a huge black hole. Everyone looked over to this side because this phantom's attack was really domineering. It pierced through the void completely and went all the way to the other side. It went all the way to the other side. It was terrifying. Most importantly, it was extremely direct. This is the consequence of going against the Xinyuan Gate. Have you people thought it through? Lord Tranyuan's voice reverberated and fell on all the attackers. Everyone looked at the unfathomable black hole and had goosebumps all over their bodies. Bai Ryu saw it too. She could clearly feel that the aura of the people around her had changed, especially those on the side of the Xinyuan Gate. Bai Ryu, how are you going to fight us without your master? Bai Ryu pierced through the person in an instant. Her gaze was exceptionally cold. Don't you feel that your strength is still being suppressed? Master's reincarnation primordial spirit is still there. You have no room to struggle. Chapter 5132. Bai Ruyu's words immediately moved everyone. They could indeed feel the suppression on their bodies. In other words, the reincarnated primordial spirit was still there. As long as the reincarnated primordial spirit was still there, it meant that the attack just now did not completely kill the black-robed young man. If the black-robed young man was killed, the primordial spirit would no longer exist. They even thought of a terrifying idea. It was highly possible that the attack just now did not kill the black-robed young man. Lord Tranyuan naturally heard the sound and his expression changed slightly. He could indeed feel a layer of power shrouding the sky above the Xinyuan Gate, suppressing their strength. Not dead? A figure walked out of the void. Is this the strongest move of the Xinyuan Gate? It's really interesting. Lin Fei walked out. There were no injuries on his body. Instead, his black hole contained an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Since you gave me such a gift, I should give you one too. A saber radiance instantly appeared from the black hole. The saber radiance was getting bigger and bigger. Lord Tranyuan was prepared. No matter what, this guy would only be seriously injured. It should be easy for him to deal with him after he was seriously injured. However, the saber radiance was getting bigger and bigger. He had completely underestimated his imagination. This guy was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Could it be that he was not a full circle of 9 stars, but an even stronger one? That was impossible. A huge shield appeared in front of him. As soon as the shield blocked the attack, all the power was dispersed to both sides. However, cracks appeared on the shield. The cracks grew and the shield shattered with a loud crash. Then, the saber radiance slashed at Lord Tranyuan's body. God Lord Qinyuan was heavily injured, and he was forced to retreat. Another figure walked out and blocked Lord Tranyuan. Those cold eyes also looked over. Friend, I think this matter is settled. Give my dragon tribe some face. I am Dragon Shursan of the Black Dragon Tribe. This figure exuded a tyrannical aura as he walked out. He was extremely strong. Lord Tranyuan was also very powerful, but in front of this middle-aged man, he was completely different. Many people at the Xinyuan Gate also heard the voice. Instantly, he was delighted. So it was an expert from the Black Dragon race. They finally heaved a long sigh of relief. It should be known that the most powerful ones were from a few powerful races, and one of them was the so-called Dragon race. Within the Dragon clan, the Black Dragon clan was one of the more warlike ones. The strength of the Black Dragon race was obtained through fighting. Therefore, no one dared to offend the members of the Dragon clan. This was because the Dragon clan's talent was too strong. In this universe, the Dragon clan was an eternal existence. That's right. The Dragon race was a powerful eternal existence. Because of this, the Dragon race could practically do whatever they wanted in this universe. Fortunately, their favorite thing to do was to conquer other worlds, and they really did not have much interest in their own universe. Many of them considered it an honor to make friends with the Dragon race. Lin Fei wasn't a newbie. When he saw this figure walk out, he knew that this fellow wasn't an ordinary person. He didn't expect this fellow to be from the Black Dragon race. This Xinyuan Gate was indeed capable. It should be said that Lord Tranyuan was more capable. He could even summon someone from the Dragon race. Most importantly, he actually summoned someone from the Black Dragon race. Naturally, Lin Fei knew about the strength of some special races. Among them, there were the Dragon race and the Phoenix race. These were extremely powerful, and there were even vermilion birds. They all had older generations. For example, the Dragon race was the same. They had eternal existences. With eternal existences, no one would dare to offend them. Previously, Lin Fei was wondering why Lord Tranyuan didn't invite help. It turned out that he had invited an expert from the Black Dragon race. This Black Dragon race expert hadn't appeared yet because it wasn't a critical moment yet. Once it was a critical moment, an expert from the Black Dragon race would naturally appear. This expert from the Black Dragon race had indeed arrived early and was standing in the void. This was because the Black Dragon race's strongest technique was the spatial hand. Once the spatial hand was activated, one wouldn't be able to detect it even if one was standing there. He thought that this person wasn't very powerful. However, when they fought, he realized that this person was truly powerful. The reincarnation array had caused the Xinyuan Gate's experts to suffer heavy losses. Even Lord Tranyuan couldn't suppress the other party. It was the same even if he used his strongest technique. This person was truly ferocious. Therefore, he had no choice but to come out. I know that the Dragon race is very powerful, especially the Black Dragon race. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. It's easy to get me to give up on dealing with Xinyuan Gate. Let's fight first. If you win, I'll naturally listen to you. Chapter 5133. This expert from the Black Dragon race, Draconic Shursan, was indeed powerful. Based on Lin Fei's perception, this guy should be a 9 stars pinnacle. He wasn't a 9 stars perfected. Of course, Even if he was a 9 stars pinnacle, Lin Fei believed that he should be able to unleash the combat power of a perfected. This body was very strong. Of course, compared to Lin Fei, it should be a little weaker. Because of this, Lin Fei said such a thing. He also wanted to see for himself just how strong the legendary powerful race was. He was very strong now. If he could fight with Draconic Shursan, he might discover something unexpected. Of course, everyone was shocked by Lin Fei's words. That was an expert from the dragon race. Moreover, he was from the black dragon race. If it was any other race, it would be easy. However, it was different for the black dragon race. Their combat power was exceptionally strong. Although their realm wasn't high, they were known to be invincible in the same realm. It was no different from having a meal to challenge someone of a higher realm. To be able to challenge someone 1 or 2 levels higher than them. This wasn't considered a secret in the entire universe. Draconic Shursan looked over. You're quite an interesting person. No one has ever said that they want to fight with our black dragon tribe. Since you've said that, I'll fight with you. I'll let you know that our dragon tribe isn't a place that anyone can fight. Draconic Shursan dashed into the depths of the void. Lin Fei followed him into the depths of the void. As for the others, they lost sight of the two instantly. Only some late-stage 9-star martial artists could barely see through the void and see what was going on inside. Lord Tran Yuan was injured, but he gritted his teeth and followed in. He wanted to know the outcome of the battle. However, as soon as he entered, a stream of light flew over and forced him out. Then, Draconic Shursan's cold voice was heard. You can just wait outside. Since Draconic Shursan had said so, Lord Tran Yuan didn't dare to say anything else. He could only stand there obediently. Bai Ruyu also stopped. This made the people of Xinyuan Gate heave a long sigh of relief. Bai Ruyu was simply too powerful, not to mention this reincarnated primordial spirit. The reincarnation primordial spirit instantly suppressed their strength. There really was no harm if there was no comparison. He could barely catch his breath now. They hoped that Shursan could defeat Lin Fei so that they could rest assured. At that time, they would be able to turn the situation around. That was what everyone at the Xinyuan Gate was thinking. As for the people behind Bai Ruyu, their thinking was also very simple. Naturally, he hoped that Bai Ruyu's master could win. Even if he couldn't win, it would be good if they could tie. That was something to be proud of. At the very least, Shursan wouldn't have any other ideas. After all, Shursan was a powerhouse of the dragon clan. He could kill them in an instant. This was publicly acknowledged. In the void, Shursan instantly attacked. However, the method he used was also quite simple, and that was the close combat method. Every punch caused the void to tremble. Lin Fei laughed out loud. You came at the right time. I also want to compete with you. Let's see whose body is stronger. Is your dragon clan stronger or my body stronger? The two men's fists collided heavily. This collision caused Shursan and Lin Fei to have a slight change in expression, following which, his strength exploded. A loud rumbling sound could be heard and the entire void collapsed. One must know that this was the depths of the void. It wasn't just any ordinary sturdy place. However, even in such a situation, the void here was still shattered. One could imagine how strong it was. Shursan retreated. Lin Fei retreated as well. Shursan laughed out loud. I didn't expect your body to be so strong. It seems like I've found the right opponent this time. Lin Fei laughed. You're also the strongest physique I've ever seen. Your dragon clan is indeed a strong race. However, this is just the beginning. Let's continue. Lin Fei and Shursan clashed intensely once again. It could be said that both of them were purely relying on their physical strength. You punch me and I punch you. His combat strength was exceptionally strong. Even Shursan realized that this fella was too strong after fighting for so long. He heard that this fella had even cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. He actually cultivated his primordial spirit and close combat physique. This kind of situation was really rare. Even the dragon clan only cultivated the Tao of physique. It was really difficult to fight against such a person. If he used the reincarnation primordial spirit, he wouldn't be an ordinary opponent. Finally, he knew why Bai Ruyu would bring people to fight against Shenyuan Gate. This time, Shenyuan Gate had really met with a formidable enemy. Even if San went all out, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand against such a person. This fella would definitely have the combat strength of a full circle 9 stars. Chapter 5134. I'm done. San didn't have any advantage throughout the fight. Instead, he suffered a little. The young man on the other side was the same. He suffered more or less. This was a close combat technique. Every punch landed on the opponent's body and the power seeped in. Unless the opponent's body was extremely strong, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. It was just a simple matter. The combat power of the Dragon Clan is indeed ferocious. I've experienced it myself. Lin Fei laughed. This time he had a great time. After all, it was rare to have such a powerful sandbag. In Lin Fei's opinion, San was a powerful sandbag. It wasn't easy to find such a sandbag. Of course, Lin Fei also knew that San still had powerful skills that he hadn't used yet. Even Lin Fei was the same. After all, they were just exchanging pointers. There was no need for them to fight. Lin Fei knew that San was the same when they started fighting. It was the same for San. You're quite powerful too. I know a little about the people with strong bodies in the universe, but you're the one I'm unfamiliar with. San acknowledged the strength of the black-robed young man. He was really quite strong, and he walked 2 different paths. Once he took a step forward in these 2 paths, he would become incomparably powerful, and no one would be able to stop him. Now that we're done fighting, what do you think about the Shenyuan Gate? After all, the Shenyuan Gate joined forces with other forces to attack the Bai family and exterminate the Bai family. As his master, I have to avenge my disciple. Don't you think so? Lin Fei looked over with a smile. If it was something else, it would be easy for San to make a decision. However, this matter was really difficult. He knew his limits quickly. After all, his relationship with the sect master of the Shenyuan Gate was just SOSO. This time he just came to help. He didn't expect to meet such a powerful guy like Lin Fei. Moreover, they walked 2 different paths. Such a person had unlimited potential in the future. San wasn't a fool. He knew what to do. The balance gradually tilted to the other side. It's Shenyuan Gate's fault indeed. They were unlucky enough to meet you. You can deal with them however you want. I won't interfere in this matter anymore. San laughed out loud. It was simple and straightforward. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, Draconic San was quite strong and he was willing to give him face. Of course, it was because he was strong. Not only was he strong in close combat, but his primordial spirit was also strong. If he used his primordial spirit to suppress San's strength, his strength would drop by at least 20% or even 20% to 30%. In this way, San was in a disadvantageous position and his opponent naturally saw through it. Thank you, fellow cultivator Long. Since the other party was so tactful, Lin Fei naturally knew what to do. San burst into laughter again. He casually tossed a token over to Zhang Xian. When are you free? Come to our Black Dragon Palace. I have something to discuss with you. It's definitely a good thing for you. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the token. This token was actually in the shape of a dragon. There were 2 words on it, Black Dragon. It was extraordinary. Lin Fei put it away. After I settle this matter, I'm going to travel around the universe. Naturally, I have to visit your Black Dragon Palace. San left in a flash. This guy left quite quickly and directly. Lin Fei also walked out with a smile. Outside, Lord Tran Yuan and the entire Shenyuan Gate were waiting. In the beginning, they could still see a little movement through the void. However, as the 2 of them kept fighting, the surrounding void instantly turned into a dangerous area. Their ability was directly broken. They couldn't see what was going on inside at all. They could barely hear what was going on inside, and it seemed like it had not stopped at all. This made them secretly take a deep breath. How could this black-robed young man be so strong? That was San of the Black Dragon race, a peak 9 stars existence. He could unleash the combat power of a great perfection expert. Who asked the Black Dragon race to be so strong? Fortunately, They felt that the final winner should be Lord Shursan. As for the black-robed young man, there was no way he could win. A figure walked out of the void. As soon as this figure appeared, Bai Ruyu's side instantly cheered. That was because all of them understood what was going on. That means that the so-called Dragon Clan expert should have been defeated or tied. Why are you the one who came out? Where's Lord Long? Lord Tran Yuan almost blacked out. It's over. Chapter 5135. From the moment the black-robed young man walked out, everyone knew the final result of the battle. The Dragon Shursan of the Black Dragon Clan had left. In other words, the Xianyuan Gate was completely out of the question. City Lord Qin Yuan's expression darkened on the spot. He almost couldn't stand still. As for the other experts of the Xianyuan Gate, it was the same. The voice of the black-robed young man spread out. I'm sorry to tell you one thing. After the battle between me and the Black Dragon Clan, he has decided not to participate in this matter. I think you should know the result by now, right? This was a result that no one had expected. Of course, it was also within the expectations of many people. Those people behind Bai Ruyu were very excited. They finally knew that they had made the right bet this time. The Xianyuan sect, the strongest sect in the world, was about to be completely annihilated and disintegrated. Lord Tran Yuan knew that the Xianyuan Gate was going to be destroyed. He didn't expect that he would find an expert of the Black Dragon Clan to negotiate with him. Lord Tran Yuan didn't know what happened during this time, but he knew that the Xianyuan Gate was completely gone. Senior, what do you want to let go of our Xianyuan Gate? I'm willing to hand over all the treasures of the Xianyuan Gate and spare the life of our Xianyuan Gate. At this moment, Lord Tran Yuan didn't care so much. He knew that even the powerful Dragon Shursan didn't want to easily offend this guy, so this guy must have a powerful background. The only thing he could do was to beg for mercy. I'm sorry, but you people of the Xianyuan Gate are not qualified to negotiate with me. If you had obediently allowed yourself to be captured at the beginning, maybe you could still live. But now, you don't have the qualifications to live at all. Lin Fei coldly snorted. Then he directly used his hand to block the incoming attack. This was a top-notch attack. The experts of the Xianyuan sect were severely injured in an instant. Lin Fei's attack was very powerful. Even the Lord Tran Yuan was the same. Previously, when he fought with Lin Fei, he thought that Lin Fei's strength shouldn't be much stronger than him. But now, he knew that this young black-robed man's strength was definitely more terrifying than he imagined. The moment he attacked, he was severely injured. Bai Ruyu was not idle at all. Everyone, destroy Xianyuan Gate. Today, Xianyuan Gate will be completely wiped out. What happened next was not something that Lin Fei needed to pay attention to. What he had to do was to slowly observe the situation. This time, Bai Ruyu really went all out. Her first target was Lord Tran Yuan. Now that Lord Tran Yuan was injured, he was suppressing his strength more and more. He was no match for Bai Ruyu. After 20 to 30 moves, Bai Ruyu killed him. As for the remaining experts, they were even less of a match for Bai Ruyu. Her strength actually broke through again, directly reaching the level of 9 stars. It turned out that the stronger the Divine Master, the more one could plunder their essence. After killing many 9 stars, Bai Ruyu's strength completely reached the level of 9 stars. This time, her strength erupted. Coupled with the Blood Sea Palace, she directly reached the level of peak 9 stars. Although she had not reached the level of great perfection. But even with the strength of great perfection, she could not do anything to Bai Ruyu for a while. Even the phantom of the Blood Sea Palace began to erupt with more strength. At this moment, Bai Ruyu was truly in control of the Blood Sea Palace. In less than 2 hours, the entire Xianyuan Gate was completely turned into ruins. Everything was put away. As for the experts of Xianyuan Gate, not a single one was left. Bai Ruyu really hated Xianyuan Gate more than Lin Fei imagined. Those experts who followed all the way here secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had made the right choice. If they had not made the right choice, they did not know if they would have been able to survive today. The dignified Xianyuan Gate was gone just like that. Then, the news quickly spread throughout the entire bloodshed world. Those forces who originally wanted Xianyuan Gate to be the vanguard were all dumbfounded. The top existence could not block it and was directly gone. Everyone panicked. The entire bloodshed world completely turned into a whale. The world had completely changed. In the next few days, many people came to visit Bai Ruyu. It could be said that they brought a lot of treasures. No one came empty-handed. They did not make the right choice before. They thought that Xinyuan Gate could hold on. In the end, Xinyuan Gate was turned into ashes. This made their scalps numb. They brought treasures to ask for forgiveness at the first moment. If he still didn't forgive them at this time, then they would have no chance at all. They would be completely finished. As long as they asked for forgiveness, their sect could still exist. Although this world had finally fallen into the hands of the Bai family again. At the very least, they would not be completely turned into ashes like Xinyuan Gate. Chapter 5136. The world of massacre had completely fallen into the hands of Bai Ruyu. The other forces all expressed their allegiance. After Bai Ruyu took control of the entire world of massacre, she immediately changed the name of the Massacre Palace to the Massacre Empire. Even Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. It seemed that his in-name disciple, Bai Ruyu, had some big ideas. Thinking about it, it made sense. Bai Ruyu's strength had reached the level of 9 stars. Coupled with the Blood Sea Palace, she could unleash the combat power of a 9 stars peak. Most importantly, she had someone like him standing behind her. That was different. It was an absolute advantage. To Lin Fei, he had finally completed one of his missions. This mission had taken up some time. Of course, this time was nothing. To Lin Fei, it would pass in the blink of an eye. It all depended on what the reward was this time. He was looking forward to it. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the courtyard, finally heard the voice that moved him the most. It was the voice of the system. Reward obtained. Ancient Eternal Body has leveled up. Reward obtained. Upgraded Reincarnation Formation. The 2 rewards finally arrived. Actually, this kind of reward, especially the first one, was within Lin Fei's expectations. However, what surprised him was that he actually got a reward. Moreover, it was the upgraded version of the Reincarnation Formation. This made Lin Fei overjoyed. After all, he had seen how powerful the Reincarnation Formation was. With a thought, his eternal infinity was leveled up. Previously, it had already reached the 4th level. Now that it had leveled up, it would reach the 5th level. At this moment, Lin Fei could clearly feel that his body seemed to have a trace of the eternal realm. This was a trace of eternity. Although it wasn't too obvious, it did indeed have a trace of eternity. This was a brand new life form. Of course, Lin Fei knew that above the 9 stars was the 10 stars realm. Above the 10 stars was the eternal realm. Eternity was extraordinarily powerful. It was said that it had already reached a new life form. This kind of life form was incomparably powerful. Just look at the dragon race, because the dragon race had eternal life forms. Naturally, no one dared to offend the dragon clan. An eternal could easily destroy a minor world, a major world, or a high-level world. There was no record of what an eternal being looked like. After all, no one would leave such a record. And now, even if no one told Lin Fei, he seemed to know how powerful an eternal being was. He was already half a step into eternity. Right now, his immemorial eternal realm had already reached level 5. There were only 5 levels in total. If he wanted to continue leveling it up, he would need a certain amount of opportunities or rewards from the system. Lin Fei was leaning towards the ladder. The ladder was naturally a little different. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not worried about this. After all, he had gained a lot. He was now half a step into the eternal body. The strength of this body had already reached the level of 10 stars. Previously, Lin Fei was already very strong. However, he had not reached the level of 10 stars. But now he had. Previously, when he fought with Shirsan, although his body was strong, it did not feel like an eternal body. He did not even have a trace of eternal body. Lin Fei's body was different. This reward was really heaven-defying. Then, Lin Fei looked at the other reward. This reward was the upgrade of the Reincarnation Formation. At first, he thought that it would make the Reincarnation Formation even stronger. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei found out that he could cultivate from 10 reincarnation spirits to 99 reincarnation spirits. There was a huge change. Such a change shocked even Lin Fei. This reward was really shocking. As expected of the system, there was nothing it couldn't do. I reckon that even the Reincarnation Emperor did not expect his reincarnation formation to reach an even higher level and reach 99 primordial spirits. Lin Fei could not help but laugh. 99 primordial spirits was different. 10 primordial spirits was already scary enough, let alone 99 primordial spirits. However, the system did not reward him with 99 primordial spirits at once. Instead, Lin Fei had to cultivate them slowly. This would take some time. This time was nothing to Lin Fei. 99 primordial spirits should be able to cultivate in a place where time was accelerated in less than a few decades. Ding. Triggered mission. Do you want to accept? Lin Fei did not think too much about it and chose to accept it. Ding. After inheriting the Reincarnation Emperor's legacy, you have to lead the Reincarnation Emperor's sect again. Lead the sect to become the strongest force in this universe. Reward unknown. This mission was a little too sudden. Lin Fei was a little stunned. This was thinking too highly of him. To become the strongest force in this universe. Chapter 5137. Lin Fei was surprised to receive such a mission. Of course, it was also because he had some motivation. He hadn't had any big ideas all along. For example, this time was the same. He hadn't expected to receive such a huge reward. Not to mention anything else, just helping Bai Ruyu complete the mission had given him such a huge reward. It was a double reward. One was that his divine body had reached level 5 perfection. The other was a reincarnation primordial spirit. No matter which reward it was, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Although this mission was a long-term one, there wasn't any time limit. This was still a challenge for Lin Fei. He was looking forward to what kind of reward he would receive. Perhaps after receiving this reward, he would be able to become an eternal existence. Just like now. Even Lin Fei himself had a trace of eternal aura. However, in the blink of an eye, he sealed it away. No one could sense it. Only those who had cultivated a trace of eternal aura would be able to sense it. No one else could sense it at all. What Lin Fei had to do now was very simple. He had to cultivate this reincarnation primordial spirit. It was difficult to cultivate from 10 reincarnation primordial spirits to 99 reincarnation primordial spirits. Therefore it would take time. Lin Fei had to find a time treasure to cultivate it. Moreover, he had taken down the Xianyuan gate this time. Naturally, he had obtained a lot of universe god stones. With these cosmos god stones, Lin Fei would be able to do many things. For example, cultivation. Half a year later, the entire massacre empire was in a stable state. Bai Ruyu's strength could finally erupt out to the level of a perfect 9-star expert. Of course, at this level, it would take a certain amount of time to increase it further. This would take a long time. Of course, it wouldn't be troublesome for Bai Ruyu. During this half a year, almost no one dared to have any ideas. Master, are you really going to leave? Don't you intend to stay a little longer? Bai Ruyu had been waiting for the day to leave. In the past 6 months, Bai Ruyu had more or less known about it. Once he was more or less stable, his master would leave. Just focus on running your empire of massacre. It doesn't matter if you do things slowly. As long as master is behind you, and as long as you don't cause too much trouble, they will naturally be afraid of you. After all, the news of my battle with Dragon Shursan of the Dragon Clan has spread, and it has some influence in this universe. The news of his battle with Draconic 13 of the Black Dragon race had indeed spread. After all, there were still some experts in the Bloodshed universe who had more or less noticed it. The collapse of the Xianyuan gate shocked countless people. Naturally, the news spread out. More people knew of the existence of such a person. As for how much he knew, he probably didn't know much. As long as one knew of such a person, they would naturally be wary of him. Everyone knew this. Even Draconic 13 and the experts of the Black Dragon race couldn't defeat him. It was basically a draw. Otherwise, with the temper of the Dragon race, they wouldn't have left just like that. Moreover, The Black Dragon race was always belligerent. The Black Dragon race was best at war. Once a war broke out, they would be the most powerful opponent. But this time, they actually left just like that. It was either a defeat or a draw. They most likely believed that it was a draw, which was in line with the temper of the dragon race. Master is just going out for a walk and to look at this universe. You just need to cultivate well. Don't be negligent. Who knows, one day, I might recruit a disciple faster than you. That would be a little embarrassing for you. Before Lin Fei left, he handed 3 sealed powers to Bai Ruyu. The 3 sealed powers were exceptionally strong. Once they burst out, they would reach the level of 10 stars. With these 3 powers in the hands of Bai Ruyu could naturally avoid a lot of threats. This was the only thing that Lin Fei could do. Just like that, Lin Fei left quietly. Bai Ruyu watched as he left. In the end, he completely left. I will definitely not dishonor Master's name. Bai Ruyu's thoughts became exceptionally different. Of course, it was more of a goal. The slaughtering empire was just the first step. Bai Ruyu wanted to let Master know that this nominal disciple could become a real disciple in the future. This was the only thing that Bai Ruyu wanted to do at the moment. From a nominal disciple to a real disciple and even to a big senior sister. Lin Fei left the slaughtering universe and went straight to the nearest great world. Only in the great world could one find the world building. Only in the world building could one learn some information about time treasures. Chapter 5138. The world that Lin Fei arrived at was called the Muyun world. It was considered a big world. There were many experts here, and some of them even had 1 foot in the 10-star realm, which was half a step into the 10-star realm. This kind of person was extraordinarily powerful. Not everyone could stand up to him. No wonder there was a world tower here. Once he arrived here, Lin Fei arrived at the world building. There was a lot of information in the world building. He was prepared to buy information about time treasures here. He wanted to see if there was a place that could use such time treasures. Treasures like this weren't something that just anyone could possess. Only those supreme beings who had mastered the art of time could create something like this. With such a treasure of time, he could cultivate on his own. At the very least, he had to get the 99 reincarnation primordial spirits out so that he could unleash his combat power. That would be terrifying. Even if a peak 10-star were to come, it would be useless. I want to know the whereabouts of the time treasures. Where can I cultivate and speed up time? Lin Fei came to a small private room inside. This was a more advanced place, but the cost was not low. Not everyone could afford it. Fortunately, Lin Fei had collected a lot of cosmic divine stones recently. Moreover, Bai Ruyu had sent most of the cosmic divine stones at the Xinyuan Gate. Lin Fei was quite wealthy at the moment. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. I will help you check immediately. There will be news very soon. Dozens of breaths later, the man returned with a document in his hand and placed it on the table. This is the information we found. There are a total of 10 forces. You have to pay a total of 1 million cosmic divine stones. This price was within Lin Fei's expectations. He casually transferred 1 million cosmic divine stones to the man. Then he received this document. This document was very detailed. Of course, this document could only be used once. It would be destroyed after he read it. This was because the information here was like this. One would never be allowed to bring it out. Of course, it was a different matter if it was left in one's mind. If it was a copy, it would be destroyed automatically after one read it. Information became extremely valuable. After reading the message, only he would know. There were quite a few places introduced on it. Every place was very detailed. Lin Fei also knew that the 1 million cubic meters of universe god stones he had spent was worth it. It didn't take long for him to finish reading. There was only one place worth visiting, which was the so-called Sky Island. There was a time formation on this island that could accelerate time. Of course, it would cost a lot of cosmos god stones. Do you have more information about this paradise island? Lin Fei naturally wanted to learn more about this Sky Island. Although the information above seemed to be more detailed, it was far less detailed than what Lin Fei had in mind. We have news about this Sky Square Island. It's selling for 2 million cubic meters of cosmos god stones. This Sky Square Island belongs to a 10-star expert. Information was indeed more expensive. Lin Fei did not hesitate. He paid another one. 5 million cubes of universe godstones and finally obtained the information on the Sky Island. This time, the information was more detailed. It could be said that it was more valuable than before. This was the world building. As long as one had universe godstones, one would naturally be able to find out a lot of information. A lot of this information was useful and very valuable. After reading it, Lin Fei confirmed that he wanted to go to this Sky Island. Therefore he left this world. Lin Fei headed straight for the Sky Island. This place was considered a special place. Anyone could go there to cultivate. However, the prerequisite was that one had enough universe godstones. Without enough universe godstones, one would not be able to cultivate. That place was considered a neutral place. After all, the owner of that place was a 10-star expert. Although he had not appeared for a long time, no one dared to doubt the combat power of a 10-star expert. Moreover, the other party had the ability to control time. One could say that such a person was very powerful. One could see a person's future. As for how far, it depended on the other party's strength. No one was willing to offend such an expert. He rushed all the way here. It had really taken a long time. He spent more than half a year to reach the Sky Island. Naturally, he spent a lot of universe godstones. He spent a total of 3 million cubic meters of universe godstones. Without money, he would not be able to reach the Sky Island even if he flew for 100 years. Therefore, even if one knew about this place but did not have money on hand, one could only look on helplessly. Naturally, it was not Lin Fei's character to spend more than 100 years to travel. Therefore, he used universe godstones and took the teleportation formation all the way here. Even so, he spent more than half a year. Chapter 5139. Naturally, he had spent a lot of money on this journey. Fortunately, he had finally arrived at the Sky Island. The Sky Island was located on a boundless ocean. There were only 6 islands. The 6 islands surrounded a big island in the middle. This was the Sky Island. This place wasn't easy to come to. Only those who had a certain level of strength could come to this area. Without a certain level of strength, one wouldn't be able to pass the small test on the outside. There was indeed a test on the outside of the island. Only those who had reached a certain level of strength could come in. This test was nothing to Lin Fei. He easily entered the Heavenly Square Island. The moment he entered, he felt that the time here was really different from the outside world. The speed was slower. No wonder everyone liked to come to the Sky Island. Of course, if one wanted to cultivate here, it would naturally be different. After staying in the inn, Lin Fei found out where the cultivation area of the Sky Island was. It was a huge mountain in the distance. There were many caves on the mountain and each of them was a special space. Once they were inside, they could start cultivating. In the early stages, one had to have enough universe godstones. Even if one didn't have enough universe godstones, it didn't matter. One just had to sign a contract with the Sky Island to help them complete a mission within a certain period of time. It was that simple. Of course, it depended on one's strength. At most, one could complete 3 missions. There were all kinds of missions. The appeal of the Sky Island was very strong. Lin Fei compressed his strength to the level of 9 stars. After all, he was already very strong. He didn't want to be too conspicuous. Therefore, he controlled his aura to the level of early 9 stars. This was also the most common level. Everyone loved to find a place where time was accelerated to cultivate. The moment Lin Fei entered, someone came over immediately. One look and he recognized that this was an early 9 stars expert. Fellow Taoist, welcome to our Heavenly Square Island. I wonder if you're here to cultivate or refine celestial weapons. We have a secret chamber for both. Lin Fei had already understood a little when he was outside. Therefore, he was very clear about the situation here. He decided to understand more. I'm here to cultivate. I want to go into seclusion. What's the price of your secret chambers? You can go to many places. Our heavenly island is completely different from other places. If you cultivate here, as long as you have cosmos god stones, you can enter different times. We have 4 levels here: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The lowest level is the yellow secret chamber. The time acceleration here is only 120. For the profound level chamber, it's 1 to 30, for the earth level chamber, it's 1 to 50, and for the heaven level chamber, it's 1 to 100. There was a definite difference in the speed at which time flowed. Especially the heaven level secret chamber. 1 day inside was 100 days, and 1 month outside was nearly 8 years inside. Cultivating in seclusion here for an entire year was almost equivalent to 90 years, close to 100 years. That was pretty good. For Lin Fei, it was about enough. 10 years here would be equivalent to hundreds of years of cultivation. I don't know which secret chamber you'd like to cultivate in, but we only have 3 secret chambers of the Xian, earth, and yellow levels. As for the heaven level, sometimes there are a lot of people, but it depends on luck. Recently, there happened to be a heaven-level secret chamber that was vacant. Naturally, Lin Fei wanted a heaven-level chamber. He did not think too much about it. I wonder how much it costs to cultivate a heaven-level chamber. We charge 3 million cubic meters of cosmos god stones per month. If it's a year, we charge 40 million cubic meters of cosmos god stones. This price was indeed quite expensive. After all, it was not easy to get a cubic meter of cosmos god stones. Moreover, it would cost 40 million cubic meters per year. Fortunately, Lin Fei had brought enough cosmos god stones. Then give me 5 years first. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. He decided to give it 5 years first. He should be able to cultivate 99 primordial spirits in 5 years. 5 years in the outside world was equivalent to more than 400 years in the inside world. He did not believe that he would not be able to cultivate the remaining 99 primordial spirits in such a short time. If he could not cultivate them, it would be a waste of time. No problem, no problem. I will help you register now. The person in charge of reception had a smile on his face. He did not expect this initial 9 stars cultivator to be a nouveau riche. 5 years was equivalent to 200 million cubic meters of cosmos god stones. Not many people could afford it. Which family did this young master come from? Fortunately, he did not delay at the start. Otherwise, this big business would have slipped away from his hands. A big customer could cultivate here for 5 years. In the future, he might even stay for 10, 20, or even 50 years. He was definitely a big customer. Chapter 5140. 200 million cubic meters of universe god stones wasn't much. This time, Lin Fei brought more universe god stones with him. After all, the Xianyuan Gate was rich and almost all of its wealth was in Lin Fei's hands. He booked 5 years of time. After cultivating for 400 years, he would be able to cultivate 99 primordial spirits. Very soon, he arrived at the secret room. This secret room was indeed different. The moment he entered, he felt that time had slowed down again. There was an obvious difference compared to the outside world. No wonder the heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow secret rooms were so different. It was really worth it. Lin Fei first checked the surroundings to make sure that there was nothing around. After confirming that it was safe, he set up an array. Then he left behind a few streaks of his power. If he left these powers here, even if he had any ideas, he wouldn't be able to do anything for a while. Lin Fei's combat power wasn't just an ordinary level of strength. Just like that, Lin Fei started to cultivate. This place was really not bad. The 11th primordial spirit took 10 years to cultivate. There was still a certain level of difficulty. The further he went, the longer the primordial spirit would take. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Time flowed by continuously every year. In Lin Fei's opinion, this 1-to-1 ratio of time wasn't that big of a deal. He immersed himself in the cultivation of the reincarnation primordial spirit. One by one, the primordial spirits were cultivated. His strength increased tremendously. From 10 primordial divinities to 20 primordial divinities, then 30 primordial divinities to 40 primordial divinities. Lin Fei cultivated all the way. The last 10 primordial spirits took the most time. After spending 200 years, Lin Fei finally reached 450 years. He successfully cultivated the 99 primordial spirits. It's not easy. It took me more than 400 years to successfully cultivate these 99 primordial spirits. And this is because the cultivation method I obtained is very detailed. If it was someone else, they might not be able to cultivate it even after spending at least 4,500 years. At the very least, it would take more than 10,000 years to cultivate 99 primordial spirits. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Now that he had cultivated 99 primordial souls, he could feel that the samsara array was different. Furthermore, the 99 essence souls he had now surpassed the reincarnation emperor. Originally, I thought that the grand reincarnation array created by 99 primordial spirits was already terrifying enough. However, after actually cultivating it, I realized that it is even more terrifying than I had imagined. Once the 99 primordial spirits appear, they can instantly reduce the opponent's strength by 60 to 70%. The weaker opponents will have all their strength directly suppressed. Even if Lin Fei had not used the samsara ray, he could sense it immediately. When a 9 stars expert entered his reincarnation array, his strength would be suppressed instantly. At most, he would be left with 20 to 30% of his combat strength. Even if it was a 9 stars full circle expert, he would not be able to exceed 50% of his strength. He still had to use the array. If the 99 reincarnation primordial spirits were to attack at the same time, even a 9-star expert would be defeated without any ability to resist. Although the strength of the 99 reincarnation essence souls was not as strong as Lin Fei, they had inherited 60 to 70% of his combat strength. That was still very terrifying. In the remaining few decades, Lin Fei used it to consolidate the reincarnation essence souls. Their combat coordination became more tacit. When the time was up, Lin Fei walked out of the secret room. The 99 primordial spirits returned to his body. As soon as he came out, the person who received him last time immediately came to greet him. When he came to greet him, he instantly felt different. The person in front of him seemed to be full of danger. In any case, he was like a terrifying demon king. Congratulations on your great improvement. Even this person had never seen such a great improvement. There were many people in seclusion here, but it was rare for them to have such great improvement. This place is not bad for cultivation. I will come again when I'm free in the future. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this sky island. Spending 200 million Cosmos God Stones was really worth it. At the very least, it allowed him to cultivate 99 essence souls. Fortunately, the system had upgraded this time. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult. I see that your strength has improved greatly. I wonder if you are interested in accepting a mission from our sky island. I can't believe I would encounter such a thing. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Is this how the sky island invites people to complete missions? He was not interested in ordinary missions. Now that he had 99 essence souls, Lin Fei was naturally different. Our mission to the Sky Island this time is different. It is to kill a 9 stars full circle sea beast in the depths of the ocean. It is the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. I heard that it was a young beast of the reincarnation emperor. Chapter 5141. If it had been something else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't have minded. However, when he heard about the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast, he instantly changed. This person also noticed the slight change and wasn't surprised at all. This was the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast, the mount of the reincarnation emperor. Naturally, it was different. You said that you're going to hunt this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Are you sure it's really a reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast? Lin Fei had obtained the reincarnation emperor's cultivation method. Naturally, he knew some secrets, including his mount. It was the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. He heard that it was a special beast that was extremely powerful. His reincarnation primordial spirit was cultivated through this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. Anyway, this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was extremely powerful. It was a relatively powerful existence among the beasts. It was said that when this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast grew to a certain extent, it could also display the same strength. It could swallow a world or even a major world in one bite. Of course, this was just a legend. No one knew about it. It was just a rumor. It was said that in the ancient times, there was indeed such a reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. It could swallow a world in one bite. It was extremely powerful. In the end, countless experts were mobilized to gather weapons and finally killed this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Now that he heard such news, Lin Fei was naturally moved. It seemed that he still lacked a stronger mount. This reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast could be used as a divine beast to protect the sect. Fellow cultivator, you didn't hear it wrong. It's true. This is a piece of news that our Sky Island finally got. We are recruiting experts from all over the world to kill this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. This guy has reached the full closure of 9 stars. Maybe in a few hundred or even 10,000 years, he will become a 10-star existence. At that time, it will be a disaster. If the full circle of 9 stars was terrifying, then the 10 stars would indeed become a terrifying existence. It was no wonder that Sky Island would have such thoughts. Of course, Lin Fei believed that they had other plans. In other words, this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast had other uses. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei knew their purpose. He was after the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast's monster core. It was said that one would be able to grasp divine abilities by mastering this demon core. Infinite samsara. Once this technique was cultivated, it would be exceptionally powerful. Not many people knew about such a secret. Only the reincarnation emperor had such information passed down to them back then. Not everyone could see it. We've already invited quite a few big forces to come over and kill this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast together. There are still a lot of treasures in its lair. This person could clearly feel that the other party was a little moved, so he immediately spoke again. Of course, Lin Fei would not say that he also had feelings for this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. Originally, he was prepared to leave to search for the descendants of the reincarnation emperor to see if he could rebuild this faction. Right now, he had to take down the samsara heaven-devouring beast first. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm also interested. Let's go and take a look. Although I can't do much, I still have some strength. Fellow cultivator, this is the best choice you've made, because the Sky Island is really sincere this time. As long as you join us, you'll be able to cultivate in the secret chamber for free, ranging from 1 to 10 years. Just like that, Lin Fei followed this person all the way to another palace on Sky Island. There were some people in the palace, but their strength was not very strong. After Lin Fei came over, they registered and went through the test. Only those who had reached the advanced stage of 9 stars were qualified to go. Lin Fei suppressed his strength slightly and displayed the combat power of a 9 stars peak, which was quite strong. Therefore, Lin Fei was arranged to go out of the VIP pavilion. In addition to him, there were many 9 stars experts in the VIP pavilion. Although they did not come out, Lin Fei could feel their aura. Lin Fei stayed on Sky Island for a while. As for when he would start, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. This reincarnation heaven-devouring beast could not run away. As long as it was still alive, he would subdue it. He had the means of the reincarnation emperor. The reincarnation spirit really contained such information. Only those who had cultivated the reincarnation spirit could have this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. This was more or less a surprise for Lin Fei. How could he reject a free gift? Wasn't it just Sky Island? It was not easy for him to cultivate the 99 reincarnation spirits. Naturally, he had to fight for it. It would be best if he could get it. Chapter 5142. This time, the Sky Island wanted to invite quite a lot of people. All of them stayed in the VIP pavilion. Lin Fei was the clearest about this. All the experts were at least in the late stage of 9 stars. Of course, some were at the peak of 9 stars. Among them, the least were at the peak of 9 stars. So far, there were only 9 perfect 9-star cultivators. Most of them were at the late stage of 9 stars. In a short time, there were at least 40 to 59 stars. There were more than 10 at the peak of 9 stars and 9 at the peak of 9,000. Such a lineup was really rare. Such a lineup was a strong deterrent against the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. However, the Sky Island seemed to want to continue to invite these experts at the late stage of 9 stars to join them. Gradually, more and more people came. By the time Lin Fei realized it, there were more than 100 people. He had stayed in this VIP pavilion for almost a month. During this month, Lin Fei was quite relaxed. In the Sky Island, except for some places that they couldn't go, most of the places were open to them. They were experts at the 9 stars, and they had passed a small test. The weakest was at the late stage of 9 stars. During this month, Lin Fei also got to know some experts at the late stage of 9 stars. These people all had the same idea, which was to see the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. They were really curious about this legendary mount of the reincarnation emperor. However, they didn't know much about it. Have you heard? This time, the Sky Island has really invited people from 3 big sections. I heard that each of the 3 big sects has sent an expert at the great perfection of 9 star. Moreover, all of them are at the half-step level. In a room in the VIP pavilion, a few people were sitting together and drinking tea. Among them was Lin Fei. A white-haired man suddenly said in a mysterious manner, "These 3 forces are definitely beyond your imagination. The first is the Holy Saber sect, the second is the Puppet sect, and the third is the Tianxing Empire." Sure enough, after this person finished speaking, the few people present were a little surprised. The Tianxing Empire, in particular, was definitely the rarest. This empire was a very powerful existence in the universe. They were even stronger than the puppets of the sacred Saber Gate. It was even more important to have a solid foundation. They once had an eternal-level powerhouse. Even now, they were still a top-notch force, although they had gradually moved closer to becoming a first-rate force. No one dared to question their strength. Could it be that this reincarnation heaven-devouring beast is so valuable? Even the people from the Tianxing Empire have come. Who knows? Anyway, we're just going there to join in the fun. If we can get some benefits, it's fine. During this month, Lin Fei learned a lot of things. Therefore, he had some understanding of these 3 forces. The Holy Saber Gate naturally focused on the saber. As for the puppet sect, everyone cultivated some puppetry techniques. It could be said that the puppet sect was also very powerful. It would be embarrassing to go out without at least a dozen or more puppets. If these were powerful puppets, it would be even more frightening. What surprised Lin Fei the most was the Tianxing Empire. The Tianxing Empire was indeed the most famous among the 3 forces, and their influence was also great. Although they were the weakest among the top forces, no one dared to ignore their influence. It was said that the Tianxing Empire still had the means left by the eternal-level powerhouse. As for how much power this technique could display, no one dared to test it out. Not even the top powers dared to do so. After all, this generation of the Tianxing Empire had 4 10-star powerhouses. No one dared to say whether they could reach the eternal level in the future, but the Tianxing Empire had a better chance than others. Anyway, when the time comes, we'll do our best. If we can't, we'll just stand aside. Don't delay ourselves. Lin Fei said faintly. The others also agreed with Lin Fei's words. Under such circumstances, they really wouldn't rush forward stupidly. As one of the mounts recognized by the reincarnation emperor, the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was naturally different. If anyone were to be stupid enough to take it seriously, they would definitely suffer. Fellow Taoists, our preparations are almost done. You can come to the palace. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their hearts. All of them were surprised by the sound. More than that, they felt an inexplicable fear. This was the means of a 10-star powerhouse. Even a 9 stars full-circle powerhouse could do this. Only a 10-star powerhouse could do it easily. Everyone stood up in an instant. They understood what was going on. It meant that they could set off. Everyone had more or less waited for half a month to a month. Lin Fei also stood up. We can finally set off. Chapter 5143. After waiting for a month, Lin Fei could finally see what the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast looked like. There was still hope. It would be great if his strength reached the great perfection realm. He would then have a free mount. Since he wanted to rebuild the reincarnation emperor's legacy force, there was no doubt that such a mount would be the most suitable. With this mount he could tell everyone one thing. If the Reincarnation Emperor could appear back then, there would be a second Reincarnation Emperor. It was just that they didn't have the same name. Lin Fei had high expectations for the Reincarnation Heaven-swallowing beast. He came to the gathering place. He realized that all the 9 stars experts had come out. Most of them were at the late stage of 9 stars. Of course, there were some at the peak of 9 stars. The most powerful ones were at the full circle of 9 stars. There were also those from the 3 forces. Among the 3 forces, the most powerful one was from the Tianqing Empire. There weren't many people from the Tianqing Empire. There were only 2 of them, a young man and an old man. Lin Fei understood what was going on after taking a look. The old man should be a protector. The young man was from the Tianqing Empire. He was out for training. Even if he was out for training, he had the combat power of a 9 stars at the full circle. The strength he could unleash should reach the level of a 10 stars. He was definitely a strong master. On the other hand, the Sacred Blade sect was obviously much weaker than the Puppet sect. The people on their side were all young people. This could be considered as quite an experience for him. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. He just wanted to see the Reincarnation Heaven-swallowing beast. As for where exactly this guy was hiding, perhaps only the people of Sky Island knew. Not long after, a figure walked out of the void. When this figure walked out, everyone stopped what they were doing. The place was quiet. They all knew who this person was. He was the Deputy Island Lord of the Sky Island. There were 3 Deputy Island Lords in the entire Sky Island. This person was one of the more influential ones, and he usually showed up the most. The other 2 were usually busy with other things, so the number of times they could see each other was even less. Thank you, everyone, for being able to gather here this time. I would also like to thank the Sacred Saber sect, the Puppet sect, and the Tianqing Empire for coming. After all, this human reincarnation heaven-devouring beast is already very powerful. If we don't gather our strength, we won't be able to kill it. Although Island Master Luo Gu didn't say much, there was a hidden meaning in his words. This time, he had to kill the Samsara heaven-devouring beast no matter what. They even announced that whoever contributed the most would be rewarded by the Sky Island. Of course, they could also call it a reward. Many of the 9 stars who were at the later stages of the 9 stars were instantly energized. At their level, if they wanted to improve their strength, they would have to spend more time and resources. On the Heavenly Island, they were able to maintain the time acceleration. If there was no time acceleration, it would take even longer. Perhaps his lifespan would be over before that day arrived, but it would be different if he could accelerate time. Therefore, any place with time acceleration was the place that the 9 stars experts were most willing to go to. A huge flying ship was released. Island Master Luo Gu led everyone up. The young man from the Tianqing Empire followed Laozi to the innermost level of the ship. Of course, the Sacred Saber sect, the Puppet sect, and some perfected 9 stars experts were also there. As for those at the later stages of the 9 stars and the pinnacle of the 9 stars, they were basically on the lower level. But the speed of the flying ship was very fast, and it left the island directly. It left the island. It headed straight for the endless ocean. As for how far it was going, no one knew, because they hadn't heard anything about it until now. They were sure that the location of the Samsara heaven-devouring beast should be very far away. In fact, everyone had guessed correctly. They had been flying for almost a month. The endless ocean was much more terrifying than they had imagined. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it was. From time to time, they would encounter some sea beasts. Some powerful sea beasts would even take the initiative to attack. Some of these sea beasts had the combat strength of the pinnacle of the 9 stars. Although they were terrifying, the people who controlled the flying ship were quite skilled, so they could avoid them all the way. If I'm not wrong, we should have reached the end of the endless ocean this time. I heard that it's called the Endless Ruins. Many people gathered together, and some smart people could more or less guess the destination of this trip after seeing the changes in their surroundings. The Endless Ruins? Is it the Land of Infinity? I heard that the Land of Infinity used to be the most powerful place in the past. Chapter 5144. The sight of the endless ruins instantly moved everyone a little. Even Lin Fei had more or less received some news about it. In the past, this endless ruins was a powerful empire. It was extremely strong, and its overall strength was unbelievably strong. After that, it turned into ruins in a single night. After that, it became a place where some powerful exotic beasts lived. No one was willing to cross the ocean to reach the endless ruins. Of course, only those who were powerful would come here. Even if you were at the later stage of 9 stars or at the peak of 9 stars, you wouldn't dare to enter the endless ruins recklessly. They seemed to finally understand why the Sky Island had gathered so many experts this time. It would be impossible to defeat it with only a dozen experts. Not to mention returning safely from the endless ruins. If we really go to the endless ruins this time, we have to be careful. Don't get killed by those exotic beasts. I heard that the exotic beasts there hate humans the most. No wonder the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast would appear there. I heard that the exotic beasts there discriminate against humans. Everyone more or less knew something about the endless ruins. Lin Fei could hear them quite clearly from the side. In his heart, he had a better understanding of the endless ruins. He didn't know a lot of things, but he did know a little. Now that he heard about the endless ruins and thought about the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast, he seemed to understand why the Sky Island had gathered so many people. They definitely didn't have the confidence to gather so many people. It was very likely that it would be a very dangerous trip. Another month passed. Over the past month, everyone had experienced the dangers of the endless ocean. Sea beasts attacked them from time to time. The most powerful one they encountered was at the peak of 9 stars. Almost everyone on the scene took action to kill the 9 stars oceanic beast. If they hadn't joined forces, they wouldn't have been able to kill the 9 stars oceanic beast in a short time. Sea beasts that had reached this level were extremely powerful. Most importantly, their defense was also extremely strong. It was even more difficult to kill them. This was also the reason why 1 or 2 9 stars experts didn't dare to enter the endless ruins. Even if one entered, there was a high possibility that one would die. The dangers of this place were more terrifying than one could imagine. I see the continent. I finally see the continent. Over there is the endless ruins. Do you see that? The ruins are different. Even if it has collapsed, you can still see the glory of the past. After 2 months, they finally arrived at the end of the endless ocean. A large continent appeared in front of them. However, it was different from what they had imagined. This continent was filled with ruins. All the ruins were densely packed, and even some of these tall buildings could still be seen. As expected of the most powerful place. Everyone came to the deck and saw it very clearly. Lin Fei saw it too. He could even vaguely sense a powerful aura from the endless ruins. After all, he was different from the others. He cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. However, the reincarnated primordial spirit was naturally different. Moreover, he had cultivated 99 of them and could sense those powerful existences. He further understood that the Sky Island must have known about the situation in the endless ruins long ago, which was why they had gathered everyone to kill the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Many people know that the endless ruins is in front of our destination this time. The endless ruins used to be the place where a powerful empire used to be. Now it has turned into ruins. However, it has been occupied by exotic beasts. The endless ruins opened up many passageways that lead to different worlds. Therefore, everyone must be careful when entering the endless ruins. Island Master Luogu also walked out and his voice echoed in everyone's hearts. He was a 10-star expert, so he was naturally different. Here is a document. You can have a look at it to understand the endless ruins better. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast that we are going to kill this time is in one of the regions in the endless ruins. It is the king of this region. Soon, everyone received a jade talisman in their hands. This jade talisman contained information that could only be used once. After reading it, the jade talisman broke and they knew the situation inside. Lin Fei also saw the information inside. It was really as he had expected. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast had become a powerful overlord in the endless ruins. Let's take a break for now. When the time comes, we will go straight to the base camp of the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. At that time, we will set up a great array and kill it. We have to end the battle quickly in the endless ruins to avoid any unforeseen events. Everyone could hear that Island Master Luogu's words carried a certain amount of pressure. In other words, the endless ruins was far more terrifying and dangerous than they had imagined. Chapter 5145. This endless ruins was indeed full of ruins. Of course, there were also some threatening auras. Lin Fei didn't feel the existence of the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. However, he believed that since the people of Sky Island said so, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. That beast should be on this continent of ruins. The deeper they went, the more Lin Fei could feel the dangerous aura. He didn't have to guess to know that those guys should be deep inside. Sky Island was quite capable. They must have put in a lot of effort to deal with the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Fortunately, he caught up this time. Otherwise, it would have been too late by the time he received the news. He wouldn't have been able to get this thing at all. But now it was different. With the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast, it was like adding wings to a tiger. This thing was said to be a powerful existence of the space system. In other words, it was quite fast. This thing was faster than using other things. This thing was very domineering. It was most suitable to be used as a facade. A good facade was still very important. Although Lin Fei didn't really care about this in the past, now that he had accepted a mission, naturally he had to show off his facade. He could only say that it was hard on these guys. They would have worked hard for nothing. They didn't rest for long. Everyone set off again. This time, they didn't take the flying boat. They didn't need to guess to know what was going on. This thing was a little big, so they could only go along one path. The way was very safe. They didn't encounter any danger. That meant that many people of Sky Island had come here. After entering one of the areas, a wave of pressure enveloped them. They could all feel it clearly. This should be the legendary reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. And Lin Fei, who was in the crowd, also felt the aura. He was slightly delighted. He also knew what was going on. There is indeed a reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast here. This reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast should be stronger. Even Lin Fei felt so. It was definitely a very powerful existence. It wasn't a simple reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Maybe it could really reach the 10-star realm soon. Only a 10-star realm could give Lin Fei pressure. Anything else could only be put aside. This is a sword treasure. There are many powerful exotic beasts in the endless deep ruins. These exotic beasts are very powerful, so we have to conceal our auras. If they sense us, they will definitely chase us immediately. Island Master Luogu's words caused everyone's thoughts to change. Following that, a treasure appeared in everyone's hands. It was a treasure similar to a ball. As soon as he activated it, it actually formed a shield-like existence. As soon as he opened it, his aura was sucked in. Everyone had one. This treasure's quality was not low, and some people were a little surprised. All of the 9 stars experts had seen good things, but they had never seen anything like this before. As expected of the Sky Island. He wondered which expert they found to refine it. Alright, everyone can activate this thing. After activating it, follow me into the lair of the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. Its lair is deep underground. After Island Master Luogu explained a few more things to everyone, a protective barrier appeared around his body. Then, all of them activated the protective barrier one after another. As soon as the protective barrier was activated, everything was isolated. Although they could feel that there was someone in front of them, they could not see it with other methods. They could only see it with their eyes. It was the same for Lin Fei. He activated the ball directly. However, the moment he activated it, he frowned slightly and returned to normal. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He looked like he was thinking about something. There is something wrong with the Sky Island and the Island Master. As soon as Lin Fei activated it, he instantly felt that there was something wrong. An inexplicable force seemed to have locked onto him. This force was coming from the ball. This was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered such a situation. However, he knew what was going on. Perhaps he had encountered something that wasn't very good. I want to see what tricks the Sky Island is playing. No wonder they need 9 stars experts this time. It seems that the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast is not as easy to deal with as I had imagined. The Sky Island had a relatively large influence in the universe. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with its way of doing things. However, when everyone had such a treasure, Lin Fei felt that something was different. The difference was very obvious. There was only one possibility. The reincarnation heaven-devouring beast was more terrifying than he had imagined. Even the Sky Island was not confident of dealing with it. Therefore, he could only ask them to come. All of a sudden, Lin Fei's impression of the Sky Island changed greatly. Chapter 5146. After obtaining these pearls, everyone's aura was restrained. They could only see it clearly when they were in front of them. If they were far away, they wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Therefore, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. Soon, they arrived at a large stretch of ruins. A silhouette quietly emerged from the ruins. After communicating with Island Master Luogu, he opened an entrance in a nearby place. The entrance was very big, like a sinkhole. One could imagine the huge body of the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Island Lord Luogu said to everyone. However, he didn't make any sound. He just spoke in everyone's heart. It seemed like he was worried that the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast would notice. The lair of the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast is below us. Everyone follow me. This guy spends most of his time sleeping inside. Therefore, as long as we grasp the timing, we will naturally be able to get him to take it down. When the time comes, everyone will have to listen to my commands. Oh, by the way, let me tell everyone that this pearl has an additional attack. When the time comes, everyone will have to work together to cast it. In that case, we will be able to catch the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast unprepared. At this time, Island Master Luogu spoke again. Everyone suddenly understood. They had always felt that this pearl wasn't as simple as they had imagined. They hadn't expected that it would contain an attack. After Island Lord Luogu said that, they felt that it was really as he had said. There was really an unbelievably powerful force inside the pearl. This powerful force was extremely penetrative. They also understood that Sky Square Island had put in a lot of effort to deal with the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. If they hadn't put in a lot of effort, how could they have gotten so many pearls? At this moment, they finally understood. Only Lin Fei was laughing in his heart. This Island Lord Luogu was really good at talking. He had fooled everyone. Now, they were even more certain that the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast below wasn't as simple as a 9 stars expert. It was extremely likely to be a 10 stars expert. At this level, it was definitely a ferocious existence. However, they didn't know why the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast wouldn't run to the other side of the ocean. Logically speaking, if this guy had such strength, he would definitely leave. After all, once he reached this realm, he would not be far from taking human form. Island Lord Luogu led everyone into the huge pit. Along the way, they saw many skeletons. These skeletons were all quite old and very large. One could imagine that they were all very powerful existences when they were alive. In the end, they were all eaten by the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. Exotic beasts eating exotic beasts was a very common thing. No one was surprised. Along the way, they reached a height of about 1,000 feet. When they reached the bottom, they found that there was a huge pit. Inside the pit, they heard a sound. It was the sound of snoring. This shout was very loud, and the entire void began to tremble. When they first came down, they were really shocked. Before they even saw the samsara heaven-devouring beast, they could already sense how powerful it was. Island Master Luogu's speed had also slowed down, and the same was true for the others. After walking for a while, he finally saw a huge figure. It was truly enormous. It was no wonder that it had found such a big place to make its lair. At first glance, Lin Fei was very sure that this was the legendary samsara heaven-devouring beast. It was as powerful as he had expected. However, its strength was not at the level of 9 stars. Instead, it was at the level of 10 stars. The samsara heaven-devouring beast seemed to have hidden its strength. Only Lin Fei had been able to see it clearly at that moment. Island Master Luogu's voice rang out in everyone's minds. Everyone was really shocked at this moment. It was no wonder that so many people had gathered to kill it. Even though they had yet to make a move, they could already feel how powerful the Samsara heaven-devouring beast was. It was an invincible and powerful existence. At this moment, there would only be one outcome for anyone who fought against the Samsara heaven-devouring beast alone. That was to be eaten. This is the infamous heaven-devouring reincarnation beast. What we need to do now is to unleash our strongest attack in an instant. Inside the orb is a technique that I found an expert to set up. Thus, I hope that everyone will cooperate. As long as we can severely injure the Samsara heaven-devouring beast, this treasure pearl will be given to everyone. It can be considered a simple greeting gift. Everyone had experienced the function of this treasure pearl. Not to mention its explosive power. All of them had different thoughts. With such a technique, it should be much easier for them. Listen to my call later. Activate the treasure pearl together. Chapter 5147. At this moment, everyone was eager to give it a try. This was the real reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. One could imagine its true might from its huge size. However, they heaved a sigh of relief when they thought about how many of them had come. As long as they worked together and used their pearls, they should be able to take down the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast without much pressure. It was the same for Island Lord Luogu. At this moment, he was more excited than anyone else. His eyes fell on the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast, which was not far away. After some preparation, he immediately gave orders to everyone. I'll count to 3. Everyone attack together. Don't give the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast any chance to attack. Once it attacks, none of us will have a good time. 3, 2. At this moment, everyone activated the pearls in their hands. As soon as they activated the pearls, a beam of light shot out. Everyone could feel that this beam of light was different. Then, this beam of light converged and turned into a terrifying attack. The attack landed on the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. When it landed on its body, everyone could clearly feel how terrifying it was. However, what happened next left them in disbelief. This was because the attack was instantly swallowed by the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. This was beyond their imagination. If it had been something else, they could have accepted it. However, this was something they couldn't accept. Their powerful attack had actually been absorbed by the Samsara heaven-swallowing beast. Furthermore, what was most unbelievable was that the Samsara heaven-swallowing beast had actually absorbed all of their attacks. What was even more unbelievable was that the power of their essence, spirit had been sucked away by the pearls. They couldn't get rid of the pearls in a short period of time. Who can tell me what's going on? Why can't I control the pearls in my hands? Why is the power in my body being sucked away? Me too. I can't control it anymore. Island Lord Luogu, please give us an explanation. How could these people have expected such a scene to happen? The power in their bodies was being sucked away continuously. His entire person was shocked, followed by a trace of panic. The reincarnation heaven-devouring beast had already woken up and was looking at them. He immediately spat out a wave of flames. As soon as the flames were spat out, everyone instantly felt the aura of death. Luogu, who was at the forefront, coldly snorted. Today is the day you die. No one can save you now. The pearls in everyone's hands instantly flew towards Island Master Luogu. It transformed into a grand formation. Following that, a beam of light shot out from the array. In the face of this light, they could not clearly see its true appearance. They could feel that this attack was far beyond their imagination. The reincarnation heaven-devouring beast also looked over. I know you'll come back, but don't even think about making me submit to you with such a trick, let alone killing me. You're still not good enough. Another wave of flames came directly. This wave of flames turned into runes. These runes exploded with superpower. Naturally, Lin Fei, who was in the crowd, could see the commotion better than anyone else. This reincarnation heaven-devouring beast was indeed very strong. The combination of so many pearls was so powerful, yet it could still resist this attack. Island Master Luogu had really put in a lot of effort. At the very least, it had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Lin Fei was the same. This guy had actually used such a trick. Island Master Luo Gu laughed heartily. Since I dared to come, it means that I have the confidence to deal with you. Not far away, a figure flew out. It was the young master of the Tianqing Empire. The young master instantly controlled a treasure. This treasure was like an umbrella cover, which directly fell on the head of the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. It landed on it. The reincarnation heaven-devouring beast instantly let out a sound. You're from the Tianqing Empire, yet you actually brought this heaven-extermination umbrella here. Are you trying to suppress my strength? The reincarnation heaven-devouring beast snorted coldly. A faintly discernible figure appeared above its head. As soon as the figure appeared, it punched the treasure. The laughter of the young master of the Tianqing Empire rang out from afar as well. Since I dared to come with Island Master Luo, I naturally have a way to deal with you. This garden is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Enjoy our treasures. The treasure instantly turned into a resplendent ball of light. As soon as the ball of light appeared, everyone felt as if their bodies had been imprisoned. They were unable to move at all. Island Master Luo Gu laughed heartily. Everyone's expression changed. At this moment, everyone's strength had been completely absorbed by the pearls. One by one, they fell down powerlessly. Chapter 5148. With the addition of Gong Jojo, the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was greatly affected. At the very least, Lin Fei could clearly feel that the combat power of the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was immediately suppressed. It seemed that Gong Jojo of the Tianqing Empire was still very powerful. If it was any other time, perhaps these people wouldn't have much of an impact on the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. However, things were different now. With the addition of Gong Jojo and Island Lord Luogu, the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was basically in a stalemate. Lin Fei didn't intend to use any tricks, but he could also feel that this might not be the true strength of the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast should have other strengths. Otherwise, it would be too easy to deal with. After all, its strength had reached the level of 10 stars. Others might not be able to feel it, but Lin Fei could clearly feel it. That was definitely what was going on. Lin Fei didn't use any other tricks and just blended in with them. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Island Lord Luogu had. After all, Lin Fei had more or less seen some of Island Lord Luogu's tricks. These methods were still very powerful, especially the pearl in his hand. There were definitely other methods that could be used. At this moment, the pearl was still connected to him. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, he noticed that they all had the same expression. Swish. Suddenly, Island Lord Luogu activated his secret technique. Everyone felt that their essence, qi, and spirit were instantly plundered. Even their vitality was the same. One by one, the 9 stars experts fell down. In an instant, all their essence, qi, and vitality were plundered. Try, a mad 1, gad 2, catch, x. All of them lost their combat power. After falling down, they fell to their deaths on the spot. That scene was truly unbearable to watch, and there were many people who started cursing. Island Lord Luogu, you are too shameless. You actually used such a trick. I didn't expect Sky Island to use such a shameless trick. I will definitely expose you and let everyone suppress Sky Island. By now, these people already knew what was going on. They had been completely locked by the pearl and couldn't break free at all. All he could do was howl in grief and curse at the same time. Lin Fei was also mixed in with them. He also wanted to see what kind of means Gong Jojo and Island Master Luogu had. The master of Luogu Island snorted coldly. Everyone will only know that our Heavenly Square Island has eliminated a 10-star reincarnation heaven-devouring beast, and you have only made a great contribution. No one will stand up for you. Just accept your fate. A bright light instantly appeared on Island Master Luogu's hand. As soon as this light appeared, it immediately emitted a terrifying aura. Island Master Luogu also looked at the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. In order to deal with you, I've put in a lot of effort. This time, I've found so many 9 stars experts. I'm sure they can seriously injure you. Island Master Luo Gu released the light from his hand. The light transformed into a beam of light that contained the terrifying power of death and destruction. It instantly reached the pinnacle of the 10-star level. This beam of light instantly hit the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. I knew that you despicable guys would use such means to find so many 9 stars experts as cannon fodder. However, I'm not that easy to deal with. The Samsara heaven-devouring beast laughed loudly. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a string of bells. Try, Mad 1, Gad 2, Catch, X. This string of bells wasn't very big. As the bells rang, it started ringing. Buzz. Bang. Bang. The 9 stars experts were the first to suffer. One by one, the figures were instantly blown up. In the blink of an eye, the 9 stars experts were no longer in existence. Meanwhile, Gong Jiuzhou and Island Master Luo Gu were instantly attacked. Their attacks were directly smashed by the power of the bells. A vacuum was formed in the surrounding area. Even so, this beam of light gave the Samsara heaven-devouring beast an extremely dangerous aura. While the Samsara heaven-devouring beast was resisting the beam of light, another beam of cold light instantly penetrated the body of the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. It was truly inconceivable. Everyone was surprised. Island Master Luo Gu also laughed loudly. I know that you are very powerful. However, this time, apart from me and Gong Jiuzhou, there is another good thing to deal with you. I wonder how we feel. Do we feel good? Gong Jiuzhou looked over coldly. At this moment he seemed exceptionally proud of himself. At the very least, the Samsara heaven-devouring beast had been injured. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the crowd, had also witnessed the whole process. He couldn't help but admit that Gong Jiuzhou and Island Master Luo Gu really had some tricks up their sleeves. They had even used such a big move. They had attracted the attention of the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. Then, they had used another killer move, which had seriously injured the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. Impressive. Really impressive. Lin Fei felt that he had learned something new. Chapter 5149. Poison. You're truly vicious. To think that you would use such a top-tier poison. The Samsara heaven-devouring beast let out a blood-curdling screech as its entire body was filled with cracks. As these cracks grew larger and larger, a rancid odor began to waft out. As it turned out, the Samsara heaven-devouring beast had been poisoned. In the distance, a figure appeared. This figure coldly snorted at the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. My apologies, but you've been poisoned by a poison that I've specially researched to deal with you. You should know that not just anyone can research poisons for me, the Poison King God Absolute Heaven. You're an exception, understand? It was a black-robed figure. However, the moment the figure appeared, it was filled with a dangerous aura. Even the surrounding void seemed to have changed. Gong Jiuzhou and Island Lord Luo Gu began to distance themselves. They all knew how powerful this Poison King God Absolute Heaven was. He wasn't as easy to deal with as they imagined. As long as one got within range of him, they wouldn't even know when they had been poisoned. This person was just that hard to deal with. He only had the power of a perfected 9-star expert, but his craftsmanship was extremely formidable. Even a 10-star expert wouldn't dare to easily make things difficult for God Absolute Heaven. He was truly invincible. Moreover, Master Luo Gu had paid an enormous price in order to invite this fellow. It seemed that the price wasn't too bad. I underestimated you. I didn't think that this was all a feint. This is your most important killing move. But even if I'm heavily injured, the 3 of you shouldn't think about having an easy time. The Samsara heaven-devouring beast roared, its entire body transforming into a massive vortex. The appearance of this vortex caused the expressions of Gong Jiuzhou, God Absolute Heaven, and even Island Lord Luo Gu to flicker. Island Lord Luo Gu in particular immediately recognized what sort of attack this was. This was the infamous Samsara of legends. Everyone be careful. Hold on for now. He definitely won't be able to use too much power. The Samsara spun. The heavens and earth instantly changed color. Even Lin Fei could sense how terrifying this Samsara was. The Samsara heaven-devouring beast techniques were truly formidable. This could probably be considered its strongest killing move. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, there were more or less some changes when he used it again at this time. This power did not seem to be as strong as he had imagined. If it was any other time, it would have been fine. But now, it was completely different. It was truly dangerous. If nothing unexpected happens, the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast basically has no chance. This fellow is too arrogant. As expected of someone who once followed an emperor. If he's a little more serious, he might be able to sense that God Lord Absolute Heaven. Even Lin Fei was somewhat surprised by this God Lord Absolute Heaven. He himself did not sense the existence of this fellow. No one knew how it appeared. Lin Fei knew that this was definitely a treasure that he could use. This treasure should be a top-notch one. It managed to fool everyone, even Lin Fei himself. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Island Master Luogu had so many ideas. He had used so many 9 stars experts to unleash such a powerful move just to poison the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. And it had been poisoned with a poison that had been specially concocted. Just look at the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast right now. Its strength was constantly dropping. Even the wounds on its body were getting bigger and bigger. Thus, other than the first round of reincarnation that it unleashed, the subsequent rounds of reincarnation that it unleashed weren't all that powerful. There was a loud bang. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast's massive body crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Gong Jojo, God Lord Absolute Heaven, Island Master Luogu and the others landed on the ground. Even their faces were a little pale. His face was slightly pale. They had indeed withstood Samsara's attack just now. One had to admit that the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast's attack was extremely terrifying. I didn't think that I would be tricked by you 3 fellows after ruling over this area. How hateful! The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was extremely weak and powerless, because this poison was extremely tyrannical. Even though he was a powerful existence, he couldn't bear it at all. Unfortunately, the samsara technique it had unleashed had no effect on these 3 fellows. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast knew very well what the final result would be. Gong Jojo heartily laughed. Island Master Luo, you're still the best. After all this planning, you've finally taken care of this fellow. It wasn't easy for us to kill this fellow. Just the thought of our harvest makes me want to laugh. In truth, we should really thank God Lord Absolute Heaven for this. Without his poison, we wouldn't have been able to capture this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. All 3 of them seemed very happy now. They could finally take down this reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Chapter 5150. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was seriously injured. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast's killer move had no effect on the 3 of them at all. Instead, the poison had seeped into the beast's body even faster. It could be said that the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was on its last breath. Island Master Luogu took out a ring. This shiny ring made the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast panic. You actually have the legendary beast ring. You guys really put in a lot of effort to find this thing. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was quite discerning. It was definitely not a good thing. Instead, it was a bad thing. Island Master Luogu laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to know about this thing. Since you know about it, that's great. I've meticulously prepared this thing for you. You can't die yet. You're still very useful to us. Luogu laughed heartily. Island Master Luogu naturally wouldn't kill the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast so easily. It would be a pity if he killed it. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was a very rare species. The ring on his hand swung. Suddenly, it became bigger and bigger. It appeared above the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Then it went down. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast kept struggling. However, it couldn't resist the power of the ring at all. It was getting closer and closer to it. Utter despair. With a whoosh, a beam of light appeared without any warning and exploded on top of the ring. The ring was sent flying in the blink of an eye. A figure walked over from afar. The 3 of you are bullying a reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Isn't that a bit too much? You even treated everyone as a sacrifice. What should I say about you guys? It turns out that the famous Sky Island is also unscrupulous in doing things. The three of them didn't expect that there would be people around. This was because they had set up a trap in this place. Outsiders couldn't come in at all. As long as someone approached, they would naturally be able to sense it. However, there was no movement at all. This meant that this person was mixed in with these people. Island Master Luogu squinted his eyes and looked at a young man. He had a slight impression of this young man. He was one of the people in this group. However, this fellow didn't seem to be affected at all. This caused Island Master Luogu to feel somewhat embarrassed. I didn't expect there to be a fish that escaped the net. Then I'll kill you first. Island Master Luogu waved his hand, and two balls smashed over. These two spheres were like two gigantic planets. They grew bigger and bigger, and their power also grew stronger and stronger. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. Just this method alone was enough to instantly kill a 9 stars late stage and peak 9 stars. Even a full circle 9 stars would have to suffer. This Island Master Luogu's methods were truly formidable. At the very least, this method wasn't something that just anyone could resist. However, it was different this time when they encountered Lin Fei. Although the attacks of these two balls were fierce, the punch came. It was blocked by Lin Fei. He moved to the left and right. The two balls flew back. Once again, it fell into the hands of Island Master Luogu. This caused Island Master Luogu's expression to change. This fellow actually has some strength. No wonder I misjudged him. Island Master Luogu's previous attack had revealed that this fellow was indeed quite strong. Otherwise, just this method alone would have been enough to cause a 9 stars expert to suffer. Or even be killed. This sort of person was much stronger than he had imagined. No wonder he was able to blend in with the crowd. It turned out that he was also after the Samsara heaven-devouring beast. It's just a small fellow. Let me take care of him. It just so happens that I've researched a new poison. I can let this fellow try it out. I'm just afraid that he won't be strong enough. If he's strong, it'll be the most obvious. God Lord Absolute Heaven roared with laughter as he released the poison. When the poison came out, it was a black fog. In an instant it enveloped Lin Fei. It transformed into a long black snake that coiled around Lin Fei. This long snake made of poison was really quite different. It seemed that God Lord Absolute Heaven's methods were quite powerful. A sword light slashed out. Like a flowing moon. The black snake died in an instant, and the poison was also destroyed in an instant. It didn't even reach Lin Fei. I know that you three are bullying him with numbers. Now I'll do the same. I'll let you see who's the strongest. With a whoosh, he released his primordial spirits. One by one, the primordial spirits walked out from behind him. A total of 99 primordial spirits. When the 99 primordial spirits walked out, they instantly transformed into the reincarnation formation. The formation opened. The strength of the three of them was directly reduced. His entire body trembled as if he had been stabbed by a knife. The pupils of the injured reincarnation heaven-devouring beast instantly underwent a huge change. This is the reincarnation primordial spirit, and 99 primordial spirits. Oh my God! Chapter 51-51. The reincarnated primordial spirits that walked out did indeed make everyone feel different. The three of them felt like they had been hit in the head. They couldn't believe it. After the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast cried out, they instantly understood. So these were the legendary reincarnated primordial spirits. The most important thing was to create reincarnated primordial spirits. Weren't there only 10 of them at most? Why did 99 primordial spirits suddenly appear? 99 primordial spirits instantly reduced their strength by half. It really made them dumbfounded. You're the reincarnation emperor's man. Island Lord Luogu exclaimed. No one knew better than him that he was no match for the young man in front of him. Even Gong Jojo and Divine Lord Absolute Heaven were the same. Their strength had been reduced by half. At this moment, fear and unease flashed through their eyes. They had naturally heard of the reincarnation emperor. It was said that this guy's strongest was his reincarnated primordial spirit. His reincarnated primordial spirit could instantly suppress his opponent's strength. When he was at his peak, his reincarnated primordial spirit was incomparably terrifying. But now, someone had cultivated the reincarnated primordial spirit. It wasn't the legendary 10, but a total of 99 reincarnated primordial spirits. That scene was simply too terrifying. If it was anything else, it would be fine, but this reincarnated primordial spirit instantly reduced their strength by half. Even if the three of them worked together, they wouldn't be this person's match. 99 primordial spirits. This was simply bullying. Island Lord Luogu's voice trembled. I am indeed the successor of the reincarnation monarch. Today, I'm here to look for my reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. To think that you guys would have the guts to spend so much effort just to take the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast away. Do you think that I would agree to that? This was the first time Lin Fei had used 99 primordial spirits. When the 99 primordial spirits appeared, they could truly feel the changes. Just like that, half of their strength had been reduced. Even if they wanted to resist this suppression, they wouldn't be able to do so. 99 primordial spirits were truly powerful. Of course, this was because Lin Fei wasn't that strong. If he was any stronger, he would be able to reduce their strength by 2/3. Instead of half of them being split into two. Nothing could be more lethal than this sentence. At the very least, all of them could feel the powerful lethality. The reincarnation emperor was also a terrifying lord back then. After he was gone, the forces he belonged to deteriorated year by year. But now, it had become a mediocre force. Now, who would have thought that such a heaven-defying fellow would appear? This guy could actually cultivate 99 of them. This was simply God's favored child. No one dared to believe that this was true. In the distance, the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast was also extremely excited. He actually saw 99 primordial spirits. He had never followed the reincarnation emperor, but he knew that his ancestor had indeed followed the reincarnation emperor. He had made quite a name for himself. Now, there was another successor of the reincarnation emperor. He had cultivated 99 reincarnation primordial spirits. This was simply unbelievable. This was definitely an explosive piece of news. If this were to spread outside, everyone would be dumbfounded. There really was no harm without comparison. Take these elixirs first. Later, I will suppress the poison in your body and help you clean it up. Lin Fei turned around and shouted at the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. The reincarnation heaven-devouring beast opened its mouth and a large number of elixirs rolled directly into its body. Various means landed on the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast's body, suppressing the poison. Now Lin Fei was still able to suppress the poison. He turned around and stared at the three of them. Tell me, how should I deal with you now? The three of you targeted the reincarnation heaven-devouring beast, which means that you're snatching something from me. Snatching something from me won't end well. The three of them each had their own backgrounds. At this moment, they all seemed powerless. The successor of the reincarnation emperor was even more terrifying than the previous reincarnation emperor. He had 99 reincarnation primordial spirits. Half of his strength had been destroyed. Even a 10-star powerhouse wouldn't dare to do anything to this guy under such circumstances. Fellow Taoist, we are in the wrong in this matter. We are willing to leave immediately, and we can even give you some compensation. That was all he could say. Our flourishing heaven empire doesn't have many good things. As long as we all take a step back in this matter, I'm willing to give you something. Gong Jiuzhou also said, how could they fight in this situation? They all knew it in their hearts. They had to go back and discuss countermeasures. The appearance of such a person would have a great impact on all the forces. I'm sorry, I have cultivated 99 primordial spirits, but I haven't used my full strength yet. Therefore, I hope that you can help me test out the power of my 99 primordial spirits. Boom! The 99 primordial spirits attacked instantly. Chapter 51-52. 99 reincarnated spirits were unleashed. Once this power was unleashed, it was truly terrifying. At the very least, the three of them instantly felt immense pressure crushing down on them. Even if they were to bring out their treasures at this moment, Their strength had already been slashed. Now that they were up against 99 essence spirits, they were smashed into smithereens with a single boom. Instant kill. This outcome was not surprising to Lin Fei at all. As for the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast, it was also within his expectations. This person who had cultivated 99 reincarnated spirits was simply too terrifying. They were immediately stunned. The other party was strong. The 99 spirit souls stretched out their hands and killed them directly. The 99 spirit souls did not have any treasures, but even so, the strength that they displayed was enough to make them unable to resist. After all, their strength was not as strong as before. Lin Fei looked over and casually took their rings. After all, the three of them had a very strong foundation. Thank you for saving my life. I did not expect to see a reincarnated spirit soul with 99 spirit souls. I am willing to follow you and become your mount. I will fight for you and restore the glory of my ancestor. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast was also very thoughtful. No one knew better than him that following such a person would have great potential in the future. There was even a golden path in front of him. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast, of course, knew what to choose. The stronger the person was, the more he would follow. Back then, the reincarnation emperor had relied on the reincarnated spirit souls to become a top expert. This young man who had cultivated 99 spirit souls was even more terrifying. In terms of potential, he had already surpassed the reincarnation emperor by leaps and bounds. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast felt like laughing that he could meet such a person. To think that he could actually encounter such a good thing. This was really something that he would not encounter even once in his life. Lin Fei laughed heartily. You really know how to choose. I thought that you would choose to reject. If you did, I would have just taken you in. Since you are willing to be my mount, that's great. Let's make a contract first. In such a situation, Lin Fei was not surprised at all. If this fellow suddenly said that he didn't have any thoughts, then he wouldn't be a reincarnation heaven-devouring beast. He was extremely strong. However, after encountering the scheme of the Sky Island, things naturally became different. I'm willing to form a contract with you and become your mount. A drop of blood flew out and transformed into an invisible connection. There was a connection between the two of them. The other meaning of Lin Fei and the great reincarnation-devouring beast was a master-servant contract. That was what mounts were all about. After completing the contract, the samsara heaven-swallowing beast instantly transformed into a figure. However, this figure's strength was much weaker than before. He was only in the 7-star realm. This was another small effect of the master-servant contract. He could temporarily transform as long as he was by Lin Fei's side, but he couldn't do it anywhere else. If he wanted to fight, he could only revert to his original form. This was also the favorite way for many powerful existences to stay outside. After all, his original form would attract too much attention. However, if he transformed into a human form, coupled with treasures, basically no one would be able to detect him. Since you're following me now, pack up your things and let's leave this place. After all, there was such a huge commotion in the endless ruins just now. I'm afraid there will be big shots coming soon. Lin Fei didn't think that there was only one reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast in the endless ruins. Previously, he had sensed several powerful auras. None of these powerful auras was inferior to the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast. Although Lin Fei didn't really care, it was better not to cause any trouble at this time. Sir, I feel that you've come to the endless ruins too late this time. There's no need to be in such a hurry to leave, because there will be another grand event held here soon. It's our beast convention. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast said immediately. When Lin Fei heard this, even he felt that something was off. There's such a meeting here. It seems like it's not a simple one. I'm afraid it's a competition. Are you also qualified to participate? If it was something else, Lin Fei really wouldn't care. A competition between a group of powerful existences was different. Lin Fei felt that he could still go and take a look. I heard that it's a competition for a precious treasure in the depths of the endless ruins. I heard that obtaining this treasure will allow one's strength to increase again. Therefore, Whoever obtains it will become the strongest person in the endless ruins. Chapter 51-53. Hearing such news, Lin Fei didn't plan to leave the endless ruins. No matter what, he had to take a look. The reincarnation heaven-swallowing beast actually had a name. His name was Samsara. In their words, the reincarnation heaven-swallowing beasts almost all had the same name. Moreover, it was very difficult for them to grow. There could only be one in every generation, and he was the only one in this generation. As for whether there were more, no one knew. Even if there were, their strength would be very low. He quietly hid and cultivated. If he didn't have a certain strength, he wouldn't show himself. Because of his talent, he had always been sought after by people. Therefore, he didn't dare to show himself before he was strong enough. Once he showed himself, he would be easily captured and refined into a special existence. Even he had spent more than 1,000 years cultivating in seclusion and rarely showed himself. Now, his strength was considered very strong, but he was still schemed against by Sky Island. If it wasn't for Lin Fei appearing at the crucial moment, he would definitely be captured by them. By then, one could imagine how tragic his outcome would be. With Samsara leading the way, it was completely different. Samsara was still very famous in this area. Along the way, they saw many strong exotic beasts. These strong exotic beasts didn't dare to have any thoughts in front of Samsara. They directly suppressed them. They went all the way to the depths of the endless ruins. This place was a little different from the other places, because there were actually many huge cities in this place. Although these cities were in a damaged state, one could still see the glory of the past. A few figures also flew out and landed on Samsara's body. As for Lin Fei, they didn't seem to care much about him. It was as if they treated him as a casual matter. Samsara, why are you here? Didn't you say that you wouldn't participate in that activity this time? If it wasn't for your aura, I would have thought that someone else came. Could it be that you have thought things through? If you have, then this time, we will have a much higher chance of success if we team up. The few of them also looked like humans. However, their appearances were quite ugly. If they went outside, they would definitely scare people. Samsara laughed heartily. I didn't have any intentions at first, but then I thought it would be interesting, so I had to come and participate. Don't you guys think so? On his way here, Lin Fei had learned about the situation from Samsara. The meeting this time was very lively. There were still many powerful exotic beasts in the endless ruins. Some of these exotic beasts were strong, while others were weak. So, they were all connected to each other and mixed together. For example, Samsara was the same. He also knew a few powerful players who were in a group. This way, when everyone wanted to attack, they would have to think twice about whether they would offend the others. Therefore, when Samsara came over, they immediately came over to greet him. They all knew that Samsara was quite strong, especially after revealing his true form. Coupled with Samsara's techniques, he was still very threatening. Lin Fei had come here to broaden his horizons with Samsara. The people here definitely wouldn't suspect anything. After all, these exotic beasts all had some powerful abilities. That was to control some human experts and make them serve them. Situations like this were quite common here. This was also why these people didn't have any intentions when they came over just now. Because they wouldn't suspect that Lin Fei was Samsara's master. The few of them also flew towards the inside. Lin Fei followed behind them slowly. Along the way, they discovered that there was a huge underground city below. This huge city had a large formation set up outside, so they couldn't detect it at all. It was no wonder that Lin Fei could only vaguely sense it. He didn't expect there to be such a formation. This formation looked very ancient. He didn't expect these exotic beasts to use it. This can be considered a base camp for us exotic beasts. All kinds of transactions are held here. We can even see many human experts here. As soon as they entered, Samsara transmitted his voice to them. Lin Fei also felt that this place had become very lively. Although he didn't see their true forms, these people were all shape-shifting. Samsara said that those who could shape-shift were actually very strong. Either they had a certain level of treasure or they couldn't be underestimated. When they arrived here, Lin Fei saw many figures. Many of them were human experts. They were indeed very strong. Basically, they were at the 8-star level. Most of them were at the 9 stars level. Chapter 51-54. What did these exotic beasts look like? Lin Fei understood that they were all very powerful. Overall, they were much weaker than each other, but they were all on the same side. This kind of situation was relatively common here. Lin Fei followed silently. No one paid too much attention to Lin Fei. This was definitely a good thing for Lin Fei. He didn't want to be targeted by everyone. He came here this time to take a good look. He was also interested in these powerful exotic beasts. If he could tame these powerful exotic beasts, it would be much easier to expand the sect. This was also an idea that Lin Fei had just come up with. It would be for the best if he could get it. After all, there were quite a lot of powerful exotic beasts in the endless ruins. He knew it from Samsara's words. Along the way, Lin Fei had seen all kinds of exotic beasts. Their overall strength was very strong, especially their bodies, which were unbelievably tough. It was definitely not a problem to use them in battle. This made Lin Fei even more envious. He finally understood why ordinary people didn't dare to come to the endless ruins. If they really came here, they would definitely suffer a big loss. Once they suffered a loss, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. Samsara, you came at the right time. There's an auction here. I heard that many human experts are coming. Do you want to get some more? If you have nothing to do, you can eat a few to satisfy your craving. One of the powerful exotic beasts said. The other exotic beast also chimed in. If you hadn't come, we would have been able to buy some powerful human experts by now. I heard that a big merchant came this time, and he brought a lot of experts with him. I also heard that it seems to be a slave trading group this time. They are best at capturing human experts, and they have all kinds of forces behind them. They are constantly fighting. Oh, I remember, it's called the Battle Slave Group. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a business in the endless ruins. It seemed that this place was not as simple as it seemed. Instead, there were people who came here to do business. Then let's go take a look. I have nothing to do anyway. If there are any, I can buy some. They changed directions, and Samsara sent a voice transmission to them. Sir, from time to time, some slave groups will come here. They will capture some powerful human experts. Basically, those who come here are 7 stars, 8 stars, and 9 stars. However, the price is not fixed, and the quantity and quality are different every time, so it depends on luck. Lin Fei naturally knew why these exotic beasts were so interested in human experts. It was because eating these human experts would increase their strength. It was much faster than cultivating on their own, so over time, they had a great need for this aspect. That was why these slave regiments appeared. Anyway, the conference hadn't started yet, and it would take some time, so Lin Fei also wanted to see what this Battle Berserker slave group was all about. From the looks of it, he seemed to be extremely famous. Is this Berserker slave group very famous? Have you heard of it? It seems that they are your regular customers here. Lin Fei could tell that there was something going on. Hence, yes. He wanted to know more about this Battle Berserker slave group. Samsara said, this Battle Berserker slave group is indeed very famous because they are one of the 5 major slave groups in this universe. They have many 10-star experts behind them. I heard that they also know eternal level experts. As for whether it's true or not, I don't know. With this, Lin Fei also knew that this adventure group was indeed different. Not long after, they came to a square, which was surrounded by ruins and looked out of place. At this time, there were many exotic beasts gathered here. There were strong and weak exotic beasts, but they all stared at the human experts in front of them. The strength of these human experts seemed to be sealed, so when they saw them, they looked dejected. Of course, there were some angry eyes. However, they seemed to be of no use at this moment. Those in front are the human experts who have been captured. I heard that whenever a force is breached, the 7, 8, and 9 stars experts will be captured. As for the weaker ones, they will be sold to other places or sent to the mining area to be miners. Samsara continued speaking. Lin Fei saw it too. There were indeed quite a lot of them. At a glance, there seemed to be hundreds of experts, but most of them were 7 and 8 stars. As for 9 stars, there were not many of them. He estimated that there were only about 30 to 40 of them. It seemed that this battle berserker slave group was really quite powerful. To be able to capture so many slaves, it wasn't something that just anyone could do. Chapter 51-55. So many human experts were brought here. Indeed, these exotic beasts were excited. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. Of course, for those human experts, this was nothing more than sorrow and despair. Basically, all of them had a dejected look on their faces. Of course, most of them were in despair. Now that they were here, they could feel it clearly. Lin Fei could even feel a different kind of aura from them. The unconventional aura also proved that the cultivation method of these fellows was very different from the one on their side. They probably couldn't be caught in other universes. This wasn't the only universe. There were other universes. Therefore, this battle-crazed slave group was really powerful. No wonder they could become one of the top 5 slave groups. They were indeed powerful. Of course, this wasn't something that Lin Fei cared about. Many exotic beasts began to search for them. The business here was very simple. As long as they offered a high price, they would naturally be able to buy them. After all, there were many powerful exotic beasts here. Of course, exotic beasts like Samsara were considered the most powerful ones here. Except for some who could defeat him, most of the others were no match for him. Therefore, when buying and selling these people, they still had a certain priority. This was the benefit of strength. Sir, do you want to buy some human experts? It's quite cheap at this time. This time, they will basically sell all the human experts here. They won't keep any. Samsara transmitted his voice to him. Lin Fei wasn't interested in this. He said casually, "Let's take a look first. If we come across some good ones, we can buy a few. After all, we need some experts to help us." Lin Fei had his own considerations. After all, he could buy 9 stars experts here. If they were really strong, he could buy them back. Samsara brought Lin Fei forward. 7 stars and 8 stars had all been filtered out. They headed straight for 9 stars. There were a lot more exotic beasts here. However, when they saw Samsara and the others coming over, they restrained their thoughts. One had to know that not everyone could buy a human clan expert. It would be different if they encountered some powerful exotic beasts. No one was willing to offend these powerful exotic beasts. Although there were many territories of various sizes in the endless ruins, the consequences would be quite severe if they offended a powerful exotic beast. He didn't even know when his territory had been breached, and even he would be in trouble. There were about 20 to 39 stars experts here. There were both men and women, but their strength had all been sealed. One could imagine that they must have been very powerful in the past. Lin Fei looked around casually. The aura fluctuations of these 9 stars powerhouses were not very strong. In other words, their foundations were ordinary. He reckoned that the good 9 stars experts had been taken to other places. Lin Fei inexplicably remembered. Suddenly, his gaze landed on one of the women. Lin Fei was a little surprised to see this woman. He actually felt a trace of a familiar aura from this woman. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. That's strange. Why can I feel the aura of the reincarnation emperor on this woman? No. She must have cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. Could she be one of the inheritors of the reincarnation emperor? Lin Fei didn't forget the mission he had to do. That was to expand the reincarnation emperor's sect. To become a top existence in this universe, this mission was not difficult, but it was not easy either. It would take time. Until now, Lin Fei didn't know whether the reincarnation emperor had left behind a sect or not. He had to find it slowly. Now that he had met such a person, Lin Fei immediately realized that he might know some secrets about this person. Therefore, he sent a voice transmission to Samsara. Do you see that woman? No matter what, you have to buy her. She has the aura of the reincarnation primordial spirit. Samsara was shocked when he heard this. He looked over seriously. It was easy to tell that there was only one person who had cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. It was really a little familiar. He immediately realized that this person should be related to the reincarnation emperor. No problem, I will definitely buy this woman. They will have to give me some face more or less. Samsara was very confident about this. I want this woman no matter how much she is worth. Chapter 51-56. At times like this, Lin Fei was not in a position to speak, but it was different for Samsara. After all, he was one of the more powerful beings here. The others would more or less give him some face. Therefore, after Samsara spoke, many people present had a big change in their attitude. They all knew that Samsara was ready to fight for this woman. This woman looked pretty good. For them, some powerful women were still very useful. However, it was not easy to meet some powerful women. Therefore, such a person was quite expensive. This berserker slave group was really capable. They actually caught such a powerful woman. So it's Master Samsara. You really have a good eye. This is a rather hot rose, and it took me a lot of effort to catch it. She's not cheap. You have to be aware of it. A fat man said with a smile. His eyes were almost squinting into a line. Even his body was like a mountain. However, this did not prevent this fat man from revealing his shrewdness. What are you talking about? Just name your price. Do you think I can't take out a Cosmos God Stone? Samsara snorted coldly. The fatty was still smiling. As expected, he was a good businessman. This woman is worth at least 10 million cubes. As soon as the price was announced, many people's expressions changed. This price was far beyond their imagination. It was quite expensive. Not everyone could accept such a price. Ordinary 9 stars experts would be considered expensive at a few million cubes. However, 10 million cubes was not easy. The fat man continued to speak with a smile on his face. This woman is not simple. She has cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. You should know about the reincarnation emperor, right? She is very powerful. In order to capture her, we sent out more than 10 9-star powerhouses. In the end, 4 or 5 of them were killed. We suffered heavy losses. So, you know what I mean. Hearing this, the surrounding people came to a sudden realization. No wonder. She had cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. It was said that the reincarnation emperor was very powerful in the past. I'll take the 10 million cubes. Luan Xiang did not even think about the price and immediately agreed to it. After all, he had promised the Lord. He had to take this woman down. That woman didn't move at all. She just lowered her head and was filled with despair. This kind of despair had already spread and her heart was like dead ashes. The fatty laughed. Lord Samsara is indeed a rich person. He did not even blink and is willing to spend 10 million cubes of Cosmos God Stones. This kind of 9 stars powerhouse was easy to sell. Just as Fatty finished speaking, another voice floated over from afar. Samsara, you really don't have much money. You want to buy her with a mere 10 million cubes? I'm really sorry, but I also like this woman. I'll pay 15 million cubes. Several silhouettes walked over from afar. When these silhouettes walked over, Samsara and the others' expressions changed subtly. Samsara also looked over. So it's you. I was wondering who it was. You're quite arrogant to actually add 5 million cubes. You really have too much money. Are you sure you want to compete with me to the end? I want this woman. You should know that it's rare for me to have something that I like. Samsara was starting to get anxious. If it was something else, it wouldn't matter. However, this person in front of him was quite capable. Compared to him, he was even slightly stronger. Even the power behind this person was stronger. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Lin Fei. Lord, I'm afraid there's a little trouble. This fella is an enemy of mine. I've been fighting with him for hundreds of years without a clear victor. I'm afraid I'll have to spend quite a lot of Cosmos God Stones to take down this woman. Samsara was very clear about this point. Therefore, he told him in advance. Although he had quite a lot of Cosmos God Stones here, he was still lacking compared to this fella. Lin Fei originally thought that he had a 90% chance of success. Unexpectedly, there was an accident. Someone actually came to snatch this woman. It seemed like the endless ruins wasn't peaceful either. This fella was clearly stronger than Samsara. The same was true for the people behind him. They should be from a large group. Otherwise, Samsara wouldn't have said such a thing. Therefore, he transmitted a message back. It doesn't matter. Just bid as much as you want. I have a lot of money, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem to suppress him. Of course, if he offers too much, then we'll change the method. Isn't he your sworn enemy? Then we'll get him. Chapter 51-57. After hearing what Lin Fei said, Samsara understood what was going on. Of course, he wanted to destroy this guy too. However, he couldn't defeat him. Now that he had Lord, things were completely different. Even he couldn't defeat Lord, let alone this guy. Therefore, he could really take a look at this guy this time. At this moment, everyone recognized who this person was. He was also a powerful beast in the endless ruins. This guy was arrogant and overbearing. It was said that he had offended many people, but there were many strong people standing behind him. Everyone was very tactful and didn't want to offend him. After saying this, they knew that it would be difficult for Samsara to get this woman. The fat man in the distance was beaming even more brightly. Originally, he thought that she could only be sold for 10 million cubes. He didn't expect another buyer to come. This buyer was rich. He added another 5 million cubes in one go. Perhaps this woman could be sold for 30 to 40 million cubes. He would definitely make a fortune. Oh, Lord Nanfeng is here. The fatty greeted them with a smile. Nanfeng walked up to him. I'll add another 5 million cubes. Are you sure you want to compete with me? You know that I don't have much else but money. At most, I can buy a 9 stars expert at a high price. Moreover, one who has cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. I'm still very interested. Nanfeng looked as if he had Samsara in the bag. Samsara laughed heartily. Although you're rich, if you want to buy her, it depends on how much money you can spend. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. Don't you agree? We earned it all. Samsara laughed heartily. That's right. Nanfeng was a little interested in this woman. After all, she had cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. One had to know that the Samsara Yuan spirit was extremely difficult to cultivate. Not everyone could cultivate it. Even if one managed to cultivate it, one had to be very talented. Coincidentally, Nanfeng cultivated a puppet technique. He wanted to see if he could refine this woman. That would be much more interesting. However, he didn't expect Samsara to be so determined. It was a little different from usual, which made him a little puzzled. That's interesting. You actually want to compete with me? Then come and try. Let's see how long I can fork out the money. Don't let me cheat you when the time comes. The South was also smiling. Samsara laughed heartily. If you bid 15 million cubes, then I'll bid 30 million cubes. How about it? I've added enough money, right? Fatty, you're going to earn a lot this time. This time, of course, the fatty was all smiles. After all, the berserker slaves never got involved in anything. When selling something, sell it to the person who offers the highest price. Everyone understood this principle. No one would blame the berserker slave group at all. Who told the battle-crazed slaves to have a looming eternal powerhouse behind them? Nanfeng laughed heartily. Samsara, you're really fast. You actually added so much in such a short time. Then I'll add a little more. Let's go over 50 million cubes. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Whether it was Samsara or Nanfeng, they were both rich. Especially Nanfeng. He was a powerful exotic beast. It was said that his net worth was very high. 50 million cubes was difficult. He didn't take the Cosmos God's stone seriously at all. Lin Fei, who had been silent all this while, sighed. It seemed that these powerful exotic beasts in the endless ruins were quite rich. They could easily bid tens of millions. If it was someone else, they might not be able to beat them. For a moment, Lin Fei even wondered if he should go and kill a few powerful exotic beasts. This way, he would be able to gain a lot of wealth. He definitely wouldn't suffer a loss. For example, Nanfeng. This guy's net worth was definitely high enough. Samsara laughed heartily again. However, there was a trace of embarrassment in his laughter. I didn't expect you to bid 50 million cubes. Then I'll bid 80 million cubes again. If you can still bid higher than mine, then I'll let you have her. After all, I like this woman very much. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei laughed in his heart. It seemed that Samsara was prepared to cheat the other party. He wanted to see if the other party wanted it. If the other party didn't want it, then Lin Fei wouldn't have wasted his money in saving this woman. Was 80 million cubes a lot? It wasn't much at all. When the time came, he would naturally find a time to earn the money back. Anyway, his Cosmos God Stone was taken from the other party's treasury. He really didn't earn much. So you're out of money after increasing to 80 million cubes. I'm sorry. How about 80 million cubes? Samsara's face turned even uglier. 100 million cubes. Come if you can. Chapter 51-58. In everyone's eyes, just as Samsara was about to give up, no one expected him to bite the bullet and offer another price. He actually offered 100 million cubes. This price was really a super number. Even Defan was the same. He squinted his eyes so much that they almost couldn't be seen. How happy! He actually caught a big fish this time. Who would have thought? Samsara and Nan Feng were willing to pay such a high price for this woman. There was suspicion of raising the price, but it was nothing to Defan. If he could sell this woman, he would make a huge profit. His superiors would definitely praise him for it. He might even get a lot of commission. He really came to the right place this time. Every time he came to the Endless Ruins, Defan would more or less worry. Because some prices weren't easy to sell. These powerful exotic beasts weren't easy to negotiate. Sometimes, it was normal to lose hundreds of thousands of cubes or even millions of cubes. They wouldn't say much about it. After all, this was a long-term matter. They still had to do business. But this time, he gave them a huge surprise. It was a huge surprise. 100 million cubes. This woman could have been sold for 30 to 40 million cubes, and that would have been a huge profit. Now, he'd made a huge profit. Now, it was up to Nan Feng whether he wanted it or not. If he did, he would definitely make a huge profit. But he felt that Nan Feng was quite smart. He definitely wouldn't make another bid. In reality, that was indeed the case. Nan Feng obviously saw Samsara's embarrassed expression. That meant that this guy didn't have that much money. Don't be fooled by the tens of millions they spent. In reality, it was all hard-earned money. As a result, Samsara's offer of 100 million cubes wasn't something that just anyone could afford. Samsara, you're really willing to spend money. I didn't expect you to spend 100 million cubes on a woman. I really admire you. Since you like this woman so much, I'll let you have her. Nan Feng obviously wouldn't make another bid. His money didn't grow on trees. He was prepared to scam Samsara. If he could buy her, that would be for the best. He could afford 80 million cubes. However, 100 million cubes was not necessary. He even hoped that Samsara would use up all of his wealth. If that happened, he would have to sell this woman no matter what. If he were to resell it, he would probably only be able to sell it for half the price, or even 10 or 20 million cubes. If he bought it himself, he would save a lot of money, so he might as well let Samsara do it. Samsara's face instantly darkened. Lin Fei had to admit that Samsara was quite good at acting. As for the woman who had been in despair, she raised her head, revealing a delicate face. A trace of shock flashed across his face. He had actually been bought by someone for a price of 100 million cubes, which was enough to buy a top-notch treasure. The woman continued to lower her head. He continued to act the same as before. Isn't it just 100 million cubes? It's not like I can't afford it. You're the one who's reluctant to increase the price. You disappoint me. Samsara laughed heartily and looked at Nan Feng mockingly. Nan Feng could tell that Samsara was short of money. Who cares if you can be smug? Spending 100 million cubes on such a woman will soon become a joke in the Endless Ruins. I'm not interested in women, but I think the others are not bad. Pack them up for me. I need a group of followers. Nan Feng packed up the rest of the people without hesitation. This time, the fatty was the happiest. He didn't expect these 9 stars experts to be sold off so quickly. This was really beyond his imagination. No problem, no problem. I'll handle it for you now. Samsara didn't say anything more to Nan Feng. He just looked at them coldly. Then he talked to Lin Fei in private. Your Excellency, I'm quite good at acting. Although I spent 100 million, this guy definitely has at least 1 or 200 million with him. If we can kill him, we'll definitely have a big harvest. Lin Fei knew that Samsara was up to something. However, this guy was indeed a big fat sheep. Lin Fei could see it too. Don't worry. Let him be cocky for a while. Aren't you going to attend the conference? He must have gone to a secret land. When the time comes, we'll work together to get rid of him. Lin Fei was getting more and more excited about this idea. Chapter 51-59. Just like that, Samsara painfully took out 100 million cubic meters of universe god stones. At that time, many people were shocked. They didn't expect Samsara to be willing to take out such a huge sum of money to buy this woman. It was too much. Even the people around him were the same. They were also a little confused. They didn't know why Samsara was willing to spend such a huge sum of money. The news spread like the wind. Many powerful beings were in disbelief. Did Samsara go crazy? They actually spent so much money to buy a goddess. What a joke. And this woman was taken away by Samsara. After saying a few words to his companions, Samsara left. Samsara also had his own residence in the Endless Ruins. It was a huge residence in the Endless Ruins. The inside was well preserved. No one had touched anything. A place like this was quite famous. Sir, this is my mansion. Don't be fooled by the dilapidated exterior. The inside is well preserved. It's just that everyone is too lazy to clean it up. This way, it won't be too eye-catching. Samsara brought Lin Fei into a mansion. The outside of the mansion looked like it was in ruins. But the inside was a separate space. It was quite unbelievable. It seemed like the Endless Land was quite different back then. No wonder so many ruins were left untouched. For a moment, Lin Fei wondered where these guys were going to stay. So it was because he was ill-informed. He guessed that there was a space beneath these ruins. This meant that there should be a powerful spatial expert in this endless land. At the very least, he should be an eternal expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to set up a mansion like this. After entering, Lin Fei could feel the changes. He had also grasped space and time. But both of them were still in the early stages. But he could tell that this place was different. It was definitely a good place. It was a place like this. Once one entered, it wouldn't be easy for outsiders to enter. It would take a long time for them to break through the barrier. Samsara continued, Sir, you can be completely at ease here. The formation here is very strong. Outsiders can't penetrate it at all, let alone know what's going on. However, I have a secret room here with a new formation set up. It can be said to be layered together. It's definitely the most suitable place for us to talk. Samsara also knew that this was not a small matter. After all, this woman had cultivated the Samsara primordial spirit. Naturally, she had to find a more secretive place. Just like that, they arrived at one of the secret chambers. This secret room was indeed like what Samsara had said. There were layers upon layers of array formations in this secret room. It was indeed quite incredible. It's pretty old. I wonder where Samsara got it from. I'll stand guard outside for you. You can stay inside. That fellow immediately returned. His main body lay outside as if he was guarding the door, which surprised the woman a little. He had no idea what this beast was trying to do. At this moment, only brother Lin Fei and this woman were left in the secret chamber. Although this woman's heart was dead, the current situation was a little different. Because this person was actually in the secret chamber. This Samsara actually ran outside. This was a little unbelievable. One should know that this was the Endless Ruins. That was the world of exotic beasts. Humans were at most lackeys there. People like the Battle Berserker slave group could be counted on one's fingers. Those who came in from the outside were either taken down or eaten up by these beasts. Do you find it strange that you and I are the only ones left? Lin Fei smiled. He took out something and placed it on the table. Then he waved his hand. He undid all the seals on the woman's body. Instantly, the woman regained her freedom. She was stunned. She couldn't believe what had happened. The power in her body flowed. Only then did she feel that she wasn't dreaming. Her techniques were unlocked. How is it? Do you feel like you're dreaming? Actually, I do have a certain relationship with you. Why don't we sit down and have a chat first? Lin Fei said unhurriedly. This made the woman even more curious. She didn't do anything. After all, this was the Endless Ruins. Even if she managed to escape, the powerful exotic beast outside wasn't something she could defeat. Who are you? Why did you release me and even restore my strength? Chapter 5160. Chu Qingqing was really surprised. She was already prepared to accept her fate. But now, Chu Qingqing felt as though she had regained her freedom. She felt that it was a little unbelievable. She felt like she was dreaming. She was prepared to listen to what was going on. Because you have cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. If you had not cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit, you would not be sitting here and I would not have brought you here. Chu Qingqing was even more confused. They had indeed cultivated the reincarnation spirit, but not everyone could cultivate it. Could this person have cultivated the reincarnation spirit too? She had no idea. She was very confused. This person was also very unfamiliar. Could he have cultivated the reincarnation spirit too? But that was impossible. The reincarnation spirit was very difficult to cultivate and the number of people who could cultivate it could be counted on one hand. Chu Qingqing naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate the reincarnation spirit. 99% of people couldn't do it. Just like her, she had used some secret techniques to successfully cultivate the first reincarnation spirit. If she wanted to cultivate the second one, she would need a longer time. Cultivating one was already very terrifying. She heard that the first-generation patriarch cultivated a total of 10 reincarnation spirits. Once the reincarnation formation was activated, countless people were suppressed. It was the glory of the first generation. The current generation had only cultivated and produced 3 reincarnated primordial spirits. 3 reincarnation spirits was already very powerful. Unfortunately, whoosh whoosh. One by one, the reincarnation spirits walked out from behind Lin Fei. The first one, then the second one, and the third one. When Chu Qingqing was the first to walk out, she was shocked. She actually saw a reincarnation spirit with a thick aura. Then she saw the second and third one. All the way until there were 10 reincarnation spirits. Chu Qingqing stood up. She was incomparably shocked. You actually cultivated 10 reincarnation spirits. Oh my God, how is that possible? Other than the first-generation patriarch, no one else has cultivated 10 reincarnation spirits. Chu Qingqing was completely shocked. She was dumbfounded and her mouth was open so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. It was a shocking scene. There was actually someone who could cultivate 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. Or as one. This was definitely the real deal. There was no way he could be wrong. Lin Fei put away the reincarnation primordial spirit. Actually, I only managed to obtain the legacy by chance and cultivate out 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. Earlier on, I sensed that you had cultivated out a reincarnation primordial spirit. That's why I asked Samsara to buy you. Chu Qingqing immediately understood why this powerful exotic beast hadn't done anything all this while. It turned out that this young man had captured it and turned it into a mount. So it's you, elder brother. Thank you for helping me. There's hope for the House of Great Void. Chu Qingqing cried tears of joy. No one understood one thing better than her. The Great Void sect finally had hope again. Can you tell me what happened to you guys? Logically speaking, someone like you who has cultivated a reincarnation primordial spirit is also very strong. There shouldn't be anyone who can easily deal with you. Lin Fei could naturally feel that Chu Qingqing's emotions were fluctuating wildly. Recalling the fatty's words, Lin Fei knew that Chu Qingqing must have encountered something big. Chu Qingqing should be from the House of Great Void. Lin Fei really didn't know much about this sect. After hearing Lin Fei's words, Chu Qingqing also came back to her senses. She sat down again. Compared to before, she was clearly in a much better mood. She saw a glimmer of hope in her. Elder brother, don't you know that our sect is called the House of Great Void? However, the Great Void sect was still around, but half a year ago, the entire Great Void sect was flattened. Our senior brothers and sect leaders were all captured. Wu. Chu Qingqing started crying again. There was nothing that could make her sadder than this. She might not be so sad about other things, but her sect was razed. Naturally, she couldn't sit still. Moreover, he saw a powerful senior brother at this time. This senior brother had even cultivated 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. If Chu Qingqing knew that Lin Fei didn't cultivate 10 reincarnation primordial spirits, but 99 reincarnation primordial spirits, she would definitely be shocked. The House of Great Void was raised? How could it be raised? Logically speaking, the first-generation patriarch should have left behind a lot of resources. This shouldn't have happened. Lin Fei frowned. He finally understood why the system would give him such a mission. He thought that he had to start from scratch, but it seemed like he didn't have to. As long as he saved these people, he might be able to get twice the results with half the effort. Chapter 5161. Chu Qingqing began to speak slowly. With this, Lin Fei also knew what was going on. It turned out that the Great Void Sect's strength had fallen too quickly in the past few hundred years, and some of their experts had been destroyed by others from time to time. If it wasn't this troublesome matter, then it was that troublesome matter. It was obvious that someone was targeting their Great Void Sect. Later on, someone investigated and found out that it was actually a powerful force with eternal existences that were targeting the Great Void Sect. Back then, they had been suppressed by the Great Void Sect for a period of time. Later on, when the experts of the Great Void Sect no longer existed, the sect slowly became stronger. It was said that they even managed to cultivate to the eternal level. This way, the Great Void Sect was slowly taken care of, and half a year ago, this powerful force finally made a move and destroyed the Great Void Sect. Of course, this kind of destruction wasn't true destruction. But they captured some of their people. I know why they captured all of our people. It's because our Great Void Sect has a treasure trove that was left behind by the first-generation ancestor. Only the previous sect masters knew about it. I heard that the treasure trove is worth 100 billion cubes. With such a value, Lin Fei understood why those people were willing to make a move. It was definitely a big piece of meat. Without a certain amount of strength, one wouldn't be able to eat this big piece of meat. A force with an eternal-level powerhouse naturally had the confidence to bite off this big fat piece of meat. Don't look at how Samsara could take out 100 million. In reality, their net worth was only a few tens of millions. But that Nanfeng was different. His net worth was at least a few hundred million. Of course, this was also because he had a powerful background. An ordinary person would only have a few tens of millions. It would be amazing to have a few billion, not to mention tens of billions. Only some powerful sects would have things that were worth 100 billion cubes. If it was worth 100 billion cubes, then the true value would be much higher, because some things couldn't be measured by value. Senior brother, this is one of the keys to enter the treasury. When they made their move, the sect master gave me this key. He said that as long as I leave, they will naturally not have the chance to open the treasury. Only with enough keys can they open it. As long as I have this key, they will not act recklessly. Chu Qingqing took out another key. This key was really different, because the moment he held it in his hand, Lin Fei knew that it was a genuine key. It was the aura of the reincarnation primordial spirit. He also understood why that power wanted to capture the people of the Great Void Sect. Even the house leader was the same, because only those who had cultivated the reincarnation Yuan Shun could activate these keys. Without the reincarnation primordial spirit, it was useless. No matter who came, it would not work. It seemed that the first-generation patriarch's methods were quite fierce. Even they could not break it in a short time. I'll keep this thing for you for the time being, lest you get targeted again. You can rest here for a while and cultivate. If there's anything you don't understand about the reincarnation primordial spirit, I can teach you. Since those people wanted the treasury, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He would first settle the matter of the endless ruins. This was a big matter. Whether he could pull a group of people out of here would be of great help to Lin Fei. The current strength of the Great Void Sect was too weak. Just now, he had already learned some of the situation from Chu Qingqing. The current strongest house leader of the Great Void Sect had only cultivated 3 reincarnation Yuan Shun, which was really too weak. As for those who cultivated 1 or 2 reincarnation Yuan Shen, it was even more pitiful. Counting all of them, there were probably less than 10. Among them, Chu Qingqing was one of the more talented ones. She cultivated the reincarnation Yuan Shen in the shortest time. This was also the reason why Chu Qingqing could come out with the key. Unfortunately, It was taken by the battle-crazed slave group. Fortunately, the battle-crazed slave group did not know that Chu Qingqing had a key on her. They only thought that since she was a 9 stars expert, she could naturally be sold for a good price. Although that power was also capturing the people of the Great Void Sect, the battle-crazed slave group was not in cahoots with them. They would not send their people over. Sending them over would not be of much value, but selling them to the endless ruins would be completely different. They would definitely be able to make a fortune. This was why they had to come. Chu Qingqing nodded. I will listen to senior brother. Chapter 5162. Chu Qingqing stayed in the mansion just like that. She knew what she should do at a time like this. Especially in the aspect of primordial spirit cultivation, she realized that she really knew too little. Her senior brother was really too powerful. With just a few words, he could make her see the light, and she could grasp the essence of it in an instant. The path that was originally stuck was cleared. Therefore, in this short period of time, she managed to cultivate a second reincarnation primordial spirit. Of course, this second reincarnation primordial spirit wasn't easy and consumed a lot of resources. However, Lin Fei still had a lot of resources on him. Then, he allowed her to cultivate a third reincarnation primordial spirit, causing Chu Qingqing's strength to soar. Although she was still in the realm of 9 stars, her strength could gradually erupt out a lot. This also made Chu Qingqing more confident and looked forward to this senior brother bringing her out of the endless ruins. Sir, it's about to begin. I heard that we're going to the endless abyss this time. It's a world in an alternate dimension. Samsara didn't stay idle recently and kept going out to inquire about the situation. Because the place they were going to this time seemed to be a little different, he left early and returned late. Finally, he managed to find some information. After all, this information couldn't be hidden, so he immediately came back to report it. So, it's going to the alternate dimension. This is good. Once we go to the alternate dimension, there will be more opportunities to make a move. Lin Fei had already done his calculations. He was prepared to bring back a powerful hand. As for where he would get it from, as for where to get them, of course, he had to find a safer place. The alternate dimension would be completely different because the rules of the world there were even more different. It would be more powerful. Similarly, no one would be able to detect it. These days, Lin Fei had been signing in here. However, he didn't get anything good from signing in, which disappointed him. Therefore, it might be better to go to the alternate dimension. Then, go and get another set of information. Mark out some of the beasts that are going this time. I'll see which ones we can get back. Samsara went out to do something again. This guy was quite eager to run errands. Chu Qingqing also came out. Senior brother, are you going to get some beasts back? But these exotic beasts are too powerful. I wonder if they'll behave themselves. Of course, Chu Qingqing could guess some of his thoughts. This was an exotic beast from the endless ruins. It was very powerful. Even in this universe, it was relatively famous. However, there weren't many people who could come here. It was the same even for 9-star experts. Even though Chu Qingqing possessed late-stage 9 stars battle prowess in the past, she didn't dare to come here. Even though she was a full-stage 9 stars battle prowess now, she was still very wary of the exotic beasts in the endless ruins. If they encountered 1 or 2 of them, they might be able to block them, but if they encountered 3 or 5 of them, it was basically hopeless. You're quite smart. That's exactly what I'm thinking. You also know that our Great Void Sect is still a bit weak. The reincarnation primordial spirit isn't that easy to cultivate. Unlike you, we have to bring some experts back with us. That way, we'll suffer a lot of losses. Don't they have Eternal Realm experts? However, Eternal experts rarely ask about things, so there are only 9 stars and 10 stars experts. Lin Fei didn't hide anything, so he spoke his mind. Because the foundation of the Great Void Sect was indeed a bit weak. If he didn't bring back some powerful exotic beasts from the endless ruins, he wouldn't be able to play at all. He couldn't possibly do it himself, right? These exotic beasts from the endless ruins were still quite useful. Senior brother's idea is really great. If we have these powerful exotic beasts, it will be a great help to our Great Void Sect. At the very least, We can reach the level of a first-rate force. No, we should be able to enter the top level. Recently, Chu Qingqing had been cultivating very hard. Of course, her mood was getting better and better. With such a powerful senior brother, perhaps the Great Void Sect would once again stand on this side of the universe. It was also quite possible. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Samsara had also collected a lot of information. Lin Fei had also done some analysis and confirmed some targets to capture. Therefore, he was very busy from start to finish. The day had finally arrived. It was the day to go. This time, there would be a lot of powerful exotic beasts heading there. Chu Qingqing stayed in the mansion. It was really not a good time to go there. If she went there, it would inevitably attract attention. Therefore, only Lin Fei would go with Samsara. After arriving at the designated place, there were many powerful exotic beasts. Many of them were ones that Lin Fei had seen in the information. Comparing them with each other, he immediately had a deep impression of them. Samsara, I heard that you've been going in and out recently. Did you spend all your money this time? Chapter 5163. There were indeed quite a number of exotic beasts in this place. However, just as Samsara arrived, he heard a voice coming from behind him. This voice clearly carried a tone of schadenfreude. Who else could it be if it wasn't Nan Feng? This fella really knew how to find the right time to talk. Samsara glared at him. Of course, he knew what was going on. This fella probably did a lot of publicity for him. He didn't pay much attention to him recently. But the people around him told him that this fella really released a lot of information. It was really hard to tell who came in. Samsara laughed coldly in his heart. I'll let you be cocky for a while more. When I go to another place, I'll destroy you. Who asked you to offend my lord? I can't deal with you alone, but with my lord, things will be different. He can definitely take you down. Unfortunately, Nan Feng didn't know what Samsara was thinking about. I'm sorry, I still have a lot of money. There's really nothing to worry about. But you can't get that woman if you want. It won't be easy. I have to take care of a woman worth 100 million. Don't you think so? Samsara burst into laughter. Many people around them also looked over. They had heard about the recent events. Samsara and Nan Feng were fighting over a woman. In the end, they spent 100 million universe god stones. That was really shocking. No one had expected Samsara to be so generous. It was unbelievable. On the other hand, this Nan Feng was quite interesting. He was actually fighting with Samsara over something to buy. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the conflict between the two of them had deepened. Nan Feng had purposely come over to mock Yishio. Recently, Samsara had been going in and out. He wondered if Yishio had run out of money, so he wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect this fella to have such a temper. It seemed like he wasn't going to leave. Fortunately, Nan Feng wasn't in a hurry. I'm just asking. You don't have to make such a big fuss. If you run out of money, you can tell me. For example, I can give you a 20% discount for that woman of yours. At the very least, you can get back some of your money. What do you think? Nan Feng didn't bother with Samsara after saying that. He stood to the side. Everyone looked over. He had achieved his goal. He just needed to let everyone know that Samsara was a spendthrift. This way, he would have more smiles on his face. Nan Feng's actions had indeed made everyone remember Samsara. This was a top big shot. His methods were also very fierce. However, the amount of money he spent this time was indeed a little puzzling to everyone. Since when did a human woman have such great charm? They really couldn't imagine it. My lord, I thought this guy wouldn't come today. Since he's here, let's kill him first. I'm already gnashing my teeth at him. In other places, Samsara wouldn't say such things, but here, things were different. In any case, he already had the intention to destroy the other party, and it was probably the same for his lord. Lin Fei smiled. It doesn't matter. As long as he dares to come, we can send him back. There were more and more people, and they were all standing there. They were all powerful exotic beasts. Apart from them, they also brought many people with them. Some of them were slaves of the human race, and all of them were very powerful. Lin Fei had been very clear about this before. At other times, Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to it before. However, it was different this time. These powerful exotic beasts really made Lin Fei feel like he couldn't catch them. His thoughts were getting stronger and stronger. Even some of the beasts that he had seen on the list came out. Not long after, a powerful golden beast came out. When this golden beast came out, everyone quieted down. Samsara also transmitted his voice. "Milord, this is one of the 3 experts of our endless ruins. He's called God Lord Zhe Mu." As soon as God Lord Zhe Mu appeared, he was indeed a terrifying existence. He was definitely a 10-star Great Circle existence. Even Lin Fei could feel it. This was the only opponent that made him feel a little bit of fear. No wonder he could suppress so many exotic beasts in the endless ruins. This guy's strength is very strong. Will the other 2 come this time? Don't just send one. There were 3 experts in the endless ruins. This God Lord Zhe Mu was one of them. Lin Fei had also seen some information about the other 2. It seemed like no one had come. The 2 of them probably won't show up because they don't care about anything. The only one in charge is this God Lord Zhe Mu. Chapter 5164. The moment God Lord Zhe Mu arrived, the scene became quiet. Everyone listened. God Lord Zhe Mu's gaze swept across everyone, and when his gaze swept across them, they all felt a chill run down their spines. Everyone could feel how terrifying and powerful God Lord Zhe Mu was. He seemed even more powerful than before. "I'm very happy that all of you could come and participate in this expedition. This time, we're going to conquer an alternate world. This alternate world isn't very big, but it's very rich in resources. I spent a lot of effort to open a path to this place, so we'll be inside for a year." God Lord Ziwu's words caused everyone's mood to change. It was very different now. Even Lin Fei was surprised. This God Lord Zhe Mu was quite capable. He really went to an alternate world and thought that it was some other secret realm. There was a big difference between a secret realm and an alternate world. Most importantly, there were definitely experts from that alternate world. Most importantly, this guy was able to open a path. One could imagine that God Lord Zhe Mu and the other 2 experts had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. So, the rules this time are the same as before. After you go to the alternate world, when you return, you must hand over 30% of the treasures. The rest will be yours. Understood? God Lord Zhe Mu's voice floated over once more. It was sonorous and powerful. Everyone agreed. A smile appeared on God Lord Zhe Mu's face. "Then let's get ready and head out. I hope that everyone will have a good collection. However, I have to remind everyone that there are many experts in that place, and they aren't the slightest bit inferior to us. So, be careful and don't get destroyed by them. That would be a loss of face for all of you." Lin Fei slightly furrowed his brows. He could also feel that this alternate world was from God Lord Zhe Mu's words. It shouldn't be as peaceful as he imagined it to be. Thinking about it, it made sense. If he tried to invade another place, the people of that place would definitely retaliate, but God Lord Swamp was able to confirm that this was a place. However, for God Lord Zhe Mu to determine this place, this alternate world would naturally be different. However, it was also possible that they would be used as cannon fodder. Many thoughts appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Whoosh! A dimensional door was opened just like that. The moment the space-time door was opened, everything changed instantly. Everyone could feel that there was a huge world on the other side of the space-time door. This was the so-called otherworldly realm. This otherworldly world seemed to have some powerful auras. No wonder God Lord Zhe Mu said that. Lin Fei's gaze seemed to want to see through the dimensional rift and reach that area. However, the dimensional rift was indeed a very powerful existence. It was said that only some of the top existences could use these things. He could go to any place at any time and place, and he could even set his location. With a whoosh, the space-time gate was finally opened, and God Lord Zhe Mu stood at the side. If you don't want to go, you can stay. If you want to go, then do it as soon as possible. I will only open this space-time gate for 30 breaths of time. You have to be prepared. 30 breaths of time was neither long nor short. As soon as it opened, many figures rushed in. To them, conquering other worlds had always been one of their favorite things to do. Without adventure, there would be no wealth. They agreed with this point. In the blink of an eye, most of them had entered. Samsara and Lin Fei also rushed in. As soon as they entered, they realized that this was a tunnel. In the blink of an eye, they entered another world. The rich spiritual energy of this world surged over, instantly making everyone feel different. However, they didn't stop. In the blink of an eye, they had left. Lin Fei and Samsara did the same. They immediately left. When they arrived, they clearly sensed a powerful intent coming for them. It was easy to imagine that this was no weaker than an expert like God Lord Zemu. When this thought swept over them, everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't have anything to worry about. After all, they weren't the only ones who came this time. There were also the 3 strongest experts. Now that the 3 strongest experts were here, the situation was naturally different. Of course, this place is really different. It's filled with treasures of the world. No wonder God Lord Zemu could find this place. He probably bought the information from somewhere else. Samsara was quite clear that this other world was definitely bought from the world building. Only the world building had such detailed information, and it was also a place that God Lord Zemu believed that they could defeat. Moreover, if the 3 of them worked together, no one could stop them. As long as this other world didn't have an eternal expert, they would be the strongest. Then they would be the strongest. Chapter 5165. Lin Fei and Samsara kept shuttling back and forth. This other world, it seemed to be quite big. Of course, it was still very different from the universe on their side. After confirming that there was no danger, Lin Fei stopped. If nothing unexpected happens, they will soon launch an attack on the natives. My lord, what should we do now? Should we look for Nan Feng? That guy probably doesn't even know that I've done something to him. Samsara was very concerned about this matter. Who asked that guy to be so arrogant in front of him? In the past, it was fine if he was arrogant. But now, things were different. With his lord, he could deal with Nan Feng ruthlessly. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Unlike them, we don't need to fight in this otherworldly world. What we need to do is subdue them one by one. If we can subdue the 3 great experts, that would definitely be a wonderful thing. Lin Fei said with a smile. There was one very important thing that he didn't forget, and that was to sign in. Since it was his first time coming to this other world, he should at least give a greeting gift, right? Ding! White Bay World sign-in successful. Received messenger of peace identity. Can be maintained for 1 year. When such a reward came out, even Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. What kind of reward was this? Messenger of peace? Could it be that he could remain neutral in this world? If that was the case, it would be pretty good. After all, Lin Fei also felt a powerful aura just now. It wasn't inferior to God Lord Zemu and the others in the slightest. It could be seen that these people had quite a temper. If he became neutral, it would be completely different. He could leisurely do his own things, and he could even cooperate with these people. This reward was quite good. As expected of a greeting gift, it was indeed quite good. Okay, let's look for Nan Feng first. After all, he's a big fat sheep. If he's killed, we'll suffer a loss. Since you've done something to him, you should go and find him. After all, your methods are quite mysterious. Samsara was naturally very happy. He immediately took out a treasure. It was something like a treasure-seeking pearl. When it was pushed, it would instantly head towards a certain place. Nan Feng didn't expect me to have such a treasure. I only need a little bit of his aura to lock onto his position. I spent a lot of money to get this. If anyone dares to offend me, I'll kill them even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. Samsara wasn't just happy, even Lin Fei could feel it. Samsara must have wanted to deal with Nan Feng for a long time. It was just that they never had the chance to do so. How far-sighted. Nan Feng probably didn't even know that he was being targeted. When Lin Fei and Samsara came out again, they found that there were auras sweeping over them from time to time. It seemed that the people in this world already knew that there were invaders. They would probably start fighting soon. Their speed along the way was quite fast. The bead kept flying. This meant that Nan Feng and the others had been moving non-stop. They didn't stop at all. In a place like this, they had to act in advance. When they rushed over, they discovered that Nan Feng and the others were attacking a city. This time, Nan Feng had brought many helpers. If they weren't 8-star experts, then they were 9-star experts. When they took a closer look, weren't they the human race slaves that they had bought previously? They had all been slightly adjusted. All of them were wearing heavy armor. Of course, these heavy armors were also treasures. Things were different after they made their move. In addition, these treasures directly attacked the city and plundered it. Then they rushed to the next location. Lin Fei observed in the dark for a while. The people in this world all practice sorcery, so their bodies were very weak. Their treasures were also very crude, but their power was concentrated. The strength that they had unleashed wasn't considered weak. At the very least, Nanfeng had brought many 8- and 9-star experts, and they had more or less suffered some injuries. Even he was a little puzzled. Let's just follow them like this. Let them fight first. Let them relax. Otherwise, it will be really boring. Lin Fei knew that there were already people watching Nanfeng and the others in the dark. If there were no surprises, it should be the local people. These people quickly joined together, so it was likely that they had encountered this kind of thing many times. Chapter 5166. Nanfeng was in a pretty good mood today because he had already conquered several cities. Although these cities had some resistance, they were no match for the beasts and were directly flattened. After 3 to 5 cities, they had obtained a lot of wealth. They had obtained tens of millions of Cosmos God stones. This kind of wealth wasn't enough. After all, every time they entered an alternate world, it was a carnival for them. The top experts on the alternate world were all God Lord Zemu and the 3 of them. This was also why they had to hand over 30% of the profits. Without them, they would definitely die if they encountered those experts. Therefore, they were willing to hand over the profits every time. This time, Nanfeng's mission was very simple. He had to obtain at least a few 100 million cubes. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Another city was conquered. Nanfeng didn't leave. He immediately rested. There were some things he had to take care of along the way, such as manpower. This was also why he had spent a lot of money to purchase human experts to be the vanguard. It was quite effective. Of course, he had also captured some local experts and made them part of the vanguard. This way, he wouldn't have to waste too much strength if he kept fighting. Fighting back and forth, it was the local powerhouses who would be expended. To him, there was no loss at all. Boom. Just as he rested, some people charged out from the shadows. Some people rushed out from the darkness. They were all local powerhouses and all of them were mages. With a wave of their hands, magic spells were cast. Meteors, fire rain, raging python dragons, all of them came crashing down. They didn't have much of an impact on them. Nanfeng led his people and started fighting them. He even acted as the vanguard. You good-for-nothings have the nerve to fight me? You're thinking too much. Kill them all. Kill them all. Thank you for sending me the treasures. Lin Fei was able to see everything clearly from his hiding spot. These locals were quite skilled in calligraphy. However, when they encountered Nanfeng and the others, they were still a little weak. They were directly beaten down. Nanfeng and the others obtained another batch of treasures. However, Nanfeng and the others had also suffered a bit. The last mage had used a big move at the critical moment. He had directly sacrificed himself to unleash a super killer move. At the very least, it was at the level of 10 stars. Although it was barely at the level of 10 stars, it was enough to make them suffer a great loss. Many of the people around Nan were directly wiped out. Nanfeng was infuriated by such a painful price. The first thing he did was to leave with his men. If he didn't leave now, the second batch would be too much for him to handle. He didn't expect them to have such a powerful sacrificial spell. Its power was not ordinary. However, not everyone would sacrifice themselves. They would only use it at a crucial moment. This also made Nanfeng ponder whether he should consider a strategy when the time came. Otherwise, these guys would turn into rabbits and bite people if they were forced into a corner. If that was the case, it would be really inappropriate. Boom. They had just finished setting up the formation when Nanfeng and the others were attacked. The attack was so mysterious that they couldn't detect it at all. The attack that emerged from the formation caught Nanfeng off guard. Then 2 figures walked out. Nanfeng, long time no see. I specially came to look for you. You didn't expect this, right? This is a surprise for you. Samsara walked out and smiled at Nanfeng. Lin Fei also walked out. They had been following them all the way here, but Nanfeng hadn't noticed it. Lin Fei's methods were much more brilliant than his. Unless Lin Fei thought of it himself, Nanfeng wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Nanfeng's expression turned even uglier. Samsara, you're quite bold. You brought your people to secretly deal with me. I know you've always wanted to deal with me, but you shouldn't have come at this time. How could Nanfeng not know what he was thinking? He just didn't expect Samsara to come at this time so urgently. Did they really think that they were easy to deal with just because they suffered some injuries? Haha, you're mistaken. This time I brought a helper with me. You'll know how much you'll regret offending me in a bit. There was a loud bang. Samsara pounced on them, but he didn't use his real body. If he used his real body, he would still be greatly suppressed. He would also alert the enemy. Chapter 5167. The fight between Samsara and Nanfeng was quite intense. Of course, both of them were controlling their strength. If they were to fight at full force, the formation would most likely collapse. This wasn't what Nanfeng and Samsara wanted to see. As for the remaining people, they all pounced on the young man, Lin Fei. In their opinion, Lin Fei was probably one of the stronger followers Samsara had brought with him. He was also a so-called human race powerhouse. However, they had seen too many of such powerhouses. As they pounced on Lin Fei punched them directly. This punch didn't carry much force, but they felt a wave of power rush through their bodies. Then, they turned into pieces one by one. They didn't resist at all, nor did they think much about it. They just gave up. Some of the human race slaves who hadn't pounced on Lin Fei felt their scalps go numb. How could there be such a powerful existence? Not to mention some powerful exotic beasts. Although they weren't as strong as Nanfeng, they were much stronger than these human race powerhouses. Especially their powerful bodies. However, they couldn't help but shiver. This human race powerhouse was much more terrifying than they had imagined. When did Samsara bring so many powerful experts with him? There was no news at all. Alright, if you guys don't want to die, then just stand there obediently. After all, I'm quite a peace-loving person. Lin Fei's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it echoed in their hearts. A few powerful exotic beasts were unwilling to give up and pounced on Lin Fei. A blade light flashed and they were cut in half. There was no chance of revival at all. This wasn't a simple slash. It contained Lin Fei's techniques and even a trace of eternity. Naturally, it wasn't something a powerful slash could resist. No matter how strong one's body was, it was nothing in the face of eternity's power. The remaining exotic beasts instantly became well-behaved. Even humans like them had suffered a great loss, let alone them. It was better to be obedient now. Otherwise, they would really be killed by this slash. Nanfeng, who was making his move, suddenly felt his surroundings become quiet. He couldn't even see his human race slaves. Even his subordinates had quietened down. He was a little puzzled. What are you guys doing? Why aren't you attacking? There's only one person here. Are you guys afraid? Because of this distraction, Nanfeng was hit by Samsara several times and was forced to retreat. Samsara laughed. Don't shout. Of course they won't do anything. That's my lord. My lord is going to do something. Do you think you're confident? Although Samsara was a bit weaker, if they went all out, they would still be able to put some pressure on Nanfeng. However, Nanfeng's expression also changed. My lord? This was something Nanfeng hadn't expected. Since when did Samsara follow such a master? There was no news at all, and it was a human race expert. Inexplicably, Nanfeng had a bad feeling in his heart. He was going to fail this time. Nanfeng had never encountered such a thing before, but it just so happened that he encountered it here today. What the hell? Samsara, it won't be that easy for you to deal with me. At worst, I'll just scram now. When the time comes, I'll tell them and you're dead. Everyone will kill you. Nanfeng was very clear about the situation. He chose to leave immediately. He could also see why the others didn't attack him. It was because this person was too strong. He immediately took out a treasure. It was an item that could connect to the space-time door. Once it was connected, it could instantly return to the original world. This was also one of the reasons why they were so confident. However, the moment he moved, a palm landed on his body. This palm wasn't big or small, but he knew that it was definitely not Samsara's palm. Then, there was only one possibility. It was this young man's palm. How could it be so fast? A palm landed on his body, and with a boom, he fell to the ground. His strength was immediately thrown into chaos. He couldn't move it at all. Samsara stepped on his body, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. What? Still trying to struggle? You won't have the chance now. He reached out and grabbed the item. Let's see how you're going to walk without this. I already said that my lord is here. You're not going to behave in front of him. A few more stomps. At this moment, Nanfeng didn't even have the ability to struggle. Chapter 5168. Nanfeng had never thought that he would be so unlucky to meet such a powerful opponent. His opponent had even cultivated the Samsara primordial spirit. His strength had been reduced by 1/ the moment the formation appeared. After using the power of one saber, his strength was very different from usual. He was on a completely different level now. He had been suppressed by his opponent. If he had known that this guy was so strong, he would not have been so careless. He would have stayed as far away as he could. Now, all the experts had been killed. Even the people he had brought with him had been killed. He was the only one left in this world. Samsara had hidden his strength too deeply. Not only did he use such a method, but he had also found such a powerful human expert. Unfortunately, even his jade talisman had been taken away. He could not contact Samsara at all. It was impossible for him to leave. Samsara, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. Don't think that you're very powerful just because you found a human expert. Before Nanfeng could finish speaking, Samsara stepped on Nanfeng's body with a loud rumbling sound. There was a loud rumbling sound as waves of energy penetrated his body. Nanfeng was already injured. He could not withstand this stomp at all. His face turned even paler. He heard Samsara's cold voice. Do you know? If you hadn't provoked me again and again, I wouldn't have dealt with you. You brought this upon yourself. Let me send you down now. After all, you've been trying to kill me for a long time. Sending you down now is the best I can do for you. Lin Fei did not stop Samsara at all. Samsara still had a lot of killing intent towards this guy. It was Nanfeng's turn to be shocked. You can't kill me. I'm a powerful beast. If you kill me, you'll be in big trouble. There was a rumbling sound. After the Samsara's power pierced through, Nanfeng was instantly killed. She took his ring as well. This guy is too much. Did he really think that I would show mercy? It's either he or I die. It's that simple. Thank you, sir, for helping me. If it weren't for the Lord, it would have been impossible for Lun Xiang to kill Nanfeng. The other party's strength was indeed very valiant. There was still a certain gap between him and the other party. But now that he had finally killed this guy, all the unhappiness in his heart instantly disappeared. This Nanfeng isn't of much use. After all, you already have a lot of hatred for him. It's fine if you kill him. But the next one won't do. We have to capture him properly. We can't waste him. Lin Fei said. Killing Nanfeng wasn't a huge loss, but killing the other exotic beasts was out of the question. Samsara said, Sir, don't worry. I won't kill the others. Moreover, I think we can bring this guy's weapon over. If they continue to struggle, we can show them the weapon. Even Nanfeng isn't a match for Sir, let alone them. Samsara's idea was quite good. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. He turned his gaze and looked into the distance. His gaze fell coldly on the void. Friend, you've been watching a good show for so long. It's time to come out. Samsara was startled. He actually didn't notice that someone was hiding nearby. He was shocked. The void was quiet, as though there was really no one there. Lin Fei's voice could be heard again. If you continue to spread the news, then I won't be polite anymore. Once I make a move, it won't be easy to talk to you. You only have 3 seconds to think about it. This time, perhaps Lin Fei's words were effective. A few people really walked out of the void. When they came out, they looked at Lin Fei and Samsara in surprise. Lin Fei also recognized them after they came out. They should be the local experts of this world. Each of them held a scepter in their hands. Their strength was pretty good. He reckoned that they had been watching Nanfeng for quite some time. You're with them, but I can sense a friendly aura from you. Or you. A white-haired old man said as he stared at Lin Fei. He didn't sense any hostility from Lin Fei, which was very strange. It was the same for the person beside him. I'm not with them. I came here to capture them. I don't think this has much to do with you. Chapter 5169. These were all local powerhouses. Their appearance was indeed quite a deterrent, especially for Samsara. Samsara sensed an extremely strong aura from them and understood what was going on. These people were probably here for Nanfeng. Nanfeng had broken through a few cities, so he was naturally a great enemy of these native experts. However, he didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. This caused Samsara to be secretly shocked. As expected, his lord was still the most powerful. He was able to easily mingle with them. Samsara didn't sense any enmity from them. This was an incredible thing. The others probably couldn't believe it either. Every time they entered another world, they would be attacked by the natives. However, it was completely different now. Samsara admired his excellency even more. Everywhere he went was like going back to his own home. Without the attacks of these native experts, it really saved them a lot of trouble. On the other side, Kelshan was also quite surprised. It was rare to see such a person. They immediately sensed the arrival of extraterrestrial experts. They broke through one city after another. However, the other party was too strong, so they didn't make a move immediately. Instead, they prepared to gather people and catch them off guard. They didn't expect that they would be killed by this young man before they could make a move. This young man was really strong, especially that big formation. Each of their primordial spirits was truly incredible. They could even directly suppress a person's strength. This made them feel that it was incredible. This made them feel that if they really fought with such a person, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. It could be said that it would be a one-sided slaughter. If you're here to capture these people, then we have 100 people on our side. Why don't we sit down and have a chat? Maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. Naturally, Kelshan wanted to have a good chat with this young man in front of him. Lin Fei also knew that this should be the effect of the envoy of peace. It was really different. He reckoned that he didn't have any hostility. In addition, with the blessing of the envoy of peace, these people naturally didn't think that he was on their side. This was quite a good thing for Lin Fei. Lin Fei could put aside other matters, but capturing these exotic beasts was naturally a different matter. It was very important. If he could work together with these local powerhouses, it would be pretty good. If you want to chat, let's do it next time. When the time comes, we can have a chat. Now that these guys are running around, I'm afraid that they will become stronger if I let them keep attacking. So, I have to get rid of them as soon as possible. Lin Fei naturally knew what he had to do next, and that was to capture those exotic beasts. These fellows all ran very fast. In addition, these fellows were constantly devouring the local experts. Naturally, their strength had changed. Lin Fei had to act as soon as possible. When Croxian heard this, he also felt that it made sense. Thus, they left after exchanging their contact details. Sir, you're the best. You've managed to talk to them like this so quickly. There's no hostility from them at all. It looks like we can have an easy time in this world. Don't be fooled by how simple their conversation was. At the very least, today's matter would spread very quickly. If Sir catches a few more exotic beasts, things will naturally be different. Perhaps they will even notice. Lin Fei laughed. In any case, I'm not planning anything against them. I came here to capture these exotic beasts. With them, the Great Void Sect will have a certain amount of combat power. Otherwise, the Great Void Sect will be too weak. Of course, there was something else that Lin Fei didn't say. If the Great Void Sect was too weak, how would he be able to complete his mission? One had to know that this mission was quite attractive. Alright, now you can take me to find them. I believe you have the corresponding treasures. You can't let us search aimlessly. Samsara immediately took out the treasures from before. It turned out that this treasure was very useful. There were many red dots that were constantly moving inside. These are the exotic beasts that we've brought over. I've placed some measures on them so that they don't know anything. This one is the closest to us. Let's go to this one first. Lin Fei knew that he couldn't delay any longer. If he allowed those fellows to run around randomly, they would most likely be killed by these experts. That would be a huge loss. Chapter 5170. There were many powerful exotic beasts that came in this time. Their goals were very simple, and that was to attack the city and conquer the land. They wanted to attack the cities and steal their resources. This way, they could exchange for more universe god stones. After all, this was related to their future realms. Whether they could improve or not was an important question. Therefore, when everyone came in, they moved in batches. For example, there were two strong beasts moving together. Their goal was very simple, which was to attack the cities quickly. This time, the two of them were quite strong. This was because both of them were late-stage 9 stars. Coupled with their strong bodies, they were almost comparable to full-circle 9 stars. This was their natural foundation, and no one could defeat them. That was why they were able to capture more than 10 cities in one go. Fortunately, there were many cities in this side of the world. Some of these cities were big and some were small. They also obtained a lot of things from them. The two of them obtained about 40 million worth of wealth. This amount of wealth was just the beginning. Although they still had to hand over 30% of it, they had only conquered a lot of cities, so they didn't suffer too much of a loss. They understood this better than anyone else. After attacking another city, they killed their way to the next one. Some natives were very annoying because they knew some techniques and their techniques were long-range. Naturally, the natives were unhappy because they couldn't get close to them in a short time. Of course, the natives couldn't do anything to them either. They treated them like flies. There was a loud bang. A huge array instantly enveloped them. They didn't know how this array appeared. They just felt that the space around them was different. Then a blade slashed down and they felt cold all over. Their strength dropped by half. Their expressions changed drastically in an instant. Not good, we are being attacked by the natives. No, this definitely isn't an attack from the natives. It seems a little familiar. Bai Wu could tell that something was different. As for the other one, he felt that something was different too. Their strength had indeed been weakened. Of course, they also knew that this should be the power of the array formation, which had restricted their strength within this place. Who is attacking us? Come out. Come out. When we start fighting, you'll be the unlucky one. Bai Wu roared furiously. A figure walked out. It was Samsara. As soon as Samsara's figure walked out, Bai Wu and the other guy's expressions changed drastically. He never expected it to be Samsara. Logically speaking, this fellow shouldn't have made a move against them. It was normal for the natives to attack them, but why would the Samsara cultivators, who were at the same level as them, attack them? Samsara smiled. That's right. It's me. I came here specifically to look for you. Do you see this? If you see it, you might know what it is. When Samsara took out an item, the two of them changed again. They recognized it immediately. Weren't these Nanfeng's treasures? This was his most powerful treasure. How did it fall into the hands of Samsara? Previously, I talked to Nanfeng and wanted him to follow my lord. However, he didn't listen, so my lord was very angry. That's why this scene happened. You should understand my reasoning now. Following that, another figure appeared. It was Lin Fei. With Samsara's treasures, it was really fast for him to find people. For example, he had found the two of them in an instant. Human race experts? Bai Wu and the other guy couldn't believe their eyes. This Samsara actually followed Lin Fei. Most importantly, Nanfeng had been killed. He was a pretty strong existence. At the very least, the two of them together wouldn't be a match for Nanfeng. But now that Lin Fei only had one treasure left, they started to feel uneasy. Now I can give you a choice. No, it should be two choices. Either you submit to my lord, or you get killed by my lord. You'll be able to accompany Nanfeng on the way. You only have 5 breaths of time to consider. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He wanted Samsara to persuade them. This way it would be much easier. Chapter 5171. The two of them knew very well what kind of realm they were in and what kind of strength they had. After seeing this scene, they knew that they couldn't resist at all. The other party was too strong. You must be very curious. Why did your strength suddenly drop? Well, I can only say that you don't know how powerful my lord is. Just now, my lord used the legendary and invincible reincarnation Great Array. Once it was activated, it instantly destroyed your strength. When Samsara said this, the two of them immediately recalled that there really was such a powerful formation. They had heard that it was very terrifying in the past. They didn't expect that this young man in front of them had actually cultivated it. No wonder their strength had been suppressed. They had heard that in order to use this reincarnation formation, they had to cultivate Samsara primordial gods. Moreover, they needed at least 10. They really didn't dare to believe that the formation had suppressed their strength. It's easy for you to follow my lord. As long as you follow him for 1,000 years, you will naturally obtain your freedom. Perhaps you won't even want to leave after 1,000 years. You can eat and drink well if you follow my lord. Now you can consider it. Samsara started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. Neither fast nor slow. Every number was imprinted in their hearts. Bai Wu and the other two panicked. They wanted to fight, but they couldn't even defeat Samsara with their current strength because they were too weak. Not to mention that the human race powerhouse, if he really made a move, he would probably be able to kill them with a single move. They just had to follow him for 1,000 years. It didn't seem like there was anything to lose. Didn't they see that Samsara followed such a powerful lord? When Samsara counted to the last second, Bai Wu said decisively, "Wait, we are willing to work for you. It's just 1,000 years. I hope you can keep your promise." The two of them naturally didn't have any intention of fighting. Choosing to submit now was the best choice. Samsara smiled. "You will be very glad that this is the best choice you have ever made." Lin Fei also smiled and casually formed a primordial spirit seal. This was a primordial spirit seal that could only be formed by gathering all the primordial spirits. It was used to control people. After they were controlled, their lives were in the hands of Lin Fei. The two of them trembled for a moment before recovering their strength. However, they could faintly sense that if this human expert wanted to kill them, they would not be able to do so. It was a matter of a single thought. All of them had been tricked. As long as you do things honestly, your strength will only increase in the next 1,000 years. After 1,000 years have passed, you will definitely be thankful for the choice you made today. Lin Fei and Samsara turned around and left. The two of them followed along. At this time, they could only accept their fate and hope that they would be able to regain their freedom after 1,000 years. To powerful exotic beasts like them, 1,000 years was really nothing. "My lord, my idea is pretty good, right? We have to scare these guys so that we can take them down effortlessly. If they are not convinced, we can just go up and beat them up." Samsara was quite experienced. After obtaining these two exotic beasts, the number of exotic beasts in Lin Fei's possession slowly increased. Once he activated the reincarnation formation, his strength was directly restricted. Some of them were not convinced and started beating them up. He beat them until they lost their temper and left a primordial spirit imprint on them. Because of this, the number of powerful exotic beasts behind him increased. Most of the exotic beasts were in the late stage of 9 stars or around the peak of 9 stars. Of course, there were some perfect 9 stars too. They were directly pressed down by a hand in front of Lin Fei. Not a single one of them could resist him. In a short 10 days or so, Lin Fei had easily taken down 30 exotic beasts. Every single one of them was very powerful. 3 of them were perfect 9 stars. 5 of them were peak 9 stars and the rest were late 9 stars. There were 30 of them. Lin Fei didn't even need to do anything himself. Once he activated the formation, all of them went up. The result was obvious. They couldn't beat them at all. This made them feel what was called pleasure. The formation was really a great killing machine. It was useful to everyone. Chapter 5172. He got 30 powerful exotic beasts in one go. For Lin Fei, it really saved a lot of trouble. These exotic beasts were starting to become harder to catch. The rest were relatively stronger, and they were all in groups of 3 to 5. It was quite difficult to find their things. 30 seemed like a lot, but in Lin Fei's opinion, he needed to draw at least 50. If there were 50 of them, things would naturally be different. With such a lineup, he would naturally be able to rescue all of them once he returned to the Great Void Gate. Everyone else can step aside. If it was just these few, it was still too little. No matter what, you have to get a few powerful ones. So, you have to think about it. Go and get a few 9 stars full circle cultivators first. Although there were already 3 of them, it still felt a little too little. In addition, there were only 5 peak 9-star cultivators. The most powerful ones were only these 8. As for the remaining ones, they could be said to be relatively strong. However, when they encountered the truly powerful existences, they still couldn't withstand it. My lord, if you want to find a few powerful ones, I know a place. Perhaps they will go there. They invited me before, but I'm not interested in it. That's right. That's right. One of the beasts stood out and said. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. Then tell me what kind of place it is. The exotic beast continued. I heard that this place is called Black Hole Mountain. It's a very mysterious place. This time, there are 3 9 stars at the perfect perfection stage and 4 or 5 at the pinnacle stage. There are also several 9 stars at the perfect perfection stage. It can be considered a huge force. I heard that there are many good things in Black Hole Mountain. Some of them have been passed down from ancient times, but I don't know what they are exactly. However, that place is guarded by the natives, so it won't be easy to break through. Hearing this, the others also had an impression and started to talk about it. Lin Fei didn't know much about this place, but since he had said so, he could go to Black Hole Mountain to take a look. If there were so many experts, they could naturally capture all of them in one fell swoop. If he could take them all down, then this trip would be much easier. At the same time, it was somewhere else. This place was called Black Hole Mountain, and there was a huge battle taking place in Black Hole Mountain. There was a massive black hole there, which was very obvious. However, outside the black hole, there were 2 sides continuously fighting. One side was naturally an outsider, while the other side was a native. They borrowed the power of the formation and the power of their spells to block the outside world. Even so, it didn't seem like he could hold on for much longer. Without experts, it wouldn't take long for Black Hole Mountain to fall. This was a place that had been passed down from ancient times. It was their forbidden area. They absolutely could not allow these people from the outer realms to enter. Aren't you guys very powerful? However, don't even think about stopping us this time. It's already the 6th day. You can only hold on for 1 more day at most. The ones leading them were 3 powerful exotic beasts. They kept attacking. Its gigantic body shook the formation with a single move. However, the formation was still very strong. They turned into meteors and directly smashed out. It would be difficult to break this formation in a short time. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to see that the formation was already covered in cracks. The cracks were slowly expanding, but it would still take some time for them to cover the entire formation. This was why the other side said 1 day. It turned out that 6 days had passed, and 1 more day would be 7 days. They could break this formation in 7 days. Without the formation, the native experts inside were naturally not a match for them. There were many people inside the formation, but all of them looked pale. Some of them had even fallen to the ground. They had expended a lot of energy. These people's attacks are too strong. We can't hold on at all. What should we do? The others can't make it in time. I'm afraid these experts from the outer realms will continue to attack our world. We can only fight to the end. We definitely can't let them enter this place. It's a pity that no one is here to support us. The leaders of the group also looked like they were having a headache. It was really difficult to hold on because they had expended too much energy. After all, there were some powerful exotic beasts outside. The most powerful ones were their main bodies. The attacks of their main bodies were extremely ferocious. Boom! The 7th day. The formation was finally broken. Chapter 5173. 7 days after the attack, Black Hole Mountain's array formation was finally breached. The moment it was breached, their massive bodies came crashing in. They swept through all the native powerhouses. Most of them were either killed or heavily injured in an instant. The rest of them fled in a sorry state, unable to resist the attacks of these people at all. Haha, do you think you can stop us with just the likes of you? It's already good enough that we didn't come looking for trouble, yet you still dare to rely on the array formation to block us? If we don't kill all of you today, I would have come here for nothing." The crowd roared with laughter. They had finally breached the array formation. They arrived at Black Hole Mountain. It should be noted that Black Hole Mountain was a rather special place in this universe. If they could enter, they would be able to find some ancient items. It was said that this place used to be called a forbidden zone. There were many good items inside, but of course, there were also dangers. What they were most confident in was their powerful defense. With such a powerful defense, they naturally didn't think too much of it. Boom! They attacked once again. With the 3 perfected 9 stars as battle prowess, they swept their way through. They slaughtered their way into the Black Hole Mountain. Numerous restrictive spells appeared. They were extremely powerful, but too much time had passed since then. They simply couldn't withstand their attacks. The few remaining people also reached the innermost part of the mountain. It seemed like they wanted to rely on these restrictions to restrain them, but they were too weak. They were directly smashed to the end. "You still want to resist me? While I'm still in a good mood, surrender immediately. Who knows, I might even leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt." God Lord Fudu pushed out with his palm. 2 fire dragons came crashing down and bombarded these restrictive spells. The other 2 did the same. As for the remaining people, they dealt with the weaker natives. After a few rounds, the battle was completely one-sided. On the other side, Lin Fei had also arrived with his people. As soon as he arrived, he saw movement coming from Black Hole Mountain. He immediately knew what was going on. It was very likely that the previous batch of people had already entered Black Hole Mountain. He had asked some people on the way here and learned that Black Hole Mountain was different. Black Hole Mountain was an ancient forbidden area. It was said that there were many things inside, but no one knew how many there were. In any case, not everyone could enter this place easily. Now that someone was clearing the way, Lin Fei naturally saved himself some trouble. Once you're inside, it's very simple. Just deal with them directly. Remember, don't kill them. If you can heavily injure them, then do so. It won't be a problem if the few of you work together. Lin Fei had come all the way here to look for them. He had to bring them all back alive. He couldn't possibly kill them. Otherwise, he would have wasted his efforts. One nascent divinity after another walked out, covering Black Hole Mountain. Everyone felt their hearts tremble when they saw this. It was because the entire void had been slashed. Inside, Buddha Lord Godlord and some of the native experts immediately felt that something was different. Their bodies had changed, and their strength had also been affected. Buddha Lord Godlord felt it the most, and his entire body became extremely uncomfortable. Who can tell me what happened? Why did my strength drop so much? Could it be that another expert has arrived? Buddha Lord Godlord couldn't believe that his strength had been suppressed. The others were the same as well. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Long time no see, Buddha Lord Godlord. It's actually you. How have you been? We've spent a lot of time looking for you. Samsara was their leader. He had rushed in with his men. He recognized Buddha Lord Godlord. The latter was indeed much stronger than him, but with his strength suppressed, Samsara didn't think much of it. Buddha Lord Godlord was even more shocked when he saw that it was Samsara. More importantly, there were quite a few people following behind Samsara. These people were actually standing behind Samsara. Buddha Lord Godlord felt that something was wrong. As for the native experts inside, they felt the same. Just this group of people alone was already no match for them. Now that another group had arrived, they were even less of a match. Despair filled their hearts. Why did you come in? Do you also want to snatch my treasure from Black Hole Mountain? You've got some guts. Buddha Lord Godlord snorted. You guessed right. I'm here for that thing of yours. Chapter 5174. The natives inside all looked over in astonishment. They also understood what was going on outside and found it unbelievable. Why did this person take the initiative to follow Buddha God's lead? They could also tell that this person really did have some enmity with Sacred Lord Buddha Butcher. They even felt a peaceful aura from this person, which was quite an incredible feeling. They had never encountered such a feeling before. When they looked at this young man, they felt a little different. It was as if this person was standing on the same side as them. What do you guys think is the background of this young man? Why does it feel so unbelievable? Even I have such a feeling. No matter what, this person's arrival is a good thing for us. Otherwise, he would have broken into our black hole mountain. At that time, all the treasures would have been snatched away by them. Among them, the strongest was Romank. His strength could be considered to be relatively strong as he could burst forth with the battle prowess of a perfect 9-star. However, after encountering these monsters, he simply didn't have the ability to withstand them. These people were too depressed. At this moment, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. No matter what, they did us a great favor this time. Romank had seen many people in his life, but he had never seen someone like this before. No matter what, the appearance of this person had helped them a great deal. At the very least, they could breathe a sigh of relief for a while. In any case, we just have to keep an eye on them. If this black-robed young man really can't beat them, we can just lend him a hand. The others all had the same thought. This was a very strange thought. However, this person wasn't a threat to them. It was just that simple. This was something they could clearly distinguish. The most important thing was that they had cultivated spells, and there were many methods that could be seen in the spells. Did this person harbor any hostility towards them? Now that it seemed like he didn't harbor any hostility, they could rest assured. However, this wasn't a good thing for Buddha Godlord. Instead, it was a bad thing. Samsara had returned. There was actually another young man. This young man looked very ordinary, but his pupils instantly constricted. He knew that he had encountered an expert. This person was definitely related to Samsara. You sure talk big. Did you really think that you and Samsara would be able to capture us? You're being too naive. Even they can't stop us, let alone you lot. That's right. Although Sacred Lord Buddha knew that his strength had been suppressed, he wasn't afraid of this black-robed young man. If they were to really fight, he could destroy it in a matter of minutes. Samsara burst into laughter. Godlord Buddha, your eyes aren't too good. Now that your strength has been severed, do you really think you can beat us? Not to mention these people around you. Huala huala. One by one, powerful beasts walked out. Just like that, they settled down. Buddha Lord Godlord instantly felt immense pressure. He could sense that these fellows were extremely ferocious. Most importantly, he knew every single one of them. That was the most unbelievable thing to him. If such a person stood on his side, there would naturally be no problem. But now, he was actually standing on Samsara and the young man's side. What do you think? I'm right? I'll give you two choices now. Either surrender, or we'll attack. Impossible. Do you really think that you can beat us just because your strength has been suppressed? You're dreaming too much. I'll kill you first. Voila. Buddha Godlord Buddha immediately charged at Samsara. He immediately unleashed his killer move. Haha, I've long since wanted to meet you. Now is the time. Samsara also rushed forward to meet them. Not to mention those beasts. For a moment, the scene became exceptionally intense. Loud rumbling noises rang out. They surged out in all directions. Ramanek and the others could also feel the ferocity of this battle. If they really came at them together, none of them would be able to withstand it. They would probably be able to defeat them all in just a few exchanges. As expected of an Audarium expert, not only were their bodies powerful, but their combat strength was also exceptionally strong. The black-robed young man stood there quietly.